Welcome to a world where passion ignites, danger lurks in the shadows, and love defies the limits of the supernatural. Here, shifters claim their fated mates. Powerful alphas fight for the ones they love, and the impossible becomes reality. Whether it's a growly werewolf, a scorching hot dragon, or a possessive vampire, one thing's for sure. These heroes are fiercely protective and undeniably irresistible. Get ready to escape into a story where magic meets seduction, and every heartbeat brings you closer to a love that's out of this world. Now, sit back, relax, and let the story begin.
Chapter 1, Dominic. The woods had teeth tonight. Dominic Kane grunted as a briar snagged his arm, the claw-thin vine slicing through his rolled-up sleeve like butter. "Damn woods," he muttered under his breath, yanking free and sucking the blood from his forearm. The forest didn't usually bite unless it had something to say, and tonight it was downright chatty. The Whispering Woods weren't just moody. They were alive. Not metaphorically. The damn place pulsed with an old humming magic that got real cranky when the moon was high, and shifters walked its bones. Dominic had been Celestial Pines Warden for going on 6 years now, and still he couldn't tell if the place respected him or tolerated him out of amusement. Today, he was pretty sure it hated his guts. He wiped sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, golden strands of his thick, messy hair sticking to his temple. It was supposed to be a quick sweep. Check on a couple of adolescent nixies squatting near the Phalite stream. Make sure no curious tourist from the outside world wandered past the veil. Easy work. Instead, he'd chased a rogue shadow creature halfway to the ridge and back, only for it to vanish like smoke. His lion stirred beneath his skin, restless, tail twitching with unease. Yeah, I feel it too," Dominic said, stretching his neck until it cracked. "Something's coming. But tonight we drink." He turned his back to the woods, which rustled in reply, and stalked down the moonlit path into town. The spellbound sip was just as he liked it, warm, dim, and humming with enchantment. Fairy lights drifted lazily through the rafters, casting sleepy glows over polished wooden tables. The scent of roasted cinnamon beans, crushed petals, and just a hint of lake water perfumed the air. That last part belonged to Nerissa Tidewell, the cafe's siren owner, with a voice that could talk a troll off a bridge and into therapy. Dominic ducked inside, brushing dirt from his jeans, and sauntered up to the counter with the kind of swagger that made young witches sigh and older ones hex their glasses to fog up. "Evening, Nerissa. Give me the lemon mist. Extra flirtation." She looked up from her steaming kettle, long silver blue hair twisted up in a loose bun. "You're flirting with the drink now, Kane? Dangerous game." "Nah," he said with a crooked grin. "Just miss the way it looks at me." "You look like you wrestled a gator," she said, arching an elegant brow. "Lose? Draw? I walked away with all my limbs." Nerissa chuckled, sliding him a tall glass of glowing lemon mist latte. As always, the foam shimmered like a heat mirage and smelled like mischief. He tipped her a wink, took his drink, and turned toward his usual booth and stopped. Because instead of his booth being empty, it was glowing. The back room, usually kept closed except for events or emergencies, had its door cracked open, and from within, a pulsing blue light flickered like a heartbeat. That wasn't normal. Not in a place like Celestial Pines where magical etiquette was stricter than a Southern grandma's church manners. Curiosity buzzed in his chest. Or maybe it was instinct. He moved slow, drink in hand, feet silent against the wooden floor. As he reached the door, voices filtered out, low, rhythmic chanting, the cadence familiar but ancient. Fey magic. Dominic's brows pulled together. That wasn't supposed to be here. The town had strict rules about rituals, especially the kind that glowed. He nudged the door open with his boot, and the world exploded. The room was a swirl of runes carved in chalk and stone, sigils glowing with raw, uncut power. Standing in the center of the summoning circle was a figure he recognized instantly, even though he wished he didn't. Lillith Verdan, gorgeous, infuriating, sharp as glass Lilith, with her ink-dark curls flying wild and her forest-green eyes lit with fury and focus. She was barefoot, humming in an old Fey dialect, arms raised as glowing vines snaked up her forearms. She didn't see him until it was too late. "What the hell are you doing here?" she shouted, eyes going wide just as a rune behind her blazed white. Dominic barely had time to drop his latte. The spell surged. He tried to back out, but his feet locked in place like someone had rooted him to the damn floor. Lilith swore, something in Fey this time, and lunged for a grounding crystal, but the energy flared before she could grab it. A searing light hit him square in the chest. He gasped as pain, cold and hot at the same time, rippled through his bones. His lion roared, claws dragging against his skin from the inside out, tail whipping with primal rage. Lilith's scream echoed his, then silence. Dominic blinked up at the ceiling of the spellbound sip, his back flat against the warm wooden floor, a bitter metallic taste on his tongue. The air smelled like burnt rosemary and old magic. Above him Lilith loomed, chest rising fast, curls wild, and magic crackling off her like she'd walked out of a lightning storm. Her foot landed square on his sternum with all the grace of a pissed-off goddess. "You absolute idiot!" she snapped, voice edged with panic. "Who the hell walks into a live ritual?" Dominic blinked up at her, still dazed. "I was looking for a refill," he said hoarsely, lips twitching despite the ache in his chest. "Didn't realize the special came with rune detonation." Lilith's eyes narrowed to slits. "Of course it's you. Kane, I had that warding matrix balanced to the atom. You blew a hole in it just by breathing near it." "Don't flatter me," he muttered, trying to sit up. A sharp thrum rippled down his spine. Not pain exactly, but like someone had yanked on a string tied to his ribs. "You gonna stand there monologuing or help me up?" "I should hex you into a frog," she snapped, but grudgingly pulled her foot back. Dominic pushed himself upright with a groan. "What the hell were you even doing back there? That circle looked like it was humming in ancient Fey." "That's because it was ancient Fey," she said, brushing ash from her hands. "It was controlled, until you strolled in like a lion on a buffet line." He squinted at her. "You're dodging the question." "I was working," she bit back. "In a public coffee shop? I rented the space, if you must know." Dominic leaned back against the nearby wall, still catching his breath. The magical blast had left a soft, blue shimmer lingering over his skin. His shirt smelled faintly scorched, and his lion was still growling inside his ribs, unsettled. Lilith paced across the room, muttering in Fey. Her fingers twitched with residual energy, and the sigils etched in chalk on the floor fizzled out one by one, like snuffed candles. For all her sharp edges, she moved with intent, every step calculated, every flick of her wrist purposeful. She was chaos wrapped in control. Dangerous, brilliant, and way too pretty when she was mad. Dominic watched her as she bent to examine a fractured rune near the circle's edge. Sweat beaded along her collarbone, catching the low enchantment lights, and for a second, he forgot about the burning in his back. "You're staring," she said without turning around. "Wouldn't be if you weren't glowing like that," he said, voice low. Lilith straightened slowly and turned to face him. Her cheeks were pink, whether from magic or something else he couldn't tell. "Save your charm for the girls who swoon when you flex," she said, arms crossing defensively. He gave her a lazy grin. "Sweetheart, I don't flex, I just am." She rolled her eyes so hard it was a wonder they didn't fall out. "Great, you're injured and insufferable." "Not injured," he said, though his body still thrummed with something not entirely normal. "Just singed. You absorbed ancient binding energy. There could be side effects." "Like what? Glowing hair? Random bursts of poetry?" She stepped close, too close, and raised her hand to his chest, hovering inches from where the spell had struck. Her eyes were serious now, storm dark and searching. "I don't know yet," she admitted. "The runes weren't meant to activate like that, not without a proper anchor." Dominic's smile faded. And you didn't have one? I was the anchor, she said quietly. The air between them went still, like the room was holding its breath. The hairs on the back of his neck lifted. She didn't touch him, but her hand stayed there, palm hovering over the faint pulse still vibrating in his chest. Then with a sharp breath, she pulled away. Come on, she said, already walking to the door. We've got about 10 minutes before Hazel shows up and starts quoting moon riddles about destiny. Dominic stood slowly, still watching her. You sure you didn't summon me on purpose? She gave him a glare over her shoulder. Don't flatter yourself, Kane. If I was summoning anyone, it would have been a demon with better manners. He smirked, trailing her out of the room. So, your type. Go to hell. Already there, he muttered, rubbing his chest, and apparently it's full of hot, angry fey women. He stood, brushing off his jeans and glancing at the now silent ritual circle. What were you summoning? No one, she said too quickly. Dominic gave her a slow look. Lillith. I said, and then the temperature dropped. Far away in the woods, something howled. Dominic's lion pressed hard against his skin, snarling. Whatever you were trying to call, he said, voice low. It heard you. She swallowed. Let's go. Before he could follow her out of the coffee shop, wind kicked up from the inside of the room. The door blew stuff, sealing them off from the cafe, and the candles went out.
Chapter 2. Lillith. Lillith Verdan had one rule when it came to magic. Never rush the ritual. Tonight she'd broken it. The chalk was still damp in places. She'd drawn the Elder Fae sigils too fast, hands trembling just slightly from too many nights without sleep. And she hadn't had time to balance the grounding crystal, not properly. It lay off-center at the southern point of the circle. A fraction of an inch, but it might as well have been a mile in spellwork this precise. She'd told herself it would be fine, told herself she could control it, that the summoning wouldn't spiral. But then Dominic Kane walked in, all swagger and bad timing, and the spell, already strained, had snapped like a thread pulled too tight. And now they were locked in. The back room of the spellbound sip, once cozy with its warm lighting and walls lined with potion books and tea tins, now felt like a sealed vault. The wooden door slammed shut behind them with a gust of wind from nowhere, and the candles lining the ritual circle snuffed out in unison. Darkness pressed in. Lillith spun around, her heart thundering. No, no, no! She barely got her hands up in time before the air inside the circle pulsed with a flash of sickly green light. The chalk lines she'd etched glowed, then cracked, splintering like ice on a pond. And something stepped through. Thalarin. He looked exactly as she remembered him, which was infuriating. Same flawless fey beauty. Too tall, too elegant, silver-white hair cascading over shoulders like moonlight, eyes like shattered glass, and smiles that never quite touched them. Dressed in robes spun from shadow and starlight, he stood in the center of the broken circle as though he belonged there, as though she had invited him in, which, technically, she had. Lillith, he said, voice a whisper and a blade. Still summoning in borrowed rooms, I see. Her fingers twitched toward the satchel on her hip. What are you doing here? I believe you called, he said, stepping forward. The sigils sparked beneath his feet but didn't stop him. Quite the welcome party, though. I expected something warmer. You weren't supposed to come through. She backed away, heart pounding harder now. You were supposed to answer, not manifest. Oh, darling, he purred, tilting his head. You never could resist breaking your own rules. Dominic, standing frozen beside the circle, bristled. Who the hell is that? My mistake, Thalarin said, eyes sliding to Dominic. I didn't realize your summoning circle was meant to trap stray cats. Lillith flinched. Thalarin, don't. He grinned. But it's such fun. Then he raised one hand. The air turned to ice. Magic coiled like a whip and lashed out, striking both her and Dominic at the same time. Lillith gasped as her knees hit the floor, pain lancing through her chest. Her bones screamed, her heart shuddered. Beside her, Dominic cursed, then dropped to one knee, clutching his ribs. The world stilled. The magic settled, and something new wrapped around her like a second skin. Heavy, binding, alive. Thalorin exhaled, pleased. There. Now you can't hide behind your little town anymore. Lillith forced herself up, eyes glowing faintly with the power she was trying to suppress. What did you do? He looked at her like she was a curious insect. I tethered your souls, inescapably, an unbreakable bond, forged in curse fire and sealed by proximity. You'll never be more than 30 feet apart again. Unless, of course, you'd like to try dying. Dominic barked out a breath. You what? Thalorin stepped back toward the fading circle. Good luck, darlings. I imagine it'll be cozy. He winked at Lillith. Try not to kill each other too quickly. And with that, he vanished. One final flash of light, one final hum of power. Then, silence. The circle was dark, the door still sealed. Lilith's ears rang. She turned. Dominic was staring at her like she'd kicked his dog. What the hell was that? He growled, voice low and raw. That was Thalorin, she said, moving stiffly toward the broken runes. High Fae Prince, my father's former court rival, slightly unhinged. Slightly? She winced. He's got a flair for dramatics, and curses, apparently. Dominic stepped closer. Did you mean to summon him? No, I was trying to get answers. He knows things about the Moonlit Pact, about the shifts in the Whispering Woods. Her jaw clenched. He wasn't supposed to come through. You always summon volatile Fae princes without backup? She rounded on him. I didn't ask you to walk into the circle. What were you even doing back there? I smelled something off, he said. I was checking it out. Well, congratulations, she snapped. Now we're cursed, together. He muttered something under his breath and began pacing. So what does this inescapable bond even mean? I don't know yet, she said, which tasted like ash in her mouth. She always knew. That was the whole point of being who she was, studious, careful, methodical. But this had gone off the rails the moment he'd walked in. And God's help her. Part of her didn't mind. She glanced at him. Golden eyes, thick tousled hair, muscles that had no business being that distracting. And even now, even furious and tense, he radiated heat and steadiness like a furnace. Her heart hated her for noticing. She rubbed her arms. We need Hazel. Great. Love a good cryptic prophecy. And Twyla, she added. If anyone knows a workaround, it's her. You're forgetting one thing, he said. What? We're still locked in. Right, the door. Sealed by Thalorin's magic, or maybe her own miscast runes. Either way, they were stuck together, trapped, with nothing but a failed summoning circle, the afterburn of curse fire, and an overwhelming urge to scream. Lillith sighed and dropped into a chair. This is going to be a disaster. Dominic sat across from her, arms crossed. Worse, it's going to be interesting.
Chapter 3. Dominic. The first thing Dominic Kane noticed was the smell of rosemary. The second was that he was wet. He cracked one eye open, groaning as cold porcelain pressed against his spine, and a clawing ache bloomed in his ribs. For a moment he couldn't remember where the hell he was, only that his neck ached like he'd been sleeping inside a bread box, and his legs were hanging out like a broken scarecrow. Then he saw the tiny green soap shaped like a cat, and he remembered. Lillith. He was in her bathtub, a claw-foot relic of a thing, painted pink sometime back in the 70s and lined with all the potions, lotions, and glitter-drenched nonsense a fey woman like her would keep stocked. Rosewater vials, rune-infused scrubs, a half-burned candle labeled Ward Off Weirdos, which he had to admit wasn't working, considering he'd spent the night curled up like a damp pretzel in the tub less than 20 feet from her bed. Not that he'd had a choice. Thanks to Prince Thalarin and his twisted sense of humor, Dominic couldn't wander more than 30 feet from Lillith without the cursed bond yanking his guts into knots. After their botched ritual and failed attempt to find Hazel or Twyla the night before, they'd returned to her cottage in silence. Neither one of them had suggested alternative arrangements. And her bed? Yeah, off limits. Emotionally, logistically. Her scowl alone had made that clear. So the tub it was. He let his head fall back against the porcelain and closed his eyes for a second longer. His lion paced just beneath the surface, claws lightly unsheathed, restless in that way he hadn't felt since his exile from the Pride. They were cursed, bound by a proximity tether with unknown magical properties, courtesy of a power-hungry fey prince who thought playing with people's souls was poetic vengeance. Dominic wasn't a scholar, but he wasn't stupid either. He could feel the bond now, like a taut string tied to his ribs, humming faintly with the pull of her energy. And the worst part? He didn't hate the feeling. "You awake in there?" Lilith's voice sliced through the quiet, sharp, and unimpressed. He smirked even though his back ached like hell. "Depends. You planning to throw anything?" The door creaked open. She stood in the hallway just outside the bathroom, wrapped in a slate blue robe, curls still damp from a rinse, and shoulders tight like she'd slept on tension. Arms crossed, lips pursed, eyes stormy. "I would," she said dryly, "but I like my spoons intact." Dominic sat up with a wince, water sloshing around his waist. "So you did leave me to drown." "I let you survive in the tub," she corrected, "after you passed out like a swooning governess." "Don't recall fainting." "Oh no!" Her brow lifted. "You face-planted on my floor mid-rant and mumbled something about cursed lattes." He chuckled, rubbing a hand over his face. "Sounds like me." She stepped into the room and tossed a towel onto a nearby stool. "You can use that. Just try not to drip on my sigils." Dominic rose, muscles groaning from hours of awkward bathtub sleep. He grabbed the towel and tossed it over the toilet lid with a lazy flick. As he peeled off his damp shirt, cold air kissed his skin and caught Lilith's attention. She turned her head and immediately slapped a hand over her eyes. "Whoa, hey, just 'cause other girls melt when you flex doesn't mean I do. Wait till I leave, okay? Gods." He watched her storm out, pretending not to notice the way her cheeks turned bright pink before she shut the door behind her. That blush, though, that was new. He let out a slow grin as he tugged his pants off and turned the shower dial. The steam rose like fog, wrapping around him in a comforting cloud. But his thoughts didn't relax with the heat. If anything, they ran wilder. Lillith had always been immune. He couldn't count how many times he'd sauntered into town square or the spellbound sip and gotten looks from witches, dryads, shifters, even a banshee once, who all acted like he was something worth unwrapping. Dominic Kane had a reputation, and he wore it like a leather jacket, casual, cocky, and well-worn. But Lillith, she looked at him like he was a walking migraine, like his charm was a particularly irritating spell she'd already warded herself against. And yet, the flush in her cheeks, the way her voice caught just barely when he peeled off his shirt, she wasn't as unaffected as she pretended to be. He'd seen cracks in that cool exterior, and for the first time in a long while, he felt something other than amused pursuit. He felt intrigued. This curse, ridiculous and reckless as it was, might turn out to be interesting. When he stepped out of the shower, hair dripping and skin flushed from the heat, he took his sweet time towel drying, mostly because it gave him another minute to think about the bond, the magic, and other sensations, and about what Lillith had really been doing with that ritual. Something wasn't adding up. He dressed quickly and opened the bathroom door, letting the steam swirl into the hall. The smell of warm herbs and honey drifted from the kitchen. "It's about time," she called from her bedroom, rising from where she'd been sitting at the edge of the bed. "You take longer showers than I do." He stepped out into the hallway, just in time to feel the invisible thread of magic tug at his gut when she walked away. The pull was subtle but insistent, a reminder of Thalarin's curse. 30 feet, any more than that, and the bond would strain, hurt, maybe worse. He followed her into the kitchen. The cottage was smaller than he'd expected. Cozy, cluttered, a space layered with care and protective wards disguised as homey touches. The shelves overflowed with old tomes and dried flowers, jars of herbs with fading labels, and rune stones arranged in what looked like casual decor. But he knew better. Everything had purpose, meaning, control. She handed him a mug of tea without looking. He took it, brushing her fingers by accident. Her hand twitched. The tea was tart, bright, sharp, like her. It tasted like spring and old secrets. "You live alone?" he asked, leaning on the frame of the kitchen's threshold. Lillith lifted a brow. "You expected roommates?" "Honestly, figured someone this ornery might have driven out a ghost or two." She snorted. "They tried. Didn't last." He chuckled, sipping again. "Always liked living this close to the woods?" "It's quieter," she said, stirring her own tea. "People don't drop by." "Until now." Her gaze flicked up to his, quick, unreadable, then dropped again. "Yeah, until now. Plus it helps keep nosy townies from assuming things." "Like what? That we're, what, shacking up?" "Don't flatter yourself." The moment was tight but not cruel. Their banter had always had teeth, but there was something underneath it now. A spark, still flickering but real. Silence settled, like mist on a still morning. Not awkward, not really. Just waiting. He studied her as she busied herself wiping down a clean counter. Always moving, always covering. She wore her stillness like armor, and her wit like a sword. But there was something frayed at the edges today. "About the curse," he started. "Don't," she said too quickly. "Not yet." He nodded, respected that. He knew a thing or two about silence. But curiosity was a beast that never stopped pacing in his chest. And his lion? The bastard was sniffing the air, sensing tension. Change. He glanced around the kitchen again. "You always keep runes carved into your cabinet doors?" "Prevents spontaneous combustion." "Handy." She gave him a sidelong glance. "You know, you don't have to hang around." "I can't go too far," he said, tone casual. "Call it a hunch. Something still feels off." "You mean besides the soul blasting and surprise bonding?" "Exactly." She sighed, pressing her fingers to the back of her neck like she could rub the stress away. "You're not wrong." "I rarely am," he replied, shooting her a wink. Her annoyance rang, but she didn't argue. Instead, she moved to a corner table where a large open journal sat, glowing faintly along its seams. She flipped a page, studying a half-drawn circle covered in notations. He stepped beside her. Close. Close enough to feel the heat from her skin. "That what you were using last night?" She nodded. "It was supposed to be a summoning anchor. I wasn't trying to call Thalarin through, just trying to make contact. Ask questions." "About?" "The moonlit pact," she said softly. "Something's off. The Whispering Woods are shifting. Their boundaries. Their temper." He nodded slowly. "Yeah, I've felt it too. Patrols have been harder. Spirits agitated. One of the ward stones cracked last week." Her eyes snapped to his. "Which one?" "North Trail, near the Wolfroot clearing." She exhaled, sharp and fast. "That shouldn't be possible." "And yet," he said. They stood together in silence again, bent over the same page, the same runes. Bound, not just by magic, by something much more dangerous, a reason.
Chapter 4. Lillith. The sun filtered through the pine trees like spilled honey, golden beams cutting through the morning chill as Lillith stalked down the cobblestone path with Dominic at her heels. Not beside her, behind her. Because if she looked at him right now, she might commit an actual felony. Or set his hair on fire. Possibly both. 30 feet. 30 feet was the limit. Not a single inch more before the curse tightened its grip like a vice around their lungs and hearts. It was like being bound to a magical elastic cord, one she could feel tightening every time he lingered near a tree or paused to flirt with a butterfly. And today? Today, she was already at a 2 on the murder scale before they even reached the diner. "We really walking to the diner like this?" Dominic asked from behind her, voice low and amused. "Couldn't we portal?" "I don't trust my portals when I'm cranky," Lillith snapped. "Unless you want to end up in the realm of petty revenge spirits, you'll keep walking." He chuckled, like this was some kind of joke, like her entire life hadn't been flipped upside down by a rogue prince, a botched summoning, and the walking temptation currently making too much noise with his boots. The griddle and glimmer appeared ahead, nestled between two oversized oaks and bathed in morning haze. The cafe's windows were fogged with warmth and cinnamon, fairy lights blinking lazily under the awning. A carved wooden sign swung above the door, its lettering freshly polished. "Breakfast and bindings. Come for the pancakes, stay for the magic." "Twyla better be here," Lillith muttered, shoving the door open. A soft chime echoed through the space as the scent of maple syrup and brewing storm root coffee hit her like a nostalgic punch. And there she was. Twyla Duskroot stood behind the counter, apron dusted in flour, opal eyes gleaming like she knew everything. Her rose-gold curls were piled high in a mess that was somehow chic, and her wings flickered briefly into visibility before fading again. "Oh, my stars!" she gasped dramatically, flinging her arms wide. "The doomed lovers arrive." "Twyla," Lillith hissed. Dominic grinned. "Doomed, huh? That's dramatic, I like it." Twyla rounded the counter, flower-streaked and barefoot, like chaos incarnate. "I leave for one weekend to visit my cousin's hedge coven and y'all get soul-bound. You couldn't wait?" "How do you know already? Is it that obvious?" Dominic asked, cocky as ever, leaning against the breakfast counter like he owned the place. That smirk, all slow confidence and golden lion arrogance, made Lillith want to hex the wood right out from under his boots. Twyla's smile gleamed with wicked joy. "No, your betrothed sent me a message through firelight last night." "Don't call me that," Lillith hissed, dragging out each word like a warning. Her voice was low but sharp enough to slice ether. "And it was an accident," she added through gritted teeth, shooting a mortified glance toward the trio of old witches sipping their rose-charmed tea by the window, leaning in like a coven of enchanted pigeons. "Lillith summoned a fey prince," Dominic added like he was telling someone's embarrassing middle school story. "He cursed us for fun." "Oh, sweetie," Twyla drawled, sauntering from behind the counter and looping her arm through Lillith's. "You've got to stop collecting enemies like they're enchanted baseball cards." Before Lillith could protest, she was yanked into a booth. Dominic followed, obliged by curse and circumstance, and slid into the seat across from them with casual grace, his thigh brushing hers beneath the table. Twyla's eyes twinkled like fey-light. Lillith yanked her leg away, scowling. "So," Twyla purred, chin propped in her hand, "tell Auntie Twy everything." "There's nothing to tell," Lillith muttered, glaring down at the menu as if it personally offended her. "We're cursed. We're trying to break it." Dominic raised an eyebrow. "Speak for yourself." She whipped her head toward him, glare full of hexes. "Do you want me to test the exploding toe spell?" Twyla snorted. "Oh, I'm sure you're eager to be free of him. And here I thought you'd be thrilled to have a strong, shirtless protector at your side 24/7. Twyla. Lils, come on, you've spent the last decade treating emotional intimacy like it's a dark curse. Maybe this one's a gift-wrapped kick in the rear from the universe. Get laid. Loosen up." Lillith's jaw dropped. Her whole body lit up in a rage flush that ran from her collarbone to her scalp. "That is not helpful." Twyla grinned. "Oh, I think it's exactly what you needed to hear." She disappeared into the kitchen in a whirl of rose-scented flour and sass. Lillith sank into her seat like she'd been shot. "I hate her," she muttered. "No, you don't," Dominic said, calm as ever, sipping from the water carafe. "You love her." "Not right now." He chuckled, and the sound stirred something traitorous inside her, something warm and dangerous that she immediately shoved down. Twyla returned 10 minutes later with a plate of waffles that could solve world wars, stacked high, drizzled in enchanted honey that shimmered like sunlit water, whipped cream sculpted into tiny stars. Dominic inhaled his like a man cursed with hunger. Lillith pushed hers around her plate, appetite lost to fury and indignation. "All right," Twyla finally said, sliding into the booth beside Lillith. "Real talk? You're not going to break the curse with brute force." Lillith stiffened. "I can unravel it. If I isolate the spell threads—" "Nope," Twyla said, popping the P with relish. "Thaloran didn't tie you up with ordinary magic. This is legacy bonding, blood-threaded, fey-woven, tethered to soul patterning and reinforced with proximity seals." "I understood like half of that," Dominic mumbled around a bite of waffle. Twyla ignored him. "You and tall, golden, and aggravating are locked tighter than a moonstone vault. You'd need his consent, your willingness, and a celestial convergence to maybe break it." "I don't need permission," Lillith snapped. "I need to undo the curse." Twyla leaned in, suddenly serious. "You can't, not without unraveling part of yourself in the process. This thing, it's not just in your magic anymore, Lils. It's in you, all the way down." Lillith didn't speak. Couldn't. Because that was the part that scared her most, that this wasn't just some tether, that it was changing her, reaching into parts of herself she'd locked away long ago. They left soon after, quiet on the walk home. Twyla had given her a cinnamon scone for the road, enchanted to soothe nerves. It did not work. Back at the cottage, Lillith didn't hesitate. She stormed into the front room, dropped her scone on the counter, and grabbed her chalk, her sigil knife, and every last thread of stubborn fury she had left. Dominic followed, of course, lingering near the edge of the room with his arms crossed and a look that hovered between concern and curiosity. "We doing more summoning?" he asked. "No," she growled, kneeling on the floor. "I'm breaking this curse." He leaned on the wall. "Didn't Twyla say that's impossible?" "Since when do I listen to Twyla?" "Since always." She ignored him. The runes flowed from her like second nature, lines precise, energy taut as a drawn bowstring. Her voice dropped into the ancient cadence of spellcasting, every syllable tasting metallic on her tongue. She spoke the binding's name. She called to the old magics. She reached inward, felt the tethers thrum, and pulled, and the circle exploded. White-hot light burst outward. The floorboards cracked, smoke filled the room. Dominic yelped, she screamed, and then the world went still. Lillith lay flat on her back, blinking through haze, ears ringing. "Are you okay?" Dominic's voice came from above, muffled, worried. She coughed. "I think I hexed the floor." He extended a hand. She stared at it. Then, finally took it. His fingers were warm, steady. She hated how good it felt and especially hated how natural it was to accept the help. From him.
Chapter 5. Dominic. Dominic had always prided himself on three things: his lion's instincts, his devastating grin, and the fact that he'd never once let a situation get the better of him. He played life like a card game, where he always held the winning hand, and he never stuck around long enough to catch feelings. Until now. Now he was pacing outside Pines and Needles, a building that looked like it had once been a charming old cabin before it got overwhelmed by a spell storm and reassembled itself using magic, thrift store donations, and pure spite. It was the town's unofficial HQ for anything magical that didn't require licensing: book exchanges, ritual recommendations, gossip with a hint of prophecy, and the occasional illicit fey herb deal tucked inside an innocuous-looking poetry book. Normally, Dominic wouldn't be caught dead here. Too many dusty tomes, not enough action. But Marcus lived upstairs, and Marcus knew things. He was a wiry, sharp-tongued werewolf with graying curls, an extensive library, and a talent for uncovering inconvenient truths. He and Rowan, his mate, partner, and the only being in town calmer than tea, ran the shop and co-hosted the weekly mate counseling night, which by all accounts was half therapeutic advice and half matchmaking via enchanted tarot. Most of the town swore by them. A few swore at them, but that usually meant they didn't want to be called out. Marcus could sniff out a lie faster than a demon hound. Rowan, he was the quiet strength in the duo. Broad shoulders, warm hands, a voice so steady it could calm crying, spell babies and cranky forest spirits alike. Where Marcus cut with words, Rowan soothed with silence. Lillith was standing exactly 28 feet away. Dominic had counted, leaning against a twisted old lamppost, pretending to chat with Rowan, who had met them halfway up the road. She stood with her arms crossed, chin tilted just enough to say, "I don't care," while her fingers tapped an anxious rhythm against her sleeve. To anyone else, she probably looked as calm as a moonlit pond. But Dominic had been around enough apex predators to know when something was about to snap. Lilith's anger was quiet and sharp, a blade wrapped in silk. She was fighting herself as much as the situation, and he could feel it, coiling in the air between them like a live wire. She was circling her own cage, and if he was honest, he got it. He wasn't exactly thriving either. This curse? It was a logistical nightmare, a very intimate, very invasive logistical nightmare. He couldn't take 3 steps in the wrong direction without feeling a tightening in his chest, like someone had set a hook in his ribs and started pulling. His usual flings had no patience for someone constantly looking over his shoulder at a furious fae shadowing his every move. His reputation as a carefree, cocky ladies' man? Shot. His ability to sneak away for a one-night romp with the moon-bathed bartender from 2 towns over? Obliterated. And yet, some part of him, the reckless, curious part, was kind of enjoying this. Being tethered to someone who didn't fawn over him, didn't pretend to be impressed, who glared at him like he was a pest she couldn't hex fast enough. That was fascinating. She was the only woman he'd ever met who didn't melt under his grin. Lillith Verdan was made of sharper stuff, and she made the lion in him sit up and notice. But she was pissed. And he got it. Obviously, he wasn't thriving either. Curses were inconvenient. Curses with physical distance penalties? Even worse. It was like being leashed to someone with a schedule that never aligned with yours. Dominic couldn't go 3 paces without making sure he wasn't pulling her off course. Couldn't flirt with the charming new Faye Baker without Lillith glaring daggers through the poor man's cinnamon roll tray. His reputation? Shot. His privacy? Non-existent. His peace? Gone. And yet, part of him was entertained. Being cursed into proximity with a woman who didn't fawn over him, who fought back with wit and refused to flinch? Yeah, it scratched an itch he didn't know he had. A door creaked open behind him. Marcus stepped out, tall and lean, his weathered face lined with years of magical study and a few things he'd never spoken aloud. His salt and pepper hair was tied back, sleeves rolled, hands stained with ink and potion burn. "Come on in, Romeo," he said not unkindly, "before your leash yanks you sideways." Dominic snorted and followed him inside. The shop smelled like dust, old pine, and something citrusy he couldn't name. Books lined every surface, scrolls too, some floating on the air like they were too dignified to sit on shelves. "You want tea?" Marcus asked, already heading to the back counter. "Nah," Dominic said. "I want answers." Marcus raised an eyebrow but didn't argue. He poured 2 cups anyway and handed one over with a knowing look. Dominic took it, grudgingly. "So," Marcus began, sitting heavily in a creaky chair, "you summoned Thaloran?" "She summoned Thaloran," Dominic corrected, sitting across from him. "I just got in the way, like a very attractive magical lightning rod." Marcus chuckled. "And now?" "Now we're bonded, cursed. Can't be more than 30 feet apart or we get this tight, burning pressure in our chests. Feels like something's crushing our lungs." Marcus went quiet. His gaze drifted toward the window, where Rowan now leaned against Lillith, laughing softly. Lillith didn't laugh back, but her mouth twitched like it wanted to. Sounds like a proximity tether, but those don't usually trigger without permission. "Tell that to Thaloran," Dominic said, his tone darkening. "He said it was a punishment. For her, for both of us." Marcus leaned back, steepling his fingers. "You know what Thaloran was? A prince? A predator. One of the last high-blood fae who believed bonding magic should be used to control, not connect. The stories, well, most of them were hushed. But I've heard things. Dominic's jaw tensed. Like? Like he used to experiment with spell pairings. He'd bind couples together in the name of love, or war, or just amusement. Dominic felt the weight of that settle deep in his gut. So this isn't new. Not for him, Marcus said. But this, he gestured vaguely, feels different. Dominic raised a brow. How so? Marcus hesitated. There's a theory, he said slowly, that Thelorin could only activate a tether if the bond already existed on a soul level, that he couldn't make something out of nothing, just force it to the surface. Dominic went still. Are you telling me this curse works because I was already? I'm saying the magic doesn't lie, Marcus replied carefully, and the fact that neither of you are dead means your spirits accepted the link. Doesn't mean you're fated, doesn't mean you're not. Dominic laughed, sharp, hollow. That's real comforting. Marcus smiled slightly. Thought you didn't mind being stuck with her. I don't, Dominic muttered. Not all the time. She's not what you expected. Dominic looked toward the window again. She's impossible. But, he exhaled, but she's the only person I've met who doesn't give a damn about what I am. Not the lion, not the charm, not the past. Marcus studied him for a long time. That scares you. No, Dominic said. That's what makes it something I don't know what to do with. The shop door creaked. Rowan peeked in. Time's up. Lilith's starting to hum again. Dominic stood. Appreciate the insight. Dominic, Marcus said, voice firm. He looked back. Whatever this is, don't treat it like one of your games. You get one shot with someone like her. Dominic didn't reply, but his hand brushed the doorframe on the way out, grounding himself before stepping back into her orbit. She looked up as he approached, arms still crossed, eyes unreadable. Well, she asked. He smirked. Bad news. You're stuck with me. Oh, yay, she sighed sarcastically, but didn't walk away, which he'd decided was progress, even if technically she couldn't.
Chapter 6. Lilith. Lilith was cursed, literally, magically, emotionally, and possibly cosmically. And not just because of the soul tethering or the fey prince with a flair for drama. No, this was worse. This was domestic. She stood in the doorway to her guest room, her sanctuary of solitude, her sacred space of scented charm bags and books she never lent out, watching Dominic Kane stretch out on the freshly aired bed like he'd always belonged there. Don't wrinkle the quilt, she snapped. He turned his head lazily toward her, hair a mess of gold and shadows against her sage-green pillowcase. Wouldn't dream of it. Lilith muttered a word under her breath, just to keep her hands from glowing. The house had sealed the moment he stepped inside the room, literally sealed. Golden runes bloomed across the doorframe in swirling script, locking with a satisfied sigh like a gossiping aunt who finally got the tea she wanted. The air in the cottage shimmered faintly, content, as if it had been waiting for this exact arrangement and could now stop holding its metaphorical breath. It's not weird at all that my house is matchmaking now, she muttered, pacing into the hallway. Behind her, Dominic yawned. Pretty sure that's just good architecture. Pretty sure you're just smug because my windows like you. They do, don't they? She glared at the kitchen door as it creaked open just wide enough to let the scent of cinnamon float through. Betrayal, she whispered at the woodwork. I loved you. In the kitchen, the kettle started to boil. Lilith dragged her fingers through her hair, trying not to combust. They had no answers. No Hazel, no Twyla insight, no ancient grimoire that screamed, here's how to uncouple yourself from a magically binding curse forged by an ex-boyfriend-level fey prince with issues. Just questions, tension, and a growing headache shaped suspiciously like Dominic's lopsided grin. So they were going to have to do the unthinkable, get on with life. That meant sharing a home, respecting personal space, and trying not to murder each other over whose turn it was to steep the night tea. It also meant accepting the consequences of being two magically bound adults living in a town where privacy was a myth and every fence had ears. She found that out the next morning. She was elbow-deep in potion prep, her hair pinned messily atop her head and lavender stains smeared across her knuckles, when someone knocked. Not a normal knock, a specific knock, the kind that came in sets of 3, followed by a pause, then 2 more for flair. "Oh no," she muttered. Dominic was shirtless and barefoot, sipping something out of a mug labeled emotionally hexed but hot about it, as he leaned in the doorway. "You gonna get that?" "No," she said flatly. He grinned and opened the door for her anyway. A blast of honeyed warmth hit her in the face. "Good morning, lovebirds," chirped Matilda Pinewick, the town's most notoriously nosy baker and self-proclaimed blessings warden of Celestial Pines. She stood on the doorstep in a cloak embroidered with sugar runes, holding a basket that literally glowed. "I brought you a mating muffin," she declared, thrusting the basket into Lilith's arms. "I'm not mated," Lillith said through gritted teeth. "Course not, yet." Matilda winked, eyes twinkling. "But everyone knows the cottage sealed and you two can't leave at the moment. That's a sign. My great-uncle's barn did the same thing when he fell for a banshee." Dominic took a bite of his toast and didn't even try to look innocent. Lillith wanted to hex her own front yard. Matilda's eyes danced between them. "So, what's next? Wedding? Naming ceremony? Or just the old-fashioned forest bonding under a full moon?" Lillith made a noise that might have been a scream or a spell and slammed the door shut. Behind her, Dominic chuckled. "So, muffins?" She turned and hurled the glowing basket at his head. By noon, 3 more people had dropped off variations of blessing treats, including a bundt cake that sang when you sliced it, and Lillith was ready to bury herself in her herb garden for the next decade. She retreated to her apothecary corner, muttering to herself as she alphabetized the nerve-soothing blends. Dominic had the audacity to follow, leaning in the doorway with that casual swagger she hated noticing. "You okay?" he asked. "No," she muttered, not turning around. "I'm cursed. And now I have a song cake. This is my nightmare." He scratched his bicep, voice surprisingly quiet. "It's not that bad." "You snore like a thunder god," she said without thinking, "and you used my ceremonial towel to dry your hair." "It was fluffy." She spun, ready to unleash something scathing, but his expression stopped her. He wasn't grinning this time. He was watching her, really watching her, like she was a puzzle he wanted to solve, not a problem he wanted to avoid. It unnerved her more than the curse. "What?" she said, voice sharp. He shook his head, smiling faintly. "Nothing, just, you look different when you're mad. Kind of like you're about to summon a second moon." She blinked. "That's not a compliment." "Sure it is." His gaze dropped to her ink-stained fingers, then back up. "You're powerful. You don't hide it. That's rare." She didn't know what to say to that, so she glared instead. "Stay 30 feet away unless you want me to enchant your shoes to squeak every time you blink." He held up his hands in surrender but didn't leave. The tension buzzed between them like a brewing storm, but it wasn't the same sharpness it had been before. It was heavier, the kind that wrapped around her instead of barbing into her, and she hated it.
Chapter 7. Dominic. Dominic hadn't expected domestic captivity to suit him, but here he was, day 4 in Lilith's hyper-warded, mood-swingy little cottage. And he hadn't so much as attempted murder. Not even once. That felt like growth. It should have been torture. No space, no girls, no night patrols or fights with goblin smugglers in the Whispering Woods. Just one incredibly annoyed fae with a vocabulary sharp enough to skin flesh from bone, and a wardrobe full of aggressively soft sweaters. And cats, magic cats. That judged him like they'd been appointed by the Moonlit Pact itself. He sat cross-legged on the braided rug in the living room, flipping through a local grimoire he'd stolen from the bookshelf without asking. The spine crackled in protest. It hadn't been opened in decades. It was filled with swirling script and half-faded ink that talked more in riddles than straight facts. Typical. "What are you looking for?" Lillith asked from somewhere behind him. Her voice was that usual mix of suspicion and weary tolerance. He smirked without looking up. "Answers, forbidden knowledge, maybe a love potion." "I have poison instead." Dominic laughed and turned his head. She was standing in the kitchen, her hair piled in a loose bun, glasses perched low on her nose for the intricate things she claimed she was doing, and a tea towel slung over her shoulder like she owned the entire Coven Council. The sight shouldn't have done anything to him. It did. Everything she did lately did. They weren't fighting like they had at first, weren't circling like wolves with something to prove. They still sniped at each other, sure, but it wasn't as barbed. More familiar, teasing even. They moved around each other with unspoken ease. She left the sugar out because he hated his tea bitter. He didn't touch the lavender drawer because she muttered hexes at it when he did. This weird, enchanted house was slowly shifting. He could feel it in the way doors creaked open more easily when they were in the same room, how the lights dimmed sweetly during their nightly tea sessions, and how the floorboards didn't creak when they crossed paths now. It was like the house itself was rooting for them, a fact he found both hilarious and vaguely threatening. He shut the book with a thump and stood stretching. "What's the over-under on us not committing homicide this week?" Lillith shot him a side glance over her mug. "Honestly, better than expected." Dominic grinned. "So, I'm growing on you. Like mold." "Admit it," he said, striding toward her. "You'd miss me if I poofed." "Only if the poof was dramatic. Smoke, sparkles, maybe an apology note." He was close now. Closer than 30 feet, naturally, but also closer than a man with wandering hands and a history of not staying put usually let himself get. She didn't back away. He noticed the edge of her journal peeking out from under a folded tea towel on the kitchen table. It had been there earlier too, but now it was flipped open, just barely. Curiosity tugged harder than caution. He reached out. Lillith stiffened. Too late, he saw. Little lion paw prints scattered across the page in neat little rows. Some mid-step, some curled as if at rest. No writing, just quiet sketches. Simple, detailed. "You were drawing me?" he asked, voice dropping. She flushed and reached for the journal, but he beat her to it, fingers brushing hers. The spark between them flared. Not literal magic, but close enough to make his lion stir under his skin as he took the journal to get a better look. "Just doodles," she said too fast. "My hand was restless." She was up and in his face trying to get her journal back as he held it just out of reach. Dominic couldn't help but smirk at the sketches, but then he looked at her, the freckles across her nose, the stubborn tilt of her chin, the faint smudge of ink on her cheek where she'd clearly rubbed her face mid-sketch. "I don't mind," he said softly. She blinked. "You're not going to tease me." "Thought about it, but then I remembered I'm not a complete jerk." She scoffed. "Debatable." They were standing far too close now. Her breath brushed his neck. The air thickened between them, wrapped in tension and something just left of affection. His hand twitched toward her cheek as his other slowly lowered the journal to her level. Her lips parted. He leaned in. Everything still until yowl, crash, bang. From the parlor, two glowing blurs launched themselves into the room like feline missiles. Peony and Biscuit, Lilith's enchanted house guardians, tore across the floor, tails sparking with minor ward magic. One leapt straight at Dominic's thigh. "Hell, ow!" "Biscuit, no!" Lillith cried, diving to intercept. Peony took advantage of the distraction to sink her illusory claws into Dominic's boot. Not painful, but definitely inconvenient. "They sense heightened emotional spikes," Lillith panted, holding a wriggling Biscuit to her chest. "You triggered a defense protocol." "I looked at you." "You almost kissed me," she snapped, face red as a love potion gone wrong. He straightened his shirt with a grunt. "You weren't exactly dodging." She pointed a finger. "Don't you dare finish that sentence." He raised his hands in surrender. "Not saying a word." Peony finally released her hostage and padded smugly to the corner. Lillith blew a curl out of her face and sighed. I need a vacation. We're on house arrest. That counts. You're impossible. And yet here I am, still not hexed. She shoved past him to the stove and snatching her journal, muttering about tea and curses and how she should have summoned a goat instead. Dominic stood in the middle of the room, one hand still tingling from where it almost touched her cheek. His lion was pacing again, tail lashing with anticipation. It was getting harder to tell if the tether was keeping them together or just giving them permission to finally close the distance.
Chapter 8. Lillith. The cottage had finally unsealed itself with a reluctant sigh, like even the magic was tired of their bickering. Lillith hadn't realized how much she missed the simple act of walking outside, feeling the ground breathe beneath her boots, the weight of the woods pressing in like a familiar hug. She'd always loved her home, loved the quiet charm of its creaky floors and herb-drenched air. But being trapped with Dominic Kane in such close quarters had made even the coziest corner feel like a cage. Now that they could move beyond her garden without triggering a curse-induced migraine, she didn't hesitate. She needed space, answers, air that hadn't been recycled through Dominic's smirks and lion-sized ego. Not that he was far, he couldn't be, but at least now she could pretend they weren't tethered at the soul. And Echo Woods, wild, ancient, whispering Echo Woods, seemed to sense her need. Today the air was thick with voices, not wind, not animals, not the rustle of dry leaves under boot soles. No, these were the kinds of whispers that wrapped around your spine, soft as silk and twice as dangerous. Words half heard, truths half known, carried on the hush of old magic, the kind that pressed against your ribs like a secret trying to get out. Lillith had walked these woods hundreds of times. Alone, mostly, sometimes with Twyla if there was an eclipse or a strong moon pull, but never like this, never with him. She glanced over her shoulder. Dominic wasn't far, couldn't be. His boots crunched quietly just behind hers, 30 feet being the edge of their invisible leash. Still, the space between them felt more crowded than it should have, like the air had rearranged itself to fit the shape of him. He didn't speak for once, just watched the trees, the worn path, her back. They were looking for signs, anything the spirits might cough up, answers, direction, a way to untangle the binding spell that had turned their lives into a soap opera with magical claws. The path narrowed as they reached a patch where moonlight poured through the branches like a sieve of silver. The trees here bent slightly inward, trunks older than some kingdoms, bark split and shimmering faintly with moss and old enchantments. Lillith slowed. Dominic stopped with her. This where the creepy part starts? She glanced at him. His smile was half-hearted this time, like he was trying to be funny but not really feeling it. It's always been the creepy part, she murmured, voice low. It just doesn't mind me as much. They walked on. After a few steps, she spoke again. You know, I've lived here my whole life. I figured. You've been here, 5 years? 6, he corrected, stepping around a root. Moved after the mess with the Appalachian Pride. Needed out. Hazel offered sanctuary. The rest is cozy paranormal history. She hummed. We've never really talked. No, he agreed. We've circled, thrown shade. I think you threatened to hex my car once. You parked in front of the moon market during the blood moon, she said flatly. You could have disrupted every ward in a 2-mile radius. He chuckled. See, that's the kind of thing normal people don't say. I'm not normal people. Clearly. She smirked despite herself, but it was strange, wasn't it? Knowing someone so well from a distance. Knowing their voice in a crowd, the way they held a drink, the tilt of their smirk, without ever sharing a real conversation. That was small-town life. You knew of people, but not with them. And Dominic Kane, he'd always been one of those of people. Loud, golden, that lion swagger and easy charm that made the cafe witches sigh and the shifter council groan. She hadn't thought much of him. Until now. Until the woods started speaking. A chill gust curled between them. Not cold exactly, but heavy, like something watching. Lillith stopped beside an old pine. Its bark was scarred with sigils, old ones, moonborn. She pressed a hand to the trunk. Magic pulsed beneath her palm like a slow heartbeat. The whispers changed. Fate, bond, mate, curse. She flinched and snatched her hand back. Dominic was already moving toward her. What is it? They're talking. The trees. The spirits. Her voice was thin. They know. He didn't touch her, but his presence got closer, steadying. Know what? That we're... She couldn't say the word. Linked. Bound. Cursed with some version of fated connection neither of them wanted to unpack too deeply. He looked at the tree, then her. Did they say how to break it? She shook her head. Just whispered about love and choice and losing. A beat passed. I don't like that last one, he said quietly. She didn't either, not one bit. They walked again, slower this time. The path led them to a clearing where foxfire glowed beneath the roots, illuminating patches of ground with pale blue light. Lillith stepped onto a stone at the center and knelt, tracing her fingers over a crescent-shaped carving. Dominic stood behind her. This spot means something? It's a seer's altar, she said. Hazel used to bring me here when I was little, said the veil thins on moonlight like this. That sometimes, if you ask gently, the forest answers. You gonna ask it? She paused. I think it already did. He crouched beside her, forearms resting on his knees. Close, not touching. What if it's right? He asked, voice quiet. What if this isn't a curse? She turned to him. You want it to be real? His eyes met hers. I want to know what you want. That threw her. She blinked, unsure what to say. She wanted answers. She wanted peace. She wanted him to stop looking at her like she was something soft, something his lion could curl around and keep. She didn't want to admit how much she liked that look. Suddenly, a breeze stirred the clearing. Petals, not from any tree she recognized, spun through the air and landed at her feet. Pink, soft, glowing faintly. Dominic plucked one off her shoulder. This feel like a curse to you? She took it from him slowly. It feels like a trap. He tilted his head. Not every trap is a bad one. Their eyes locked again. The pull between them wasn't just magical anymore. It was them. The way his voice lowered when he asked questions that mattered. The way her name softened on his tongue now. Not a curse, but something close to curiosity. He was arrogant and reckless and too smooth for his own good, but he was here, walking the woods, listening to the trees, and she was letting him. They didn't kiss. Not this time. But she didn't step away either. And when they left the clearing, their steps matched. Like they'd done this before, lifetimes ago, and were just remembering how.
Chapter 9. Dominic. Dominic wasn't one for self-reflection. It got messy, always led to places he didn't want to linger, like memories of betrayal or that tight space under his ribs that hadn't stopped aching since the bond formed. He preferred action. Punching something, shifting, running through the trees at night. Anything but feelings. But now with Lillith barely 30 feet ahead, weaving through the lantern-lit stacks of pines and needles, and the ghost of her laughter still caught on the edge of his hearing, he was drowning in feelings. It was their second visit to the shop that week. Celestial Pines might have been built on magic and moonlight, but it ran on gossip and rituals. The only place to get both in equal measure was Marcus and Rowan's bookstore. Tonight it was mostly empty, save for a few enchanted broomsticks that sorted scrolls along the top shelves. "Dom, come on," Lillith called without turning. "We don't have all night." He watched her move, sharp angles softened by the lazy sway of her hips. Goddess help him, he was falling, and he didn't fall. He followed her, stopping at the carved archway separating the cozy reading lounge from the kitchen nook. Marcus, ever the gracious host, waved them through with a wine glass in one hand and an oversized sweater swallowing his thin frame. His laugh echoed lightly behind them as Lillith slipped into conversation with him, the two settling near the fireplace like old conspirators. Dominic's gaze shifted. Rowan stood near the tea station, sleeves rolled, whisking something herbal and definitely enchanted. "Lion boy," Rowan greeted with a grin. "Tea or teeth-gritting silence?" Dominic chuckled, the corner of his mouth curling. "Surprise me." Rowan poured him a mug and gestured toward the back porch. "Come on, you look like a man about to chew his own tail." They stepped outside into the cool night, mist curling along the railing, the scent of rosemary and old bark lingering in the air. The stars were faint, hiding behind thick clouds, but the glow of fey lanterns lit the porch in soft golds and blues. Dominic leaned against the rail, sipping the tea. It was too sweet, but it worked. "So," Rowan said, folding himself into the hanging chair opposite him, "you gonna tell me what's got your mane in a twist?" Dom hesitated, then sighed. "You ever realize your instincts might kill you?" Rowan arched a brow. "You're gonna have to narrow that down." "My lion," he said, "he's getting possessive. Not in a bad way, yet, but it's there, that edge. The want to protect her, touch her, keep her close." Rowan hummed. "And the problem?" "She's Lilith," he muttered. "She doesn't even like my face. And I've got a great face." Rowan smirked. "You do, in a smug, chiseled, probably has his own theme song kind of way." Dom grunted. "We're bonded, but it's more than that. She was in the forest earlier, talking to spirits, and all I could think about was what I'd do if something went wrong." Rowan's expression sobered. "It's your nature. We're shifters. Our instincts don't care about emotional nuance. Bond magic enhances that, makes it primal." "Yeah, well," Dominic sipped again, "it's not just instincts." She drew lion paws in her journal. "She listens when I talk. She doesn't roll her eyes as hard. He looked up. "It's not supposed to feel this real." Rowan tilted his head. "Because you're used to women who fall at your feet, not ones who challenge you." "Exactly." Dominic's grin was faint, but the humor didn't quite meet his eyes. "Dom," Rowan said, voice softening like the mist curling over the porch rail, "what your pride did to you, that wasn't love. That was control. Lilith, she's freedom, even when she's driving you up the walls." Dominic didn't answer right away. His thumb traced the rim of the mug in his hands, the warmth of the tea seeping into his skin, but not quite touching the cold spot deep in his chest, the one that had never really gone away. "My alpha, he wasn't just my leader. He was like a second father, groomed me for leadership, trusted me with everything, right up until the day I disagreed with him." Rowan said nothing, just watched him. Dominic exhaled, a sound that wasn't quite a sigh. "One decision, one call I made to protect someone in the pride who didn't deserve what was coming. And suddenly I was a threat, exiled, cast out like I was diseased." His voice was flat, but there was steel under it, and bitterness too. "Most of the others followed, or pretended it hadn't happened. I stopped existing for them overnight, like loyalty meant nothing." Rowan's jaw tightened. "I remember. I don't talk about it because it sounds like whining, but it wasn't just betrayal, Ro. It was being stripped of who I was, my home, my people, my purpose. And ever since, I don't let anyone in too deep. Can't afford to." Rowan nodded slowly. "Because if you do, and they turn on you, it'll destroy me, again." The words hung between them like frost. Dominic didn't look up. "She doesn't want this bond," he said, voice lower now. "And even if she did, I don't know if I can be what she needs. What if I mess this up too? What if letting her in is the thing that breaks me this time?" There it was, the truth that had been clawing at the inside of his ribs since the moment her hand first brushed his, since the forest whispered secrets to her and his heart howled like it recognized her name. "You're not broken, Dom," Rowan said gently. "You're scared, and that's fine. But love isn't supposed to be safe. It's supposed to be real." Dominic chuckled, a rough sound that caught in his throat. Sounds terrifying. It is, Rowan said, grinning. But you've already survived hell. This? He tilted his head toward the house, where Lilith's voice faintly echoed through the walls. This could be home, if you let it. Dominic looked down at the tea again, at his scarred knuckles and weathered hands. I'm scared I'll ruin it, he whispered. Rowan laughed then, low and fond. Welcome to being in love. Dominic choked on his tea. Nope. Take that back. Nope. Too late, Rowan said, smug as sin. You're gone, big guy. Before Dominic could argue, the door creaked open and Lilith appeared, wrapped in a blanket, her face unreadable. We should go, she said. Marcus gave me some things to try. Dominic stood. You good? She hesitated before nodding. Yeah. But as they walked home, barely inches apart under the whispering trees, her fingers brushed his once, and it felt nice.
Chapter 10. Lilith. Lilith had been staring at the same page for nearly 15 minutes. The rune diagrams were starting to blur together like smudged chalk, the ancient symbols dancing in the margins of her book, like they knew she was too tired to focus. She shoved her hair out of her face and leaned her elbows on the table, rubbing at her temples with the heels of her palms. Soul-binding theory, page 162 on the book Marcus let her borrow. Tethered transference between unwilling participants may be temporarily muted by binding counter-charms involving shared emotional intent and equilibrium of power. She snorted. Equilibrium. There was nothing equal about this situation. She was a solitary fae with a sharp tongue and trust issues. He was a smug lion shifter who looked like trouble and smelled like warm pine and sin. They were a disaster wrapped in a magical incident, and somehow the cottage hadn't exploded yet. Progress? The table in her cottage was cluttered with open tomes, scribbled notes, half-melted candles, and a single sad muffin, left over from the blessing muffin she'd gotten the day the cottage sealed itself. It was now too stale to eat, but too blessed to toss. Her finger traced one of the rune sigils she'd drawn in charcoal, her brow furrowed as she whispered the pronunciation aloud. It didn't hum, didn't spark, just sat there on the parchment, lifeless and quiet. She sighed, sinking back in her chair. The woods were whispering again, or maybe it was just in her head. She didn't know what was worse anymore, being stuck inside with Dominic, or feeling like the outside was closing in on them faster than either of them could decode. A knock interrupted her spiraling thoughts. She blinked, glanced toward the door, then frowned. He wouldn't knock. Lil? Dominic's voice came from the other side of the archway between the kitchen and dining room. Don't hex me, but I may have done something mildly thoughtful. She turned, suspicious. Define mildly. He stepped into view with a grin and a takeout bag dangling from his fingertips. Had Twyla delivered dinner, before you turn into a cursed skeleton at the table? She blinked at him. You ordered me food? I mean, technically I bribed her with a leftover piece of enchanted cheesecake, but yes, food, for you. He walked the bag over and set it down with exaggerated care. She said to tell you this is her settling down special. She's insufferable, Lilith muttered, already pulling out the container and catching a waft of roasted vegetables, herbed rice, and something that smelled suspiciously like magic-infused honey drizzle. And yet, Dominic said, pulling out the second container and claiming a seat across from her, you still talk to her more than anyone else in town. Because she's the only one nosy enough to keep up with me, she said, but her lips twitched. They ate in silence for a few minutes, the kind that didn't press or prod, the kind that let the clink of forks and the occasional sigh do the talking. Dominic broke it first. You've been at this since breakfast. I don't like being out of answers, she said, pushing rice around her plate. Or control, he added. She shot him a look. You want to be hexed or hugged right now? Depends. Does the hex come with dessert? She let out an annoyed sigh, but she didn't argue. Didn't even scowl. That had to count for something. Dominic leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his broad chest. "You always been like this?" She glanced up. "Like what?" "Sharp, tightly wound, bristly." "Wow. Compliment me harder." "I mean it," he said, voice softening. "You don't let people in easy." She hesitated, then set her fork down. "Where I come from, letting people in is how you get ripped apart." His gaze didn't leave hers. "Same." She swallowed. For a second, the room felt smaller, warmer, like the fire had kicked up in the hearth even though she hadn't touched it. "You ever think," he added, tone a shade quieter, "that maybe we got bound for a reason?" "I think," she said, voice tight, "that if there is a reason, it's laughing at us." He huffed a soft laugh. "Maybe, but still." Still. She didn't answer, couldn't. Instead, she stood, taking their now empty plates to the sink. Her hands were shaking, just a little, just enough. Dominic followed her, of course, because he couldn't not. That damned tether tugged like a leash every time he drifted more than a few strides away. But this time, she didn't mind the closeness. She felt his warmth at her back, not invasive, but steady. Present. "You're good at this," he said, watching her rinse the plates. "Caring about things, even when they hurt." She paused. "I don't care about everything." "But you care about this." She turned slowly, water dripping from her fingers. "What this are you talking about?" He shrugged, eyes meeting hers. "All of it. The curse, the town, me." Her breath caught. For a second, neither of them moved. Then he reached up, brushing a damp curl from her cheek. The touch was barely there, light, reverent, like he was scared to press too hard. "Dominic." "I know," he murmured. "I'm not asking for anything, just—" His hand dropped. "Just don't look at me like I'm the enemy." She exhaled. The air between them shifted, thickened. "I don't," she whispered. Their eyes met, and maybe they were starting to see each other clearly.
Chapter 11. Dominic. The storm hit just after dusk. 1 second, Dominic was tossing another log onto the fire, while Lillith rummaged through her bookshelf for something called Moonbound Mystics Volume 3, and the next, the sky cracked wide open with a roar that sent every bird in the trees screaming. It wasn't a normal storm. He could feel it. Magic clung to the air like static, thick and buzzing, pressing against his skin like too tight armor. The sky outside had turned a surreal, violent green, pulsing with arcs of lightning that didn't strike so much as coil like serpents above the treetops. He stood at the window, muscles tense, the hair on the back of his neck standing at attention. Behind him, Lilith's voice was tight. "That's not natural." "Nope," he agreed, jaw clenched. "That's spellborn. Someone pissed off the wrong witch." A pulse of heat rolled through the cottage, the wards reacting to the shift outside. He turned to her. "You've got a storm ward, right?" She nodded, but there was doubt in her eyes. "It's not meant for this level." Another boom shook the ground, more like an explosion than thunder. The lights flickered once, twice, and then went out. Lilith swore under her breath and moved quickly, hands already working through the dark to find the emergency candles. Dominic followed her, instinct thrumming in his bones. "I'll check the perimeter," he said. "You can't go far," she reminded him, tone sharp with worry. "I won't." He squeezed her shoulder. "Just the edge of the porch." The moment he stepped outside, the storm met him like a challenge. Wind lashed through the trees with banshee screams, hurling branches and debris across the clearing. The scent of burning magic hit Dominic's nose. Sulfur, ozone, and the bitter tang of bloodroot, all of it wrong. He stilled, every muscle coiled. "What the hell are you?" he muttered to the air, low and feral. The wind answered, not with words, but with a sound that rumbled through the bones of the earth itself. A howl stretched thin by something ancient and furious. Then, as if the night split at the seams, a shape peeled itself from the tree line. black as pitch, woven from smoke and sparks, its limbs too long, too fluid, like the memory of a beast more than a body. It moved like it remembered being a wolf, but it wasn't, not anymore. Its eyes glowed ember red, and they locked onto Dominic like a predator recognizing another. It lunged. He shifted mid-motion, the change ripping through him with a roar that felt half pain, half release. Gold flared, muscles snapped and thickened, bones cracked into place. The lion hit the clearing with enough force to rattle the porch beams, claws digging into soft earth. Fangs bared in a snarl that reverberated through the storm. They collided in a spray of sparks and shadow. Dominic's claws sank into the creature's shoulder, if it even had one, but it didn't bleed. It shrieked, the sound like metal grinding on bone, and coiled around him, biting and tearing with shadow fangs that seared like lightning. He fought like his life depended on it, because it did. The creature twisted, smoke curling like tendrils around his limbs, trying to smother him, pull him apart molecule by molecule. But Dominic was built for war, for protection, for fury. He slammed it into the ground, claws raking through what little substance it had, and it shrieked again, louder, more desperate, not dying, fading. Still, not before one of its claws raked across his shoulder in a swipe of fire and agony. He roared, a sound that tore the night in half. The creature shattered, vanished into mist, and Dominic collapsed to one knee, panting hard, his chest heaving. The wound burned deep, blood slicking his fur. Magic sizzled in his veins like static trying to escape. It wasn't just a cursed storm. This was targeted. This was a message. Something or someone had sent that creature straight for him. Straight for them. He staggered to his feet, still in lion form, the world swimming around him in shades of pain and adrenaline. He heard her before he saw her. "Dominic!" Lillith stood in the doorway, the storm whipping her hair wild, candlelight flickering behind her like a halo. Her nightgown clung to her frame in the rain, but her eyes, gods, her eyes were wide and terrified and locked on him. She'd seen it. She'd seen him. He tried to shift back. Pain lanced down his spine. He grit his teeth and forced it, golden light flaring around him as his body snapped and folded inward, leaving him kneeling in the mud, human again, bleeding. He staggered toward her. "Get inside," he rasped. "You're hurt." "Not the worst I've had." His voice was rough but steady. She didn't wait for permission. She crossed the distance in 3 steps, reaching for him, trying to take his weight. "You reckless idiot," she whispered. "You shifted." He blinked down at her. "I what?" "You shifted? Fully." Her voice trembled. "I saw it. I saw you." And the way she said it, it wasn't afraid. It wasn't judgment. It was awe. The kind that came from seeing something you'd only read about in storybooks and half believed might be real. The kind that curled into your bones and stayed there. He swallowed. "Well, I didn't want you to have all the dramatic moments." A shaky laugh escaped her, and she looped her arm around his waist, helping him toward the porch. He let her. It wasn't a matter of pride. It was survival. But more than that, it was her. Inside, the storm battered the cottage, rain slashing at the windows like knives, thunder crawling across the sky. The magic of the house held strong, but it hummed at the edges like it wasn't sure how much longer it could stand. She helped him to the couch, then stepped back, eyes flicking down to the blood soaking through his shirt. "I'll get the salves," she said, voice tight. He nodded but stayed silent, listening to her retreat into the kitchen. The wound throbbed, sharp and hot. Not fatal, but enough to remind him how fast everything could change. That hadn't been an ordinary storm beast. That thing had weight, purpose, rage. "Someone sent that storm on purpose to us," he hissed through clenched teeth as he tried to not move too much. Lillith looked worried for once, and he didn't like that. He liked her answer even less. "Thaloran." The Fey Prince didn't do anything halfway, and he damn sure didn't send smoke wolves as weather decorations. "This is about the curse. About us," she almost whispered. Dominic leaned back, letting his head hit the cushion. His chest ached, not just from the wound, from everything. The shift, the storm. Her eyes when she looked at him, not with pity or fear, but something that looked dangerously like belief. She'd seen the lion, and she hadn't run. He closed his eyes and listened to the storm. Somewhere deep in his chest, something settled, something old, something instinctual. Whatever this was, it was bigger than both of them now, and it wasn't going away. The question was why.
Chapter 12. Lillith. The cottage hummed with the storm's aftermath. Candlelight flickering shadows across worn wood and crooked shelves, the scent of ozone and charred magic still clinging to the air. Outside, the wind had dulled to a restless whisper, rain tapping softly on the roof like a heartbeat slowing down after a sprint. Lillith stood in the kitchen doorway, pressing a cool cloth to her chest, as if it could quiet the thunder still rolling in her ribs. He'd shifted, fully. Not half-shifts or aggressive snarls that flickered with beast beneath the skin. No, this had been all lion, fur and fury and golden light, slamming into that shadow like the embodiment of rage and protection. And it had been for her. She found him where she'd left him, half sunk into the couch cushions, his eyes closed, but brows still tight with pain. His shirt clung to him in bloodied patches, the claw mark across his chest raw and angry beneath it. "You need to lie flat," she said gently, setting her supplies on the table beside him. His eyes cracked open. "You gonna yell at me for saving your life?" "I haven't decided yet." He huffed a laugh, then winced. "Okay, maybe no laughing. That hurts." "Then don't be funny." She knelt beside him, careful and clinical, but the sight of him, strong and wounded, still trying to be cocky, it made her have to steady herself for a moment. "You shifted," she whispered, not meaning to say it out loud. "You keep saying that like I did it on purpose," he muttered. "It's not usually something I can just flip on like a light switch." She hesitated, soaking a strip of charmed linen in calming balm. "Then why now?" He looked at her then, really looked, and something unspoken passed between them. "You were in danger," he said simply. That was it. No posturing, no joke, just truth. Her throat tightened. She reached forward and peeled the fabric of what was left of his shirt away. He didn't even flinch. She cleaned the wound with a careful touch, the skin around it already reacting to the salve with faint sparks of gold where his magic tried to knit him back together. He watched her in silence, heat in his gaze that made her hands shake just slightly. "You always this good at patching people up?" he asked, voice quieter now. "No," she murmured. "Usually it's enchanted rats or a rogue dryad with splinters. You're the first person who's bled on my sofa." "Glad I could be your first." She wanted to be annoyed but couldn't stop the smile from twitching at her lips. "Don't make me hex you. You're already half dead." "Only half," he said, his grin crooked and far too charming for someone that had fought a demon 10 minutes ago. "Still got enough blood to be a menace." She pressed the bandage firmly against his skin, leaning in closer. "Be a quiet menace." He didn't move, didn't pull away, just looked up at her like he was seeing something different now, like he was learning her. "You're not afraid," he said suddenly. "Of what?" "Of me. The lion. What I am." "I've always known what you are," she said, voice soft but sure. "You're not a monster, Dominic. You're just more. And just because you're the only lion shifter in town doesn't make you a leper." She went to move away, to grab another bandage, but his hand reached up, calloused fingers brushing lightly along her jaw. It was tentative, reverent, like he wasn't sure he was allowed. She froze. "I don't know what this bond means," he said, barely above a whisper. "But I know I don't hate it. Not anymore, and I don't hate you." Her lips parted, words she hadn't planned rising to the edge, but she couldn't get them out. Her heart beat too loud. His thumb grazed her cheekbone. She tilted toward him without meaning to, but then a pulse of magic rippled between them, soft and electric, like a held breath finally exhaled. Candles flared once, then steadied. Somewhere deep in the walls the cottage sighed. They sprang apart like they'd been shocked. Lillith stood, clearing her throat, suddenly hyper-aware of everything. The heat of her skin, the weight of his gaze, the silence pressing close again. "We should talk about Thalarin," she said too quickly. Dominic sat up slower, grimacing. "We should talk about what the hell that shadow thing was. It moved like a curse, but it fought like a beast, and it didn't bleed." She nodded, clutching her arms around herself. "Which means it wasn't conjured. It was given, shaped by something older. Fae." His jaw tightened. "Thalarin?" She nodded. "He knew what he was doing when he cursed us. This bond. It's not just a punishment. It's protection. Or leverage. He marked us." "Yes," she said, voice low. "And I don't know why." He looked up at her then, the candlelight catching gold in his eyes. "I don't think it's just him," he said. "That thing wasn't just meant to kill. It was meant to test, to see how we fought, if we'd survive. Or if we'd break." The storm outside faded into silence. Just the occasional drip from the eaves and the steady pulse of candlelight in the corners. She looked at him. This man she'd known in passing for years, always circling but never close. Always heard about, snapped at, but never real. And now he was the most real thing in her world. "I'll get more tea," she said. But even as she turned away, she felt the pulse of his presence follow, never more than 30 feet, never less than a breath away. Now, though, after tonight and even maybe before, it didn't feel like a curse anymore.
Chapter 13. Dominic. Sleep had proven to be elusive, especially when every time he closed his eyes, all he saw was her. Lillith, eyes full of stormlight and fear, framed in candlelight with her hand over his heart like she could will it steady. And it had worked. Dominic lay sprawled across the guest bed, blankets kicked halfway to the floor, one arm flung over his face. The sunrise bled orange through the window panes, casting long shadows across the wooden floorboards. His shoulder still throbbed, but not from the wound. It was her absence. He'd woken up alone. He couldn't hear her shuffling around the kitchen, humming off-key or talking to her enchanted kettle like it was a roommate with opinions. He sat up fast. Pain speared down his side, sudden and sharp, like someone had lit a fuse behind his ribs. "Lillith!" he called out, voice already tight. No answer. He stood staggered and stumbled toward the door, one hand on the wall. Every inch he moved felt like the air was pressing in, thick and suffocating. He heard her suddenly gasp from the other end of the cottage, a choked cry, raw and startled. He barely made it 3 steps before the floor buckled under him, or it could be that his body was giving out. Either way, he dropped to his knees with a snarl, clutching his side as white-hot pain flared. The tether between them snapped taut. Seconds later, she barreled into view, barefoot and wild-eyed, hair tangled from sleep. "Dominic!" She rushed to him, dropping to her knees. "What were you thinking?" "I just needed air," he lied with a groan. "Didn't think I'd get smacked by the bond like it owed me money." He didn't want her to think that he had panicked by her not being there. "You idiot," she whispered, grabbing his face, checking his pupils. "You can't go that far, not without me. You know that." "Was trying to avoid you," he grunted, half laughing. "Turns out fate's got a twisted sense of humor." Her hands trembled where they held him, and for a second, just a flicker, he thought she might lean in, might kiss him, maybe finally give in. But then she stood. "Get dressed," she snapped. "We're going into town." 15 minutes later, they were halfway down Hollow Creek Lane, weaving around potholes and enchanted chickens that refused to stay in their pens. Lillith moved with purpose, clutching a worn leather satchel to her side. He kept pace behind her, not because he was following, but because she'd threatened to hex him if he wandered more than 10 feet. The tension between them was palpable, thick, like unspoken things coiled in the air, waiting to strike. "You gonna tell me what this new ritual is supposed to do?" he asked, breaking the silence. "Hopefully reveal Thalarin's true intent," she muttered. "Or at least stop the bond from trying to murder us when you decide to sneak off for solo brooding." "Brooding's in my nature," he replied. "I'm a Leo. Comes with the mane." She snorted but didn't smile. He hated how he missed it already. The town square was bustling, afternoon market in full swing. Spells hung in the air like glitter, smoke, charms for good harvest, love, and the occasional pie ward. People smiled as they passed, most with too interested eyes. "News travels fast," Dominic muttered. "Oh, they've probably already planned our wedding menu," Lillith replied dryly. "Twyla's got a chalkboard of guesses outside the griddle." He grinned despite himself. But then he saw the apothecary's new assistant, Nico. Tall, charming, all dimples and windswept curls, carrying a basket of herbs like he was auditioning for a Forest Prince calendar. "Lillith," Nico called cheerfully, waving. "You look stunning, as always." Dominic's jaw twitched. She offered a polite smile. "Hey, Nico. You need anything special today? I've got some fresh glow root. Or maybe you're after something for bonding rituals." He winked. Dominic stepped forward. Lillith, without missing a beat, grabbed his wrist. "Play nice," she hissed under her breath. "I am playing," he growled, voice low enough not to carry. "He's the one trying to poach what's not his." She flushed but said nothing. Nico blinked. "Sorry, didn't catch that." Dominic smiled, all teeth. "Oh, just admiring your, basket." Before the banter could continue, something charged radiated through the air, and Lillith and Dominic both froze. A ripple of cold swept through the square, unnatural and crawling. A shadow slithered between stalls faster than eyes could track. Dominic pushed Lillith behind him just as it struck. The shadow beast from the woods the other night lunged from beneath the market canopy. It was larger now, its ember eyes brighter, hungrier. It shrieked as it came, smoke trailing like tendrils. Dominic didn't hesitate. He shifted mid-step, his lion roaring to life, massive and golden and fierce. The crowd scattered with screams as he collided with the shadow, sending spell ingredients and baskets flying. Lillith raised a hand, chanting under her breath, her magic humming like harp strings about to snap. Dominic slashed at the creature, his claws catching resistance. Not flesh, but something worse. Old magic, deep magic, fey. The beast twisted, raked a claw down his flank. He yelped, stumbled. Damn this beast, always getting his claws into him. Lillith stepped forward, threw a rune-etched charm at its feet. Light flared, and the shadow recoiled, hissing, before vanishing like smoke in the wind, with a yelp of its own this time. Silence fell. The townspeople stared. Nico stood frozen, mouth open. Lillith moved first, rushing to Dominic, who'd half collapsed near the cobblestones. "You're hurt again?" she barked, breathless. "Just enough to keep things interesting," he panted, trying to shift back. It took effort, his lion reluctant to recede, but he managed. He was shirtless again. Naturally. She raised her eyebrow in annoyance, but tugged his arm over her shoulder. "Come on, let's go home before someone knits us matching sweaters and starts picking wedding dates." He groaned. "Too late. I already saw the one with embroidered paws." As they limped toward the path back to the cottage, the bond pulsed again. Less pain, more presence. Like it approved. Like it knew.
Chapter 14. Lillith. The hearth had burned low by the time Lillith finished binding the last of Dominic's wounds. Golden embers popped gently in the quiet, casting flickering shadows across the worn edges of her cottage's living room. She didn't speak, not because there wasn't anything to say, but because the space between them was heavy enough with things she didn't feel like acknowledging. Dominic lay on the couch, eyes closed, shirt off, chest rising slow and steady. The scratches from the shadow beast still glowed faintly with the pulse of old magic, stitched now with warded salve and bandages she'd spelled herself. Her fingers tingled from where they'd touched his skin, too warm, too alive. She hated that he made her feel this way, that she kept finding herself caring in ways that had nothing to do with the bond, and everything to do with him. She curled into the armchair beside the couch. Not far, never far. The pull between them was constant, gentle tonight, like a thread made of breath. She could feel it humming through her spine. She let her head rest on the arm of the chair, legs tucked under her. Just a short rest, just until the tea cooled. Sleep took her without permission. When she woke, the fire had died to ash. Her neck ached, but it wasn't the ache that caught her attention. It was the warmth in her palm. Her fingers were intertwined with his. Her first instinct was to jerk away, but she didn't. His hand was large, calloused, his fingers curved slightly like they were used to holding something precious. Or someone. He didn't stir, just breathed in that quiet, steady way that meant he was dreaming deeply. Lillith blinked slowly, then let her head fall back against the cushion. This was fine. This didn't mean anything. They'd been through hell the last few days. It was just the bond, pulling them toward each other. Her eyes fluttered closed again, and then she was no longer in her chair. She stood in a garden she didn't recognize. Twilight lingered over the trees, thick and golden, with stars blooming above her like wildflowers. The air was warm with jasmine and something older, something sacred. Dominic stood across from her. He wore a white shirt, unbuttoned and flapping in a breeze that didn't touch the trees. His eyes were the same, golden, sharp, but softened at the edges with something unspoken. She looked down, realizing that she wasn't in her pajamas anymore. She wore a long dress, embroidered with ancient runes, the hem brushing soft moss. Her bare feet sunk into the ground like she belonged there. "This isn't real," she whispered. "Doesn't mean it's not happening," he said, voice gentler than she expected. She took a step toward him. The air between them shimmered. The bond tugged, but not with pain, with longing. "You dream like this often?" she asked. He smirked. "Only since you started showing up." "This isn't my dream." He tilted his head. "It's not mine either." They stood there, caught in something fragile and luminous. "I think we're dream-walking," she said, frowning. "Thought that only happened to bonded pairs." She hesitated. "It does." He looked as if he knew better than to say anything. What was there to say anyway? "I didn't mean for this to happen," she said, and for once her voice cracked. "I know. I didn't want you here, not like this, not because of a curse." "I know that too." He stepped closer. Her pulse jumped. She could smell the cedar in his hair, feel the heat radiating off him. "You've always been fire," he said. "Even when I was just watching you from across from the tavern. Always too bright to touch." "And you were always trouble," she murmured. "Golden, arrogant trouble that couldn't keep it in his pants." He smiled. "That last part isn't true, not anymore. But the rest..." Another step. Now he was close enough to touch. Close enough to kiss. She didn't, neither did he. "Why did the bond pull us into this?" she asked. "Maybe it's tired of waiting for us to admit what we already know." A soft wind blew through the garden. The stars shifted. And then she blinked, and they were both waking, tangled on the couch and floor, dawn pressing pink light against the windows. Her hand still in his. She pulled away gently. His eyes opened. Neither of them spoke for a long moment. But everything had changed. Something inside her heart had cracked open just enough to let the light in. And Dominic was no longer just the lion who'd ruined her spell. He was the man who shared her dreams.
Chapter 15. Dominic. Morning came soft and slow, with golden light leaking between the curtains and dust motes dancing lazily in the air like they'd never known a storm. Dominic stirred, blinking against the brightness, then groaning low as a familiar ache rolled through his shoulder. Right, the shadow beast, the couch, the damn bond, and her. Lillith was curled beside him on the couch. her cheek pressed to the edge of the cushion on the armrest, dark lashes resting against her cinnamon skin. She looked peaceful, unarmored, the kind of softness he didn't think she let anyone see. Ever. He knew his hand had been tangled with hers. He could still feel the warmth, fingers curved like they'd molded to the shape of her palm in the night. But now her hand was tucked under her, as if protecting herself. He didn't move, didn't breathe too loudly, just looked. They'd shared a dream, not some hazy, forgettable flicker of the subconscious, but a real, tangled thread of magic that had pulled them both under and left behind the weight of something neither of them had dared name. He didn't want that moment to break, to end. He moved slow, brushing a knuckle down her wrist. Her skin was warm, alive. She blinked awake, lashes fluttering as she caught him in the act. Her eyes were wild for half a second. Then she registered him. 3. His face, his closeness, the light. And instead of flinching, she exhaled like she'd been holding that breath for a week. "We were in the garden," she said softly. "Yeah," he murmured. "We were." "Dreamwalking. Looks like it." She sat up, pulling her knees to her chest. Her hair was a mess. Storm curls frizzed and tangled, and he thought it made her look even more like herself, like the version of Lillith he was just now getting to see. "I don't usually," she started, then stopped. "Sleep beside strange men?" he offered, dry. She gave him a look. "Let myself be seen. Not like that." He nodded slowly. "Yeah, I know." Silence stretched. Not uncomfortable, just heavy. Dominic sat up fully, letting the blanket fall from his lap. "You were right, you know." "About?" "The bond. It's changing, deepening." His fingers flexed around the edge of the couch. "And it scares the hell out of me." She blinked. That admission caught her off guard. Good. It caught him off guard, too. "You're always so cocky," she said. "Doesn't mean I don't feel things." "Feel what?" His mouth twitched into something softer than a grin. "You. Us. This." He motioned between them. "The way you looked at me in that dream? Like you were trying to memorize me." "I wasn't." "You were," he said gently. She looked away, and that's when he reached into the inner pocket of his shirt and pulled out a small charm, a thin copper disc etched with old swirling script. "I want to show you something." Lillith glanced back. "What's that?" "Something my mother taught me. A glamour sigil. Temporary. Fades after a few days unless renewed." Her brows drew together. "You want to glamour me?" "No," he shook his head. "I want to mark you. With this. Not to hide you. To protect you." She stilled. "Dominic, it doesn't bind you to me, not magically. It's more like a signal flare. If anything comes near you with ill intent, I'll feel it, even in my dreams. Especially in my dreams." She stared at him. "Why?" He swallowed. "Because last night I watched you run toward me in a storm. I watched you patch me up with shaking hands and then sleep beside me like we've done it 100 times. And I just need to know I can reach you, even if I can't say what this is yet." She didn't speak, just watched him. So he reached for her slowly, holding the charm between 2 fingers. "May I?" She nodded once. He leaned forward and brushed the disc gently across her collarbone. It glowed warm, briefly, before the light sank into her skin. The sigil shimmered faintly, then vanished like it had never been there. But he could feel it. Her heart, her tether, humming in time with his. Lillith let out a shaky breath. "You're dangerous, Dominic Kane." "I've been told." Her fingers lifted, brushing his jaw with the barest ghost of a touch. It was instinctive, like reaching for fire and being surprised it didn't burn. He tilted forward. So did she. Their mouths hovered inches apart, the bond a live wire between them, thrumming like the earth had pulled taut and was waiting to snap. When their lips finally touched, it wasn't tentative. It was inevitable. Dominic kissed her like a man finally giving in to gravity. Deep, slow, full of heat that smoldered instead of sparked. Lillith pressed closer, her fingers slipping into the thick, tawny mess of his hair. His golden eyes flickered shut, and he groaned low when she bit his lower lip. Well, it looks like the screen is fogging up from all this heat. Unfortunately, that means it's too steamy for this platform to handle. To abide by this platform's guidelines and keep bringing you free content, we have to remove the spicy scenes. Luckily for you, you can always find them at millytadenbooks.com. To make up for interrupting you, get a 30% discount on us when you use code RODEO30. No one's ever felt like that, he whispered. No one but you. Lillith smiled into his chest, her fingers dragging lazy circles across his ribs, but said nothing. Her fingers calmed Dominic, and he felt as if nothing needed to be said. He was at peace and happy they finally gave in. He let himself drift back to sleep.
Chapter 16. Lillith. Lillith hadn't drifted off back to sleep, not like Dominic had. She'd lain there in the aftermath, bare skin against his warmth, the scent of him still clinging to her skin like a secret spell she hadn't meant to cast. Dominic had drifted off with maddening ease, his breath slow and deep beside her, arms slung over her waist like it belonged there, like she belonged to him. And that was the problem, because part of her wanted to believe she did, but the smarter part, the older, scarred part that remembered the high fae court, and her father's cold voice, and how it felt to be used like a pawn in someone else's game, knew better. So she'd waited, until his breathing steadied, until she could slip out from beneath him without waking him, until the air stopped tasting like temptation, and the press of his lips on her neck stopped echoing like thunder in her blood. She dressed in silence, wrapped herself in a worn robe, and padded down the hall barefoot. The sigil he'd marked her with earlier still shimmered faintly against her skin, like moonlight trapped beneath her collarbone. She didn't dare touch it, because if she did, she might remember the way he'd whispered her name. She might remember the way she'd let her walls crumble. And then she might not survive the regret. Not if this was just the bond talking. Not if what she felt, what he felt, wasn't real. Not if it was only fate's cruel idea of fun. She shut herself in the study and summoned her grimoire again, fingers trembling slightly as she whispered the same words she'd whispered a dozen times already. Break the bond. The pages turned, rituals, oaths, spells lined with fire and consequence. She traced each one with cold fingers and colder resolve. Because she wasn't going to let Dominic Kane fall for her just because they'd shared a bed and a curse. If he loved her, if that was even possible for someone like him, it had to be by choice, not magic, not necessity. And certainly not because she'd made the same mistake she'd spent her whole life running from. Letting someone in, someone see the softness beneath her sarcasm, the tremble beneath her strength. Letting someone believe she was worth staying for. She pressed her hand over her heart, where his mark pulsed softly, steadily. And she made herself a promise. One more wall, one more spell. Just until she was sure, or at least until it didn't feel like survival to pretend she didn't care. But peace had never been easy. It had been something she carved out herself, stone by stone, spell by spell, wall by wall. And now Dominic, arrogant, golden, lion-hearted Dominic, was wrecking it just by breathing in the same room. She hated him for it. She hated how easily he'd made her laugh, how easily he'd seemed to see her as if she wasn't broken. She slammed the grimoire shut. The room seemed to exhale with her. She didn't turn when the door creaked open behind her. "Morning," came his voice, sleep rough, warm, unaware. She forced her spine straight. "Don't sneak up on me, bad habit." "Didn't sneak, you left the door open." She hadn't, but she didn't argue. "I made tea," he said after a pause. She turned then, taking him in, barefoot, shirtless, his wound healing faster than it should thanks to whatever magic lingered in his blood. He looked soft, sleepy, vulnerable in a way she hadn't known he could be, and it made her all the more desperate to pull away. "I'm busy," she said, turning back to her desk. A beat of silence. Then, "Right, of course." He stepped back. didn't push, didn't ask. The restraint in that almost broke her. When she finally heard him walk away, she pressed her fingers against the sigil on her skin. It burned. Not physically, not even magically, emotionally. "Damn it," she whispered, swallowing hard. The tea he'd left on the table outside the door grew cold. Later that afternoon, Lillith wandered the cottage like a ghost in her own home. Dominic had given her space, too much of it, really. He hadn't flirted once, hadn't joked, just existed nearby, quiet and careful, like a predator waiting for a sign. And maybe that was worse because it meant he was hurting too. She found him in the kitchen, trying to peel an orange with a butter knife. He looked up as she entered, mask sliding over his expression before she could read it. "Hungry?" he asked. "Famished," she lied. He slid a plate toward her without comment. Bread, cheese, apples. Simple, thoughtful. She sat across from him and said nothing for a while. The silence between them stretched again. Comfortable in one breath, agonizing in the next. Finally, she looked up. "Why didn't you ask what I was working on?" Dominic's jaw tensed. "Because I figured if you wanted me to know, you'd tell me." "I might be trying to break the bond." His eyes flicked to hers, unreadable for a beat. "Yeah, I figured. You're not mad?" "No," his voice was quiet. "Just disappointed." She swallowed, throat tight. "It's not because of you. It's entirely because of me." "No," she insisted, harsher than she meant to. "It's because I've seen what happens when people are forced into something they don't want. I've lived it. I can't be that person again." He leaned against the edge of the table, arms crossed, brow furrowed. "What do you mean, lived it? I thought you were from here." She gave a brittle laugh. "No one's from here. Not really. Not the ones with magic thick in their blood and secrets stitched into their skin." He watched her, silent. "I grew up in the high fae court. Not the pretty parts, not the ballrooms and garden parties. The old parts, the ones with vows you don't get to take back and fathers who forget your name unless it gets them power." Her fingers closed around the edge of her journal, knuckles whitening. "My father used me. Traded promises sealed in my name. Told me who I could speak to, who I could marry, who I should smile at, even when my stomach curled into knots. I was magic on a leash." Dominic's expression shifted. No smugness, no flirtation. Just quiet, patient fury on her behalf. "I was 16 when I ran. Ended up here. Celestial Pines wasn't on any map, and maybe that's why it felt safe. The wards welcomed me. The trees didn't ask questions. I could breathe." She swallowed, voice softening. "So when I built my life here, I built it to be mine. Completely. I didn't want a bond. I didn't want fate." "You wanted choice." "Exactly." Dominic was quiet for a long moment before saying, "You ever tell anyone that?" "No," she said, "because most people see the sarcasm and the magic and assume I've always had it together." "You haven't. Not even close." The room fell into a stillness so deep it felt like time stopped. Dominic stood. He rounded the table slowly, stopped beside her chair, and crouched until they were eye level. "I never asked you to love me," he said gently. "And I don't expect you to fix this for me. But don't shut me out because you're afraid of something that hasn't even happened." She blinked, breath catching. She wanted to look away, to retreat behind the ironclad walls she'd spent years perfecting, but he was too close, too real. His hand rose, brushed a stray curl from her face. It was so tender, so stupidly sweet, she almost cried. Instead, she whispered, "I don't know how to let someone in without breaking myself." His gaze softened. "Then let me help, just a little crack at a time." She let his fingers linger against her cheek. Just for a moment. The walls didn't fall, but she did allow one of the bricks to shift.
Chapter 17. Dominic. Hazel showed up like a ghost. One moment, she wasn't there, and the next she was standing by the crooked sign outside Twyla's diner, cloak dusted in ash, and the wind carrying the scent of old magic and charred herbs in her wake. She looked older, tired, like whatever she'd been doing had clawed a piece of her away. Dominic's pulse kicked up. He'd spotted her the second she stepped into the square, and instinct flared sharp in his gut. Answers, finally. But when he turned to call for Lillith, she was already deep in conversation with Twyla under the eaves of the shop. Twyla was talking in that hushed, conspiratorial voice she used when something juicy had just gone down. Dominic caught the words storm night and accidental soul bond before Lillith groaned and rubbed her temples like she had a headache made entirely of social embarrassment. He didn't interrupt. Instead, he moved, fast and silent like only a predator could, and cut Hazel off in the diner's lot. Arms crossed, jaw locked, every line of his body humming with the restraint it took not to shake her by the shoulders. "Where the hell have you been?" Hazel blinked once, then gave him a look that could have curdled milk. "Hello to you too, Dominic Kane." "You vanished," he growled. Twyla didn't know. Lillith thought something happened. And oh, right, I got cursed by a fey prince and nearly mauled by shadow magic while you were off. "What? Brewing tea with forest spirits?" Hazel exhaled, slow and deep, and pinched the bridge of her nose. Always so dramatic. From behind him, still within the 30-foot radius that cursed their lives, he could hear Lilith's laugh hitch, sharp and awkward. Twyla's voice was still murmuring, but Lilith's gaze had flicked toward them, watchful, wary, ready. He was fine, for now. "I was following the disturbance," Hazel said, leveling a steady gaze at him, "tracking the rift. It wasn't random, Dominic. That storm, that shadow beast, the forest practically bled magic." His shoulders tensed. "So you knew something was coming?" "I suspected," she said softer now, "but I didn't know the curse would touch you." "Well," he snapped, "it did. Right in the chest. Along with her." He jerked his chin in Lilith's direction. Hazel's eyes followed the motion and lingered too long. Her lips curved, not into a smirk, not quite a smile. Something sadder, older, like regret and wisdom had learned how to wear the same face. "You're lucky it did," she murmured. Dominic's brow furrowed. "How do you figure?" "Because," Hazel said, stepping closer, her voice lowering to a hush, "if the curse had hit anyone else, anyone who didn't already have a sliver of their soul tangled with yours, it would have been fatal." He blinked. "What?" "Lillith," Hazel said simply. "She's the reason you survived." Behind him, he heard Lillith move, just a half step, just enough. The bond tugged faintly like a whisper brushing the edge of his awareness. A soft gasp followed, barely audible. Hazel kept going. The bond didn't form from nothing. Her magic, it recognized yours, even in chaos. The prince didn't make something new. He twisted what was already growing between you two. Dominic stared, disbelief crumbling into something deeper, something raw. "So what? This was fate." Hazel's expression darkened. "I'm saying it was real. Long before either of you wanted to admit it. And as stubborn as you two are, this was the only way it was ever going to happen. My guess? Thaloran was hoping it'd kill you." Dominic looked down at his hands, scarred, steady, but trembling now. The weight of it all pressed against his spine. This wasn't just about being cursed. This wasn't just some magical inconvenience. This was survival tangled with destiny. He hadn't let anyone close in years. After the pride turned on him, after they made him doubt his instincts, his worth, his place in the world, he built a life on distance. Women were distractions, fun, beautiful, willing distractions, but never real, never deep. And now there was Lillith, all sharp wit and spellcraft precision, sarcasm and steel and those flashes of soft that ruined him. He didn't turn, but he knew she was watching. Hazel stepped back, her words final. "Whatever happens next, just remember, the bond didn't trap you, it revealed you." She walked off without another word. Dominic let out a breath that didn't relieve him as much as he had hoped. Twyla had wandered off into the diner again. Bless her, she knew when to exit as stage left. Lillith stepped up beside him, slowly, guarded as ever. That was something, she murmured. You caught that? Most of it. I mean, Twyla had quite the story, but I was more interested in tuning into Hazel, especially after she stared at me like that. He didn't look at her, just stared at the horizon. She thinks the bond saved my life. She might be right. Silence wrapped around them, not the comfortable kind, the kind filled with jagged edges and truths too big for the space between them. I didn't know, she said after a beat, quieter now. If I had... You'd still have tried to break it, he said, not accusing. Just tired. Her laugh was bitter. Probably. He stepped closer, just enough to feel her warmth, to feel that tether pull tighter. You said you were afraid of being forced into something? I am. And yet, he exhaled, we keep choosing this. Her eyes flicked to his. Soft, scared, beautiful. I don't know what this is, Dominic, she admitted. I don't know if it's real or magic or just the universe being a sadistic bastard. He gave her a crooked smile. Could be all three. She stared at him. And that doesn't scare you? He didn't flinch. Terrifies me, but I've never felt anything this real. The church bell rang in the distance. Someone laughed. The wind stirred their hair. Life continued around them while theirs shifted. He reached for her hand. Not a claim, a choice.
Chapter 18. Lillith. Things had been tense when Dominic and Lillith had gotten home after the brief interaction with Hazel. She had felt bad for pulling her hand away when he went to hold it on their walk home, after everything Hazel had said. But it was reaction. And she couldn't, for the life of her, explain why, or even grab his hand again after she saw the momentary hurt on his face. There was simply too much to say, and neither of them wanted to say it, or even knew how. So, Dominic sat on the couch pretending to read a magazine while Twyla sketched, as she brainstormed ideas on what in the hell she was supposed to do. When the tension was finally ebbing away, Lillith took a break from pretending to not care. Dominic, about earlier. There was a knock. Lillith let out an even heavier breath and went to answer the door, already not wanting to deal with whoever was on the other side. Before she could even get to it, though, Twyla kicked in her front door. Not literally. The woman had better manners than that. But the way her energy barreled into the room ahead of her cherry-red boots and wind-tousled hair sure made it feel like a siege. "Get dressed, my fey little witchling," Twyla announced, tossing a black mesh crop top and a pair of high-waisted jeans onto the kitchen table. "You're going out tonight." Lillith blinked up from the mess of scrolls she'd been pretending to study since breakfast. "Twyla, I can't. I'm busy." "All the more reason to go out," Twyla said, hands on hips. "You've been holed up with your lion boy for too long. The town's starting to make bets on whether you've already eloped or if you're gonna hex each other in your sleep." "I hate this town," Lillith muttered. "You love it and it loves you back," Twyla said cheerfully, peering around the cottage. "Where is your walking emotional crisis, anyway?" Lillith gestured vaguely toward the couch on the other side of the wall. "Dominic's brooding, or reading, possibly both." Twyla grinned. "Perfect. Bring him too." "I don't really have a choice in that department. And I don't want to go to karaoke night," Lillith said flatly. Twyla's grin widened, terrifying. "Come on, you're tethered, not dead. We're going, end of story." The Gilded Fang was Celestial Pines' only bar, and arguably its most haunted. It was built into what used to be an old blood mage chapel, complete with stained glass windows and whispering bricks. These days, it smelled more like lavender cocktails and spiced rum than curses. And its karaoke machine was slightly possessed by a minor banshee with a taste for 90s pop ballads. The place was packed. Every booth was filled, witches and shifters shoulder to shoulder, drinks in hand, laughter bubbling like potion foam. Lillith stood near the bar, arms crossed, trying to ignore how Dominic's heat radiated at her side. He was wearing that damn smirk again, the one that always made her want to either kiss him or strangle him. "You're enjoying this way too much," she said under her breath. He leaned down slightly, the barest touch of his breath grazing her ear. "What, seeing you voluntarily out in public? I'm shocked. I might need a drink to steady myself." She elbowed him, gently, sort of. "You two are sickening," Twyla sighed, sliding over with 3 enchanted margaritas. "Now drink, flirt, and let the curse live its best life." Lillith raised an eyebrow. "You're a menace." "I'm your best friend," Twyla corrected. "Now go sing." "I'm not singing." "Yes, you are," Dominic said at the same time. She turned to glare at him. He raised his hands, palms out. "Look, if I'm going to be forcibly tethered to someone, the least they can do is serenade me in front of an audience." "I swear on every rune in this town, Dominic Kane." "I dare you," he interrupted, eyes gleaming. "Come on, Lil, show me what a high-fae heartbreaker sounds like." Oh, he was absolutely going to pay for that. But her feet were already moving, her pride tripping over her resistance. The stage smelled like lemon oil and old spells. She picked an older track, something sultry and haunting, a song about love blooming in impossible places. The second she opened her mouth, the room changed. It wasn't that her voice was perfect. It cracked on the low notes, caught on the high, but it was real. Raw. It hit like a spell soaked in moonlight, the kind of sound that made people feel things they didn't want to say aloud. She sang with her eyes closed at first, enjoying her gravelly tone that she felt she did well with this song. When she finally got in the swing of it, she opened them, and all she could see was Dominic. He hadn't moved, not an inch. His eyes were locked on hers like the whole world had narrowed to just this. Her, standing in shadowlight, pouring pieces of herself into the air unguarded. When the last note faded, silence held for a beat too long before applause broke out. Cheers and whistles and a very loud, "That's my girl," from Twyla. Lillith flushed, breath coming faster than the song demanded. She hopped down from the stage and started back toward the bar. Dominic met her halfway. "Don't say it," she warned, cheeks still pink. "I wasn't going to." "You were." "I wasn't." She stopped walking. "Fine, what were you going to say?" He stepped in close enough that the air crackled between them again. "Just that. You looked like magic up there." Her shield stuttered. "Dominic." "Yeah? You're the worst." He grinned. "And yet, here you are." She punched his shoulder, light, affectionate. His hand caught hers before it dropped, fingers laced together like it was nothing, like it was everything. Hours passed, drinks flowed, stories were traded, laughter filled the corners of the bar like ward light. Lillith hadn't meant to stay this long. She hadn't meant to like it this much either. When Dominic pulled her toward the dance floor just once, just for a slow song that felt stitched from stardust and dreams, she didn't resist. His arms slid around her waist. Her hands rested against his chest, and the bond between them buzzed low and steady, not painful now, just present, like a thread tying them to the same heartbeat. "You're not what I expected," she murmured. "Let me guess," he said. "You thought I was just a pretty face with a roguish smile and a bad reputation? Well, you are that. But," she looked up at him, "you've got depth, just hidden under 6 layers of arrogance and half a closet of leather jackets." His grin softened. "Guess you're peeling me back. Don't get cocky. Too late." The music ended. People clapped. But Lillith didn't move right away. Neither did he. Eventually, she let out a breath and stepped back. "We should go. It's late." "Yeah," he said, his voice rough. "Let's get you home, witchling." And when he reached for her hand again, she didn't stop him. Because for tonight, just tonight, it felt good to be tethered, to be known, to be wanted, without fear, even if tomorrow meant more questions and if forever still scared her. Tonight, she was Lillith, and Dominic was hers.
Chapter 19. Dominic. The tavern's door had barely swung shut behind them when he had grabbed her hand. Not a commanding tug, not some flustered show for the lingering patrons behind them. Just a quiet touch, fingers sliding through hers. Even if she had pulled away earlier that day. This time, she didn't. Dominic was still floating off the high of watching her own the stage like it owed her a debt, and she'd come to collect in high notes and sultry confidence. Every syllable she sang had wrapped around his ribs and squeezed. He wasn't made for poetry, but damn if she didn't make him want to try. So when she stopped just outside the flickering porch lantern and turned to face him, moonlight silvering her curls, the wind tugging at the hem of her jacket, he didn't think twice, didn't hesitate. He kissed her. It wasn't a question. It wasn't even a plan. It was a magnetism, an inevitability that had been pulling him in since the day the bond flared to life and turned his world into a minefield of emotion and proximity. Her lips were warm, soft, real, and for a heartbeat, she kissed him back. But then she pulled away, slow, gentle, but sure, like peeling off a dream before it became too vivid to bear. He stayed close, his hand cradling the curve of her jaw. Lillith? Her eyes didn't meet his. They stayed on his chest, then past his shoulder, then anywhere but him. Don't, she whispered. Don't what? Don't make this something it's not. The air between them snapped. Magic always did when they got too close emotionally. It had a way of amplifying everything they wouldn't say aloud. But this felt sharper, final. His throat tightened. You can't even look at me. That's not true. He dropped his hand. Feels true. They walked in silence for a while, the kind that pressed against his chest and reminded him of the forest after a predator moved through. Still, yes, but not calm. Back at the cottage, the porch light buzzed as they climbed the steps. She fumbled with the lock longer than she needed to. Her fingers were shaking. Dominic crossed his arms, leaned against the railing, and finally said what had been boiling under his skin since her lips left his. You know, he said slowly, voice rough, I've been rejected before. She paused. The key slipped from her grip. Not by women, he clarified. Not until now, anyway. But by people I trusted. My pride. My blood. Lillith turned, stiff. Dom, he pushed off the railing. They said I was too wild. Too much. That the bond I had with someone in our pride was unnatural. Forced. Like I didn't know the difference between choice and compulsion. And that's what made me want to protect them so wrong. She flinched. They tried to break us apart, hurt her to get to me. It worked. Dominic, I'm not telling you this for sympathy, he snapped. I'm telling you because when you pull away like that, when you act like this thing between us is some kind of trick or trap, it feels like that again. Her mouth opened, closed. He ran a hand through his hair, pacing the porch like the lion prowled just beneath his skin. I've been patient. I've been trying. Hell, he huffed. I've been soft. For you. And maybe that was my mistake. Her spine straightened. You think trying to protect me is a mistake? No, he said, quieter now. But trying to be with someone who refuses to see it as anything but a curse? Yeah, that might be. The words hung heavy in the night air. She looked at him finally. I'm scared, she said, voice cracking. And I know that's not fair, but I have spent my whole damn life building walls because I had to. Because if I didn't, I'd get consumed. By expectations. By people who wanted to own pieces of me. He nodded slowly, jaw tight. I'm not asking for pieces. I'm asking for a chance. And what if I break it? Then break it! His voice rose, cutting through the dark. But don't stand there and pretend it doesn't matter. Don't stand there and treat me like a temporary fix while you wait for someone safer. She flinched again. You're not temporary. Then act like it. The silence that followed was colder than the wind rolling in off the trees. Lilith's eyes shimmered, but she didn't cry. She didn't run. She just said, I need space. He laughed, sharp and bitter. That's rich, considering we can't even be more than 30 feet apart. She turned then, went inside without slamming the door, but might as well have. Dominic stared up at the stars, hands clenched at his sides. You're killing me, Faye. he whispered to the night. He didn't follow her right away. He needed a second to remember who he was without her storm clouding his every breath. Because even an alpha can only chase something for so long before he wonders if he's the fool for trying. And if this, whatever it was going to survive, maybe it was time she stopped running. Maybe it was time she chose him back, or let him go. But either way, he wasn't going to keep playing the villain in her story. Not when all he ever wanted, since he really had gotten to know her, since this tether was to be her choice, not her curse.
Chapter 20. Lillith. The trek to Marcus and Rowan's felt longer than usual. Every step beside Dominic was quieter than the last. Not silent exactly, just too still. Like the kind of quiet that settles after a slammed door, when the echo of it still hums in your chest, but no one wants to be the first to speak. Lillith hated it. She hated that she kept checking his expression from the corner of her eye, and only finding that jaw-locked stoicism he wore like a crown when he didn't want anyone to see him bleed. She hated that she knew it was her fault, and she hated most of all that her magic still hummed under her skin every time he got too close. That when they brushed arms by accident, her whole body still lit up like fireflies caught in a mason jar, trapped, glowing, helpless. The previous night clung to her like smoke, half dream, half truth. She'd tasted the kind of affection she wasn't sure she believed in, tasted it, and then shoved it away. And Dominic, he hadn't stopped her. But the pain in his eyes when he did finally speak had left her more gutted than 100 fey blades ever could. So, yeah, she was determined to break the bond now more than ever. If it wasn't real, if it was just magic twisting feelings and spinning threads that didn't belong, then it had to go. Because love wasn't supposed to make you feel like drowning every time you breathed too close to it. By the time they arrived at Pines and Needles, the skies were low and gray with early afternoon clouds, and the front stoop was littered with drying lavender bundles and half-finished sigil chalk. Marcus opened the door before they knocked, wearing reading glasses and a long cardigan covered in ink smudges. "Lions and fays," he said with a tired smile. "We were wondering when you'd crack." Rowan emerged from the kitchen, apron still on and flour dusting his beard. "Came for answers or just emotionally driven pie?" "Both," Dominic muttered, stepping past them and not looking back. Lillith winced. "I need," she started. "To talk," Rowan finished. "Yeah, come on in." He nodded for her to follow, and Marcus took that as his cue to snag Dominic and guide him into the upstairs study under the pretense of helping catalog binding stones, which, judging by Marcus's smirk, was code for giving the emotionally stunted shifter something to throw around without breaking anyone's feelings. Rowan led her to the sunroom. It smelled like sage and cardamom and the faintest trace of wood smoke. The tea tray was already set. Of course it was. She sat stiffly, arms crossed, as he poured them both steaming mugs and waited her out like the seasoned counselor he was. She cracked. "I don't know what I'm doing," she admitted, voice brittle. Rowan sipped calmly. "No one does. That's the human part." She glanced out the window, catching the faint edge of Dominic's profile upstairs through the reflection. He wasn't looking at her. Hadn't since they left the house. "I'm trying to be responsible." Rowan tilted his head. Responsible or afraid? Her gaze snapped to his. "You think I don't know what it looks like?" he asked softly. "You love him, or you're falling so hard it's making you dizzy, and it terrifies you because if you let yourself feel it, really feel it, you don't know if it's real or just a cursed bond talking." She looked away. He leaned forward. "You know what I think?" "Something infuriating," she muttered. "I think you're hexing your own happiness." Her throat caught, and she bit her lip to keep it from trembling at the truth. Rowan continued, gentler now, like he knew how sharp the next part would land. You've built your whole life around not needing anyone, around keeping everyone at just the right distance. Because you learned young that love was transactional, that it came with rules and roles and punishments. You grew up with court magic, with expectation, with a father who made you feel like love had conditions. Her hands curled into fists. And then you came here, he said. You made a life that was yours. You built safety, and now someone's gotten close enough to rattle it, to matter. And you're scared because that means they can break it. Her voice cracked. He won't understand. He does, Rowan said quietly. Maybe more than you do. That lion's been walking around with a broken heart and too much swagger for years. He knows what it means to be betrayed by the ones who were supposed to love you. She blinked, vision blurring. He doesn't need perfection. He doesn't need the perfect words. But he does need the truth. And what if the truth is, I don't know if I'm enough for this? Rowan smiled. Then that's the truth. And he'll still choose you, every day. Lillith buried her face in her hands. I don't know how to let someone stay. Then let them stand beside you, Rowan said. Start there. Upstairs something clattered, Dominic's voice cursing low, and Marcus's amused laugh echoing after. Lillith exhaled, slow and shaking. She wasn't ready. But maybe she was willing to try because if she didn't, she was going to lose the one thing that had ever felt like hers, not out of obligation, or magic, or curse, but out of something deeper, love. Maybe not yet spoken, but it's already real.
Chapter 21. Dominic. Dominic hadn't said more than 10 words to Lillith since they left Rowan and Marcus's place. Not out of spite, not really, just protection. From himself, from her, from what he might say if she looked at him the way she had the night before and didn't mean it. She'd flinched at his affection like it had teeth, and maybe it did. Maybe love, real love, had always been a little too wild for people like them to hold without bleeding. So he focused on the one thing that didn't twist him into knots, the woods. The very reason they were in this mess. Because before there was kissing and curses in shared homes, there was a magical storm ripping through Echo Woods and a prince with too much power and too little conscience. He needed answers. And if Lillith wasn't going to help him find them, at least not right now, he'd do it himself. Which was how he found himself at Everglen Market with a basket of empty spell jars on one arm and a temper hovering somewhere between simmer and explode. Lillith had obviously had to go with him, but he had insisted that she stay and visit with a few of her friends at their stand while he did his shopping and inquiry, mainly because he didn't feel like explaining who he was meeting. Dominic Kane, drawled a familiar voice behind a stall full of glowing vine cuttings and moon-sweetened herbs. I was beginning to think you forgot about the rest of us. He turned, cocking a brow. B, still hoarding every magical garden secret like a dragon? B. Blackthorn, half fey, full menace, an occasional provider of hard truths, grinned like she had something sharp between her teeth. Her long braids were threaded with silver charms, and her hands were stained green from the elixirs she brewed in her alchemy greenhouse 2 towns over. I don't hoard, she said, plucking a leaf from his collar. I just don't hand things over to shifters with more brawn than brains. Bold coming from someone who once sold me talking chamomile. You're still mad about that? It tried to unionize. B laughed, rich and warm, and handed him a vial of something glowing faintly pink. You look like a man who hasn't slept in 3 nights and just found out the woman he's bonded to would rather run than stay. His jaw ticked. That obvious? Only to everyone. She softened, voice dipping. She's scared? She's herself. He shrugged. Sharp edges and smoke screens. You care. He didn't answer. Why are you here, really? She asked, wiping her hands on her apron. It's not the charm berries. Dominic leaned on the edge of her stall, voice low. Thaloran. B's smile faded. He's gaining strength, Dominic said. Something's moving in the woods. Hazel said the bond wasn't random, that it was old magic, buried. B nodded slowly. That tracks. You know something. I know story, she said carefully. Ones whispered by hedge witches too scared to write them down. About the moonlit pact. About what Thalarin wants. He straightened. Tell me. B hesitated, scanning the crowd before pulling him slightly behind the stall. Lillith hovered nearby, close enough not to hurt, but distant enough that her attention stayed fixed on a stack of antique runes at another booth. The moonlit pact wasn't just about peace between realms, B whispered. It was about power, hidden power. Each royal bloodline signed off to keep a piece of something ancient, locked away. Thalorin's piece was the key. Dominic narrowed his eyes. So if he gets it, he unlocks the rest. And if the others are weakened, or if the wards break, then he doesn't need a war, Dominic finished grimly. He just wins. B nodded once, her expression haunted. And your bond might have been the only thing that rerouted his curse. Magic that old doesn't miss. It adapts. He swore under his breath, fists clenched at his sides. But then a scream sliced through the late afternoon air like a blade. It wasn't the kind of scream that came from a startled shopper or a spilled potion bottle. It was the kind that made your bones rattle, primal and raw. Every head in the square snapped toward the sound. A boy, barely a man, convulsed beside the fountain, body writhing in unnatural angles, his mouth open in a silent wail. Smoke curled from his chest and along his arms, jagged black runes pulsed with violent light, flaring red and violet and back again, like they couldn't settle. Dominic! Lilith's voice cracked with alarm. She was already moving, skirts bunched in her fists as she ran. Dominic didn't think. He bolted, outpacing most of the crowd, as people gasped and staggered away from the epicenter. The kid's eyes had rolled back. His skin blistered in patches. The runes etched into his flesh twisted with a life of their own, like they were burrowing deeper. And the stench. Gods, the stench. Not blood, not sweat, but sulfur and nightshade and something sweetly rotting underneath. Magic. Warped. Rotten. Wrong. Lillith hit her knees beside the boy, her hands already glowing with the beginnings of a diagnostic spell. She murmured something sharp in Old Farron, voice laced with power. Dominic dropped to the other side, catching the kid's shoulders before he could crack his skull on the cobblestone. The contact sizzled through him like static. Don't touch him bare-skinned, Lillith warned. That magic, it's... Faye, Dominic finished, his voice low and guttural. Thalarin. She looked up sharply, eyes wide with horror and understanding. It's the same as the shadow beast, the same stink, the same feel. But this is worse. The runes crawled higher, now wrapping up the boy's throat like black vines. He gurgled, gasping, fingers clawing at his chest. The sigils weren't just etched into skin anymore. They were burning into bone. He's being marked, Lillith whispered. Claimed. Dominic's blood ran cold. Then he's turning them into what? He asked. Weapons? Hosts? Conduits, she breathed. He's not just spreading chaos, he's spreading himself. The market had gone deathly quiet. Even the breeze had vanished. Townsfolk stood frozen behind fruit stalls and charm booths, eyes wide, faces pale. And not one of them moved forward. Only Dominic, only Lillith. B appeared at his side with a hissed curse, tossing a protective ward circle onto the ground. It sparked to life, a dome of silver shimmer enclosing the boy and those close to him. It's spreading too fast, she said. Whatever you do, do it now. Dominic glanced at Lillith. Her hands trembled over the boy's chest, magic pulsing at her fingertips, but the runes resisted her power like oil to water. They're repelling me, she said, face taut with frustration. They know I'm trying to break it. Dominic's heart pounded like thunder. This wasn't a fluke. This wasn't an isolated case of cursed magic. This was a warning, a message. I think he's awake, Lillith muttered. Dominic blinked. What? Look. She nodded at the boy's eyes. The whites were gone, replaced with ember-red orbs, too bright, too knowing. And they were staring directly at Dominic, not through him, at him. The boy's lips twitched, cracked, and in a voice not his own, a voice laced with a dozen others, low and regal and cold as winter death, he said, "You should have stayed in the wild, lion." Dominic reeled back. Lillith gasped, "That's not him." "No," Dominic growled, nostrils flaring. "That's him. That's Thalarin." The boy shuddered, then coughed violently, black smoke curling out of his mouth. Bee scrambled for her satchel. "I need salt, iron, something, damn it. He's using the kid like a scrying stone." Lillith reached for her charm satchel. "We need to contain it." But it was too late. The boy screamed again, and this time the force of it shattered the barrier Bee had thrown up. Magic exploded outward in a shockwave that knocked half the market off their feet. Dominic grabbed Lillith, pulled her into his chest, shielding her with his body as the wave rippled through them. And then it stopped. Just like that. The boy slumped unconscious, the runes still flickering, but no longer spreading. His body limp, his breath shallow, the market still as death. Dominic didn't speak. He just stared at the boy lying on the cobblestones, marked and empty, and no longer entirely human. The prince wasn't coming. He was already here.
Chapter 22. Lillith. The boy lay between them, still trembling but breathing, alive. Barely. Lillith's knees burned against the cobblestone, scraped raw from sliding to his side without care. Her palms pressed gently against his chest, where just moments before, jagged runes had blazed across his skin, burning, twisting, trying to consume him from the inside out. Now, those runes had faded to faint, scorched outlines, like the embers of a dying fire. His skin was damp with sweat, his breath shallow and rapid, heart fluttering beneath her fingers like a bird on its last wingbeat. She felt her own magic trembling inside her, stretched to its edge. "Dominic," she whispered, voice hoarse from chanting, "I think we did it." They hadn't planned it. There hadn't been time. The moment the boy collapsed, Lillith's magic had surged forward, desperate, raw, and unfamiliar in its intensity. Shadow magic wasn't just affliction. It infested. It clung. The boy's soul had been unraveling, thread by thread, when she touched him. And Dominic had been the anchor. He'd dropped beside her without hesitation, placing both his hands over hers. His warmth grounded her. His power, solid, feral, steady, wrapped around her like a second spell. It had pulled her back when the curse tried to take her down with it. "I don't know what I'm doing," she'd gasped as the boy's body seized. "Yes, you do," he'd said, his voice low but fierce. "Trust your magic. I've got you." Her hands had glowed then, the light from her palms softening from gold to silver. She hadn't used silver magic since she was a child. It was pure, born of instinct, not training, and it had met the shadows in the boy's body like fire against oil. The runes had screamed. Dominic had held the boy down while she chanted, the language older than her own bloodline, words taught by the stars themselves. Her spell wasn't a cure, but it was a counterweight. It had shifted the scales long enough to give him a chance. He thrashed once more, hard, and then stilled. Dominic leaned in close, 2 fingers at the boy's throat. "He's got a pulse." "His soul's still tethered," she breathed. "Barely." "I can help with that," Dominic muttered, already pulling off the charm he wore around his neck. It was a lion's fang, polished smooth and etched with pride markings. "Dominic, that's—" "I don't care," he growled. "He needs grounding." He placed the fang against the boy's chest and murmured something in a low rumble that wasn't quite words. It wasn't a spell in the traditional sense. It was primal. The language of lions, of old protectors, of the wild magic that had birthed the pride long before shifters ever walked on 2 legs. The boy jerked, and then stilled again, this time for good. His breathing evened. The cursed markings faded to nothing more than ghostly scars. And silence fell across the square. Lillith let her hands drop. Her shoulders slumped. She didn't even realize she was shaking until Dominic reached out and caught her elbow. "You okay?" he asked, voice softer now, the fight draining from him too. She didn't answer, just looked down at the boy, then back at Dominic, then nodded slowly. "Yeah," she whispered. "I think we did it." "Yeah," he rasped. "We pulled him back. Together." It hadn't been some carefully crafted ritual or a pre-planned incantation that had saved the kid. It had been instinct. Their instinct. A split-second surge of Lilith's magic, twisted and bent to the rhythm of Dominic's heartbeat, echoing through the bond like a song only the two of them could hear. She'd used his strength, his steadiness, and he'd used her light. The realization hit her with the weight of a storm. They were better together. Dominic reached down, brushing a damp curl from the boy's forehead, his fingers trembling slightly. Not from fear. Dominic Kane didn't fear. But from the aftershock of brushing so close to death. Again. "We need to get him to Marcus and Rowan," she said. "They'll know how to stabilize him." He nodded again, already scooping the boy up into his arms like he weighed nothing. The muscle in his jaw ticked. "Stay close." "As if I have a choice," she muttered, but the words held no heat. They made it to Marcus and Rowan's in record time, Lillith clearing a space on the old velvet couch while Dominic laid the boy down. Rowan was already on his feet with healing salves, and Marcus started chanting a stabilization ward. Dominic's shirt was soaked with the boy's sweat and shadow ash. He didn't seem to care. "You're both insane," Rowan said, wiping his hands on a cloth. "But it worked." Lillith sank into a chair, arms trembling, stomach in knots. Her magic had been scorched raw. Her emotions are not far behind. Rowan shot her a glance. "And you?" he said, voice softer now. "You need to stop running from what you already have." Her throat tightened. He didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. Later, when the boy was resting, breathing evenly, and Rowan had ushered them into the spare room to rest, Lillith sat on the edge of the bed and stared at her hands. They were still faintly glowing. "You okay?" Dominic asked from the doorway, his voice low, cautious. She looked up. He had changed into a clean shirt, one of Rowan's probably, and his hair was still damp from the quick rinse in the basin. He looked tired, handsome, worn around the edges in a way that made her chest ache. "Not really," she admitted. He crossed the room in 2 long strides and sat beside her. The mattress dipped beneath his weight and their knees brushed. "It wasn't just the magic," she said. "It was us. That's why it worked." "I know." Dominic leaned back on his hands, staring up at the ceiling like it held all the answers. "The other night," he continued, voice tighter now, "outside the tavern, I wasn't just kissing you, Lil. I was choosing you." Her heart pounded so loud she was sure he could hear it. "I know I'm not perfect," he said. "I've been angry, rough around the edges. Hell, I've probably made this harder than it needed to be. But I've never lied to you. Not once. And I meant it when I said I wasn't afraid of this anymore." She turned toward him. Their eyes met. "I love you," Dominic said. Quietly, firmly, like it was fact. She inhaled sharply, and couldn't say it back, not because she didn't want to, because she didn't know how. Her throat closed. "Dominic, It's okay," he said, a little too quickly. "No, it's not." "It is." He stood suddenly, crossing the room with his arms folded tight over his chest. "You don't have to say it. I just needed you to know." She stared at his back, the rigid line of his shoulders. "It's not that I don't—" He turned, eyes blazing. "Then what is it, Lillith? You scared it's not real? Scared of the bond?" "Yes," she burst out. "I am scared, because what if it's all just magic playing tricks on us? What if none of it's real and I lose myself again like I did in the courts?" "I've spent my whole life guarding my heart," she whispered. "I'm not sure how to just hand it over." Dominic looked at her for a long, aching moment. "Then maybe I need to stop trying to convince you I'm not a mistake," he said, voice low and rough. Because if you can't even consider that this could be real, then what's the point? He didn't wait for an answer. Just walked to the door, paused, and said without turning, "I'm going to check on the kid." Then he was gone. She sat alone in the quiet, every word echoing in her chest like a curse of her own making. He loved her, and she loved him back but was too cowardly to say it. And now she'd let that be the thing that hurt them both.
Chapter 23, or Dominic. The moment the kid was safely in the care of Marcus and Rowan, Dominic needed air. Not the step outside for a smoke kind, not the check the perimeter kind either. He needed the kind of air that wrapped cold around your ribs and reminded you that you were still alive, that you still had something to lose. So he slipped out the back of Pines and Needles, letting the creaky screen door snap shut behind him, and took the path behind the herb garden that led toward the tree line. The evening had shifted tonight. The stars were out. The moon was high and fat and watching. He leaned a shoulder against a pine, folding his arms and staring off into the dark. Magic still buzzed along his skin, residue from the spell work they'd done on the boy. Or maybe it was just the echo of her. Lillith, her hands pressed to his, her magic singing in tune with his like they were born to work that way. And yet she still hadn't said it. Not the word, not even the admission, not even the breath of a promise. The way she seemed to see him as if he were the only steady thing in her world, and then went silent. He wanted to understand, but tonight, he just needed space. He hadn't meant to walk past the 30-foot limit. It just happened. The bond didn't sting, didn't yank, didn't burn. He frowned and checked the distance. Definitely more than 30 feet now. Still nothing. The air shifted behind him. Too quiet, too still. His instincts screamed a beat too late. Dominic spun, claws half-formed, and slammed into a wall of icy, glamored magic. It hit like a thunderclap. Not pain, not exactly. More like falling into a pool of silence, cold and heavy and empty. Like the air had been stolen from his lungs and the earth had dropped out beneath him. He roared, half lion, half man, but no sound reached his throat. His limbs locked, his knees buckled. A hand grabbed his arm, slender, pale, and adorned in rings of silver thorns. The touch wasn't gentle. It seared through his skin like it belonged to another realm entirely. Dominic jerked, tried to shift fully, to release the lion that lived inside his blood, but something old and slippery coiled through his nerves, rooting him still. It was like drowning in someone else's nightmare. "Dominic Kane," purred a voice like velvet smoke, cold and taunting. He thrashed, but his body wasn't his. He gritted his teeth, forcing his muscles to obey. But paralysis magic soaked through him, ancient and coiled like a vice around his spine. His claws flexed just an inch before going numb. Glamour shimmered around him, distorting the trees, the sky, the stars. Like looking through a fogged glass underwater. The world bent. The last thing he saw was the faint glow of Pines and Needles through the trees, and he couldn't even call her name. He crashed into the ground with a thud that rattled bone. His shoulder screamed. The magic held. Dominic woke in a ring of mushrooms and broken moonlight. The clearing stank of sweet rot, moss, and blood magic. The glamour was heavy here, coiling around his senses, twisting light and space until up felt sideways and his breath came too shallow. Chains of runes glowed faintly across the circle's edge. Barriers, not just to keep others out, to keep him in. His muscles strained against invisible cords, every inch of him screaming to shift, to fight. But the magic was stronger than brute force. It was woven with intent, twisted to his name. He was trapped. Thelorin stood in the center, silver hair drifting like fog, his eyes burning with that eerie, otherworldly glow. His presence pressed against Dominic like a second atmosphere. "Welcome," the Fey Prince said smoothly, the smile he wore brittle and thin. "To your cage." Dominic bared his teeth, his voice gravel. "Come in here without your spells. See how long you last." Thelorin laughed, an elegant, hollow sound that didn't touch his eyes. Still the lion, even declawed. Charming. You think glamour and tricks make you powerful? Dominic snapped. I've fought worse than you, with nothing but my fists and rage. The prince tilted his head, expression unreadable. Yes, but rage won't save you now. Not from this. He raised his hands and the runes along the perimeter sparked. Sigils of bone and ash flared to life, forming a lattice in the air that hummed with layered incantations. You and Lillith, he said, weaving with sharp flicks of his fingers, share a bond that should not exist, a bond that was not mine to forge, but is now mine to unravel. Touch her, Dominic growled, his chest heaving against the paralysis, and I'll rip your throat out with my teeth. Oh, I'm not touching her. Thalorin's voice dropped to a hush. I'm freeing her. Then the pain hit. Not heat, not cold. Something deeper. It wasn't his body, it was his soul. Something inside him, deep, raw, essential, was pulled taut and ripped. The bond, the tether. It howled as it snapped, a soundless scream that reverberated through every bone in his body. Dominic collapsed. His palms hit the dirt. He gasped, not from air loss, but from the sudden absence. It was gone. Her warmth, the constant tether between them, the magnetic hum beneath his skin. It had vanished like smoke. He gagged on the void it left behind. Thalorin crouched beside him, too close, fingers still glowing from the spell work. Now, the Fey Prince whispered, brushing ash from Dominic's jaw, you can walk away. Return to your pride, to your solitary, hollow life. Once I free you from this place, that is. Dominic forced himself upright, trembling with rage. You think cutting me loose wins you something? Oh, it wins everything. Thalorin stood. She'll feel the loss, but she'll interpret it as freedom. And you? You'll feel nothing but the whole. Dominic surged forward and was slammed down by another binding rune that lit up beneath him. It singed his wrists, his calves, his shoulders, pinning him like an insect in a Fey hunter's trap. She'll doubt what she felt, Thalorin continued, voice distant now, almost wistful. She'll convince herself it was the magic, that none of it was real. That's what you mortals do when you're scared of truth. You call it enchantment. And worse, she will think that you chose to leave because the bond was broken, reinforcing to her that this was all just magic. You broke the bond, Dominic rasped, but you didn't break me. Thalorin's smile faded. No, he said, but I don't have to. With a flourish, the prince flicked his wrist. The runes sealed, the air compressed. The Fae vanished in a shimmer of moonlit smoke. Dominic screamed into the silence, muscles burning against the restraints. His lion clawed at his insides, roaring in fury, but the wards didn't budge. He slumped back against the moss, breath ragged, heart hollow. Not broken, but unmoored. For the first time since the bond tethered them, he couldn't feel her. And that was worse than any cage. Back at Pines and Needles, the bond had vanished like it had never been. And Lillith? Lillith would wake and feel nothing.
Chapter 24. Lillith. The light in Pines and Needles filtered in slow golden slants through the lace curtains, touching everything with a deceptive gentleness. It smelled faintly of cedar, lavender, and something spicier, Dominic's cologne clinging to the air like memory. Lillith stirred on the old velvet couch, a tangle of limbs and half-forgotten dreams. Her eyes blinked open against the morning, slow to adjust. Her neck ached, her back protested. But it wasn't any of those things that pulled her to consciousness. It was the clarity. That quiet, aching clarity that sometimes only came after a night full of restless sleep and dreams you couldn't quite hold on to. She stared at the ceiling, watched the dust motes dance in the beams of light. Her heart fluttered, fragile and wild. She had to tell him, no more waiting, no more weaving herself in circles of doubt and protection, no more telling herself that he'd walk away eventually, that she was just something temporary for him to fixate on. Because the truth was louder now than her fear. He loved her, and she loved him right back. She'd felt it in the way his eyes lingered just a second too long when she looked away, in the gentleness of his hands when he thought she was asleep, in the way he never tried to own her magic or tame her fire. Only ever stood beside it, shielded it, believed in it. He hadn't just fought for her. He'd waited, he'd endured, even when she'd given him every reason not to. And last night, when she pushed too hard, crossed that fragile line between protection and cruelty, he hadn't shouted. He hadn't stormed off. He'd just hurt. Quietly, deeply. If he could stop trying, so could she. If he could risk everything to be honest, then she could too. She sat up slowly, running her fingers through her sleep-mussed curls, breath catching in her throat. "I have to tell him," she murmured into the morning hush. "I have to tell him." No excuses. No more hiding behind her childhood of rigid court manners and silent betrayals. No more blaming her father's abandonment or the way the High Fae used affection as a weapon. Dominic wasn't them. He never had been. Maybe he was the first person who could love her without trying to change her. She stood quickly, feet bare against the creaky wood floor, the air cool against her skin. She could still feel the echo of his presence, warmth in the cushions, the scent of his skin on her sleeve where he'd brushed past her the night before. He couldn't have gone far, not with the tether, not with the bond. She was going to find him. She was going to say the words. Finally, no riddles, no sarcasm, just truth. Because if love meant anything, if they meant anything, then it was time she stopped hexing her own happiness. She was ready, only when she reached for him, reached for the magic that always pulsed between them like a heartbeat, there was nothing. It was the silence. Not the usual morning quiet of celestial pines. No, this was deeper, emptier. Her chest felt hollow. The tether. It was gone. For a split second, she blamed it on the way they'd left things last night. Too many unsaid things, too many glances that stung and words that burned. Maybe he was just keeping his distance, sleeping off the ache of disappointment. But the ache she felt wasn't from guilt or anger. It was from absence. She sat upright, the blanket falling off her lap. Her hand flew to her chest, pressing hard, like she could find the thread of their connection again if she just looked hard enough. Nothing. "Dominic," she called out. The way she used to, like a joke, like a challenge. No answer. She stood too fast, her vision blurred, her magic surged. She moved from room to room, panic building with each breath. No muddy boots by the door, no half-drunk mug of coffee on the counter, no lion curled in the corner pretending not to care. Her bond, her anchor, gone. Lillith staggered into the back hall and flung open the door to the guest room where the boy from the market lay. Her fingers shook as she touched his forehead, still warm, still breathing. The shadow runes were gone. His color had returned. He was stable. So why did it feel like everything was unraveling? She stormed outside barefoot, the gravel biting into her skin, pain grounding her in the present moment. Her breath clouded in the early morning air. "Dominic!" No answer. And this time, when she reached out with her magic to sense him, she felt nothing, like he'd been carved out of her, root and stem. No, no, no. She didn't think, just moved. The forest greeted her like an old friend with bad intentions. Whispering Woods lived up to its name this morning, the trees humming softly in a language few dared understand. Moss clung to every stone. The earth was wet beneath her feet. Every hair on her arms stood on end. Magic buzzed here, strong, old, angry. He hadn't left her. He'd been taken. And if anyone in this realm was cruel and cunning enough to tear them apart with such precision, it was Thaloran. She shoved her fingers through her curls, breathing hard, heart pounding. She'd spent her life keeping people out, keeping her power neat, her soul guarded. And now the one person who cracked through all that without permission was missing. Because she'd hesitated, pushed, pulled, guarded herself right into his absence. "I will not lose him," she hissed. The wind answered, swirling dead leaves at her feet. She stepped deeper into the trees, her fingers outstretched. She felt the faintest echo of him, faint, as if it were memory rather than magic. She dropped to her knees in a circle of frost-covered violets, the place where ley lines met. She hadn't done this kind of magic since she left the High Fae courts. She'd sworn never to draw from that part of herself again. But for Dominic, she'd burn it all down. And she hated the fact that it took her this long to really see that. She carved a circle into the dirt with her dagger, fingers nimble despite the chill. She laid her blood on the center, then her breath, then the charm she always wore hidden beneath her blouse, a scrap of gold thread from her mother's wedding robes. She'd told herself once it was for protection, but really it had always been a connection, to love, to loss. She whispered the words in the language of stars and wind, voice shaking. "Take me to him. Show me what I can't see. Bind me to his path." The trees trembled. The wind stopped. And something ancient stirred. It wasn't an answer, not yet. But it was a pulse, a direction. Her fingers clenched around the charm. "I'll trade anything. I'll give anything. Just bring him back." She had never meant it before, but now, finally, she did. Her soul, her magic, her name, the parts of herself she'd spent decades protecting. She stood slowly, her face pale and set, because she knew now. Dominic hadn't left. He'd been taken. And she was going to get him back, even if it meant walking through fire, even if it meant calling down the wrath of every realm. She was done running, because somewhere out there, Dominic was fighting to come back to her, and this time she'd fight too.
Chapter 25. Dominic. Darkness pressed in like wet velvet, thick and suffocating. The air smelled like overripe fruit and crushed nightshade, and every breath burned. Dominic wasn't sure how long he'd been drifting, but the longer he stayed, the more it felt like drowning in slow motion. He wasn't alone, not entirely. Whispers skittered through the dream realm like dry leaves across stone. Voices he couldn't place but felt down to his marrow. His lion prowled inside him, pacing, snarling, every inch of the beast coiled in furious restraint. He should be dead. That much was clear, but he wasn't. Not yet. The Fae binding held him like chains of silk and steel. No visible ropes or cells, just pressure. Pressure in his bones, on his thoughts, around his will. Every time he tried to move, the world folded back on itself, warped by Thalarin's cruel magic. And still, Dominic fought, because in the haze of it all, he saw her. Lillith. Not the real one. At least he didn't think so. This vision of her stood across a field of black glass and stars, barefoot and trembling, her eyes rimmed red with tears. She didn't speak. The hurt on her face said it all. He reached for her, and the world yawned wider, swallowing her whole. His lion roared, the magic cracked. Dominic dropped to his knees, panting, sweat, or was it dream blood, dripping down his spine. The glamour shimmered at the edges now, pulsing, faltering. He shoved upward, fists clenched, forcing his limbs to obey. "Let me out," he growled into the void. The air shifted, the dream darkened, and Thalorin appeared. He stepped from the shadows like mist condensing into something hateful. Silver hair falling around his shoulders, pale eyes like shattered ice. Beautiful in that eerie, hollow way Fae often were. Beautiful and terrible. "You're louder than I expected," the prince drawled, voice laced with a mockery of amusement. Dominic bared his teeth. "Guess I'm not dying as quietly as you hoped?" "Oh, Dominic," Thalorin sighed, circling him like a predator. "You weren't supposed to last this long. The curse was designed to unravel you. Her, both of you, slowly, beautifully, painfully." Dominic flexed his hands. The air around him cracked again. Just faint, like the echo of thunder far off. Thalorin noticed. His smile thinned. "You ruined it," the prince said, sharper now. "You weren't meant to grow closer. You weren't meant to thrive. You were supposed to burn each other out. And yet—" Dominic straightened to his full height, despite the tremble in his legs. "We took down your beast." "And saved your little town," Thalorin hissed. For now, anyway. So quaint. So pathetic. You're scared, Dominic said suddenly. That's what this is. Thorin stilled. You broke the bond because you couldn't control it, couldn't use it, and now you're trying to control me instead. Control? The prince's laugh was hollow. No, Dominic. I'm going to unmake you. He waved a hand. The sky tore open. Images flooded the dream. Lillith crumpling in pines and needles, screaming his name. Lillith in the whispering woods, eyes wild with grief. Lillith raising old magic, light splitting the earth beneath her feet. Dominic staggered. Pain lanced through him, not from Thorin's magic, but from the severed bond, from the ache that lived where she used to be. Every beat of his heart now echoed with absence. Every breath a reminder that he couldn't feel her anymore. She should have been mine, Thorin said, voice low and dangerous. She was mine once. In blood, in magic, in promise. You don't own her, Dominic snarled. You never did. I will. Dominic's lion surged, golden fire spiraling through the cracks in the dream world. Thorin flinched but didn't retreat. I'll make her forget you, the prince vowed. I'll twist her memories, bend her will, erase that tether until she begs to kneel. You try, Dominic growled, and I will tear through every plane of existence to end you. Thorin's face darkened. You're strong, he admitted. Annoyingly so, but strength won't save you here. The glamour wrapped tighter. Chains of frost and illusion spiraled up Dominic's arms, rooting him in place again. He fought, but the magic was built on his weakness, his fear, his love. You'll stay here, Thorin whispered, stepping in close. Trapped in dreams, watching her fall, until I decide it's time for you to see the truth that your dreams have become real. Dominic's vision blurred, not from pain, from rage, and still deep in his chest, his lion paced because if love was what got him cursed, then love was going to break him out.
Chapter 26. Lillith. The whispering woods didn't whisper anymore. They howled. Wind tore through the ancient branches, dragging with it the guttural cries of things long dead. The trees leaned in like sentinels, watching, waiting. Magic pulsed beneath the earth, thick and unsteady, ancient veins of power throbbing just beneath the moss and loam. The sky above had bled color, the moon hanging swollen and red, as though holding its breath. And in the center of it all stood Lillith. Her palms were braced against the cold, ancient heart of a stone circle carved by hands that had long since become dust. Blood streaked across the moss beneath her fingers, a crimson offering, a signature. Her breath came in bursts, misting in the unnatural cold that wrapped around her shoulders like a shroud. She'd called the echo spirits. Now they were calling back. The air thickened, humming with energy. A tremor ran beneath her bare feet, and the trees around the circle began to groan, leaning in closer, closer. Sound fractured, voices layered upon each other in whispers, growls, cries, songs. Too many, too old, too furious. They wanted something. They always wanted something. Take it, she rasped, arms shaking with strain. My soul, my name, I don't care, just bring him back. The wind stilled. The temperature dropped. Then, from the thick mist coiled between the trees, a figure emerged. She was barely there, smoke and starlight, a shifting silhouette with eyes like twin galaxies. The scent of old roses clung to her like a memory, something once beautiful now wilted and left to rot, one of the echo spirits, and not just any, the oldest. You trade love for chains, the spirit murmured, circling her with slow, soundless steps. You bargain your fire for flesh. I bargain for him, Lillith spat, jaw tight. The spirit halted inches from her. You still lie to yourself, child. Her knees nearly buckled beneath the weight of truth. Please, she whispered, the word trembling. He's in danger. I feel it. I know it. I can't. Her voice broke, the breath hitching like glass in her throat. I can't lose him. The spirit's eyes narrowed. Then let go of your fear. You cannot save what you deny. You cannot win while cursing your own joy. A deep pulse echoed outward from the circle. The trees bowed. The ground cracked beneath her feet. Lillith pressed her palms harder to the stone as though it could anchor her to this moment, to him. I'm not afraid of loving him. The spirit raised one brow. Then say it. She hesitated. Say it, the forest screamed. Lightning crackled above. I love him, she cried, voice raw, splintering into the night. The woods exploded. Runes ignited in violent arcs of gold and obsidian across the circle. The air trembled. Her magic, once carefully controlled, precision-laced, now surged like a storm unchained. It flooded through her chest, up her spine, out her fingertips. She wasn't just casting, she was becoming. The ley lines answered her call, binding her to them like a stitch woven by destiny itself. Gold laced with starlight spilled from her skin in delicate threads, like veins made of fire. Snap. She felt him. Not the familiar pulse of the bond. This was him, Dominic, raw, open, screaming with silent agony through the veil that separated realms. His pain struck her like a blade to the chest. No, she gasped. No, no, come back to me. The spirit stepped forward, and with a whisper as cold as the grave, pressed her lips to Lilith's brow. Then take him. Light burst from Lilith's chest. She didn't walk. She split through time and space. Reality tore like paper as she cut through it, not with finesse, but with need. Her scream fractured the dream realm wide open. Shadows bled away as she fell through, a meteor of wild fury, fury born from love and fear and every ounce of power she'd denied herself for too long. She hit the dreamscape like a thunderclap. The veil warped. The stars screamed. Dominic lay crumpled at the base of a rune circle, his body limp, eyes half-lidded, blood streaking down his face. Tholoran stood above him, calm, immaculate, wicked. You're persistent, he said, and there was a curl of something cruel in his voice. Displeasure. Lillith hit the ground between them, hands blazing. Back! Off! The prince turned, his glamour rolling over her like fog. Lillith, he said almost fondly, you've grown. That's not my name to you. He stepped closer. Isn't it? You're mine, and we both know it. She raised both hands. Magic coiled around her like armor. The runes around Dominic shattered, their power cut mid-glow. The prince flinched. She lunged, dropping beside Dominic. Hey, lion boy, her voice cracked. Open those damn eyes. Behind them, Tholoran snarled. You think this is love? This wins? Lillith didn't look up. She pressed her magic into Dominic, a steady current of warmth and light. No, she said quietly, but it fights, and that's more than you'll ever understand. He roared, raising his hand. She met it with her own. Magic exploded from her skin, pure, wild, and laced with fire. It hit him full force. Tholoran flew backward like a rag doll, vanishing into the shadows he'd crawled from. Not destroyed, not yet, but diminished. The dreamscape calmed. The stars stopped flickering. Dominic gasped as color rushed back to his face. She touched her forehead to his. You're safe, she whispered. He squeezed her hand. And though she couldn't say it yet, not out loud, the truth thrummed through her blood like a second heartbeat. She loved him, and she wasn't afraid anymore.
Chapter 27. Dominic. Waking up had never felt quite like this before. Dominic's body ached in places he didn't know could ache. His throat was raw, like he'd been screaming into a void. Muscles twitched without rhythm. His skin tingled like a sunburn under a winter wind. But it was the warmth brushing against his side, the steady, living warmth, that drew him from the fog. The scent hit him next. Lavender, smoke, and something sharper. Her. Always her. Back with me? Lilith's voice was soft but threaded with that familiar snark, a lifeline wrapped in thorns. He blinked open heavy eyes, the low flicker of candlelight casting dancing shadows across the ceiling of her cottage. Wooden beams, herbs drying in bundles from the rafters, a cat snoring near the hearth. Her cottage, her world, and him in the middle of it. Ugh, he groaned, trying to push up on his elbows, but finding his limbs unwilling participants. Why does it feel like I got tackled by a tree and then stomped by a moose? You got glamored, fake-cursed, nearly soul-ripped, and fainted like a damsel, she said cheerfully. He squinted at her. You enjoy this too much? She sat at the edge of the bed beside him, legs tucked under her, wearing a faded band tee and threadbare pajama shorts. Her hair was a mess, tangled, wild, gorgeous. Her eyes, though, those were clear, clearer than he'd seen in weeks. You're lucky you're pretty, he muttered. She smirked, the corner of her mouth tugging. That's thrice now I've bandaged you up. Dominic grinned despite himself. Starting to think you've got a thing for broken men. Starting to think you've got a thing for bleeding dramatically all over my rugs. Fair trade, he said, voice hoarse. You saved my life. Her smile faltered then. Something softer curled into the corners of her expression. She reached for a glass on the nightstand and pressed it into his hand. Drink. You'll need it. He did, grateful for the cool water. When he handed it back, their fingers brushed. Static. Fire. More obvious than before. The bond wasn't there anymore. Not the magical tether that once snapped tight when they strayed too far. But this feeling, the heat of her skin against his, the breath they seemed to draw in unison, stronger, more real. Dominic swallowed hard. Lilith! She cut him off, leaning forward. Her hands framed his face, fingers brushing over the stubble on his jaw. No more running, she whispered. Not from me, not from this. He stared at her, chest hitching. Are you saying what I think you're saying? Her eyes searched his face as if memorizing every line, every scar, every shift in emotion. I'm choosing you, Dominic. I don't care about curses or destiny or what Thaloran thinks I owe him. I choose you. He exhaled a laugh that cracked apart at the edges, raw with disbelief and awe. You're sure? She nodded once. I'm done hiding behind what hurt me. I want something real, even if it scares me. Everything worth having does, he murmured. She kissed him then, like she meant it, like everything she hadn't been able to say was being said in that one action, like she'd been holding back for too long, and finally, the gates had opened. Well, it looks like the screen is fogging up from all this heat. Unfortunately, that means it's too steamy for this platform to handle. To abide by this platform's guidelines and keep bringing you free content, we have to remove the spicy scenes. Luckily for you, you can always find them at militadenbooks.com. To make up for interrupting you, get a 30% discount on us when you use code RODEO30. His fingers stroked small circles across her lower back, grounding himself in the feel of her. Lilith traced a line over his chest, slow and lazy, her fingertips dancing over the scar near his ribs. You've always looked strong, she said, but you're soft too, with me. Only with you, he replied, voice low. She looked at him, green eyes glowing faintly in the candlelight. Promise me something? Anything. No more running. No more waiting. If this is real, if we're real, I want all of it. The risk, the magic. You. He leaned in, kissed her gently. You've had all of me since the first time you looked at me like I wasn't the enemy. She smiled, not a sarcastic twist of her lips, not her usual smirk, a real smile, one that lit up every freckle on her cheeks, one that made him ache all over again. They didn't speak for a long while after that, just the sound of their breathing, the faint pop of candle wax, and the distant rustle of wind through trees outside the cottage walls. The world could wait. He was hers, and she was finally ready to be his.
Chapter 28. Lilith. The cottage had never been quieter, Yet the silence wasn't heavy, it hummed with something new, something sacred. Lillith stood barefoot by the fireplace, wrapped in one of Dominic's old flannels, sleeves swallowing her hands. He was still asleep, sprawled across the bed like he'd claimed every inch of it with his lion-sized ego and broad shoulders. The morning sun filtered through the curtains, casting golden stripes across his bare back. She couldn't look at him without her chest tightening. She'd almost lost him, and now he was here. Alive. The bond gone, but the connection still burning. Choice over fate. Her hands trembled slightly as she stirred the tea. Not from fear, not entirely. Just the edges of everything catching up. The adrenaline was gone. All that remained now was truth and the future. Lil? She turned. His voice was rough with sleep, his eyes still clouded but focused on her like she was the only star in a sky full of fire. "You're up," she said, trying not to melt when he smiled at her like that. He sat up, moving slowly. "You left a lion shifter in your bed alone. Bold choice." "Figured you'd survive 10 minutes without me," she teased, handing him the tea as she sat beside him on the edge of the bed. He took it gratefully, their fingers brushing. "You're glowing, you know." "Residual goddess rage," she said, "or lack of sleep." He chuckled and sipped. "We need to talk." The shift in his voice was instant. Gone was the teasing curl of his lips, the boyish glint in his eyes. In their place, tension coiled in his shoulders and a shadow behind his gaze. His jaw clenched, the muscle ticking like a clock counting down to something dark. Lilith's brows furrowed. She folded her legs beneath her, settling in with a seriousness that mirrored his own. "Okay, tell me." He looked at the cup in his hands for a long moment, like searching its steam for courage. "Thalorin talked," Dominic said, voice low and rough. "When he thought I couldn't get out, when he thought the dreamscape would keep me locked away, he monologued, like some villain out of a cursed storybook." Lillith sat straighter, her breath shallow. "What did he say?" "He wants the Moonlit Pact," Dominic said. "He wants to remake it, not just use it." Her frown was immediate. "That doesn't make sense. The Pact's a stabilizer. It's what keeps the ley lines from overloading, keeps wild magic in check. Without it?" "He doesn't want it for containment," Dominic said, eyes hard. "He wants to free the wild magic, tear down the wards, shatter the lines, return the world to what it was before the Pact was forged. Back when the Fae reigned, unchallenged, before human coalitions, before the old peace." Lilith's breath stilled. "He wants to unmake the world." "Exactly, all this," Dominic gestured vaguely. "The curses, the shadow beasts, the glamour traps, the tethered bond, they're collateral. He's testing thresholds, seeing what the world can hold before it breaks." She blinked. "And we were one of his tests." He nodded grimly. "He knew we were tied. He didn't create the bond. He just twisted what was already there. Because our connection, our resistance to magic, it proved something. That certain threads of magic can't be rewritten without consequence. That there are still forces older than him." Lilith's skin prickled. "So he's using those consequences, weaponizing them." "Yeah," Dominic said. "And he's done being subtle. His next move is to infiltrate the Council of Concords." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "The Council!" "He said the humans have gotten arrogant, lazy. He plans to use the echo rifts, channeling old magic through them, destabilizing borders between realms. That way, when he shows up with solutions, offerings to heal the tear, he'll look like a savior, not a threat." Lillith sat back slowly, her mind racing. "So he creates chaos, then shows up with control." "Exactly," Dominic said. "Classic power grab. He's not just after us anymore. He wants the entire Accord system shattered. He wants to rebuild the world throne by throne with him at the top." She swallowed hard. "And if the Pact falls?" "There'll be no boundaries between realms," Dominic finished. "No rules, just raw, ancient power flooding through the world again. Cities will crumble. Magic will rot the ground. Creatures we've only read about in fairy tales will walk under daylight. Lillith went silent. She could hear the thrum of the ley lines from her cottage. Always could. It had been background noise since she was a child. But now she imagined them unraveling. Threads snapping, the heartbeat of the world falling out of rhythm. Her voice was small when she said, "That's madness." Dominic's gaze locked with hers. "He's not just after us anymore, Lil. He's after everything." Silence sat between them for a long breath, heavy and electric. "And I think," he added, "he's going to the council next, not just to speak, to infiltrate, to curse the charter maybe, something worse." Lilith's fingers twitched in her lap. "Then we need to warn them." "We need to do more than that," Dominic said. His voice was harder now, clipped with purpose. "We need proof. We need records, the original pact transcriptions, your research, maybe even whatever's buried at Echo Archive. If Marcus still has contacts at the Concord Library, we can start there. We'll need to move fast." Her throat worked as she nodded slowly. "Yeah, okay, we can do that. I have notes, glyph studies, and a coded ledger Rowan helped me with last year. Might be something there." "Good," he said, setting the empty cup aside. "We don't wait for him to strike next. We don't react. We outplay him." Lillith looked at him, and for a moment she wasn't a woman haunted by old ghosts, or a runaway noble turned ward weaver. She was his, and she was ready. "I'm with you," she said, voice quiet but unshakable. He turned to her, something like wonder in his eyes. "You mean that?" Her smile was small, but real. "I mean it." Dominic reached for her hand, lacing their fingers. No magic surged this time. No bond hummed in their skin. Just touch. Lillith reached to her nightstand, pulling out a small bundle wrapped in silk. She handed it to him, her fingers lingering as he took it. "What's this?" he asked, brow furrowed. "Open it." He did, carefully. Inside was a bracelet, worn leather, dark and sturdy, threaded with silver and marked by 3 runes stitched in thread that shimmered gold in the light. "A rune sigil?" he asked, voice quiet. "Protection, clarity, loyalty," she said. "It's not magical like the tether. It doesn't bind you, it doesn't control, but it's yours, if you want it." Dominic looked up at her, something raw flickering behind his eyes. "I wanted to give you something by choice," she said softly. "Not because of magic, not because we had to, just because I see you, and I trust you." He didn't speak. Instead, he looped the bracelet around his wrist and fastened it with care. "I'll never take it off," he said hoarsely. Lillith looked down, her throat tight. "Good. Because this time, we do this together. No more secrets. No more almosts." He reached for her, his hand warm against her jaw. "You're everything I never knew I needed." She leaned in, resting her forehead against his. "Then let's protect it. Protect us." For a moment, the world outside didn't matter. Not the prince. Not the pact. Just the 2 of them. 2 broken pieces finally learning to fit. But as the wind rattled the window panes and an unnatural chill crept in from the woods, Lillith knew one thing for certain. This was only the beginning.
Chapter 29. Dominic. The parchment was gripped firmly between Dominic's fingers as he stepped into the stone hall of the Celestial Pines Council chamber. The oncoming sunset filtered through the high, arched windows, spilling amber rays across the long, rune-carved table where the elders sat in their respective chairs, each carved with symbols of their lineage and legacy. Hazel sat at the end, her expression unreadable, eyes sharp and ancient. She was dressed in muted lavender robes, a far cry from the ash-smudged version of herself that had wandered back into town. Across from her sat Jace Montgomery, grumpy, broad-shouldered, and looming like a thundercloud in a dark Henley and worn leather boots, arms crossed over his chest. The man smelled like pine and old promises, a scent Dominic remembered from hunts past and brief but intense territory discussions. The other council members he recognized but had never really had any reason to visit with them one-on-one. But now that was all about to change. Dominic didn't hesitate. He placed the parchment down on the table with a quiet finality, letting the ancient glyphs burn into view, the edge of the page still warm with fresh ink and protective spellcraft. "This," he said, voice steady, "is your proof." Lillith stood beside him, spine straight, gaze unyielding. She hadn't said much since the morning, but her silence wasn't from doubt. It was bracing, focused, the kind of stillness before a spell broke open the sky. Hazel reached for the page first, her hand slower than usual, the practiced confidence of a seasoned council member, faltering beneath the weight of what she held. Her fingers hovered above the ancient parchment like it might bite, centuries-old runes smoldering faintly under the dim light of the chamber, flickering like embers that refused to die. She ran a thumb across the wax seal bearing the mark of the moonlit pact, and her lips moved silently, translating what hadn't been read aloud in generations. As the silence thickened, Lillith stepped forward, voice echoing through the chamber like the toll of a bell. "He's not trying to corrupt the pact," she said, every word measured, every syllable sharp. "He wants to destroy it, tear the ley lines apart, return magic to a time of wild chaos, before the realms were tethered." The words struck like thunder. Jace leaned forward, the massive shifter's storm-gray eyes narrowing. "That would level the towns," he growled. "It would tear holes between planes. Let things in that don't belong." Dominic could feel the change ripple through the room, the dread sinking its claws into every stone. "It's already starting," he added, his voice low, raw. "You saw the shadow beasts. You felt the rift last month near Hollow Bend. That was Thaloran's doing. His magic isn't just spreading, it's adapting, feeding off instability." Hazel's eyes snapped up. "You're saying the rift was intentional?" Lillith nodded, her jaw clenched. "A test. And the boy in the market last week, he was branded with dreaming runes. They were ancient, feral. If we hadn't intervened—" She trailed off, but the weight of her words filled the space. "He would have died, just like so many more will." A wave of whispers surged through the chamber like a current. Elder Myra, frail and fine-boned, leaned toward her fellow counselor with silver eyes wide in disbelief. Across the long table, Briar's bark-slick skin visibly hardened as the dryad muttered protective enchantments under her breath. "Why now?" Jace snapped. "Always the warrior first. Why start all this now?" Dominic stepped forward. The gravity in his shoulders was different now. He wasn't just a shifter. He was a man who had clawed his way out of Thaloran's prison and survived. "Because the realms are weak," he said. "The balance is off. And because he thought I was the easiest way in." Gasps rippled across the room. Hazel leaned back in her chair, brows furrowed in hard calculation. Dominic didn't falter. His gaze met Hazel's, unwavering. "He cursed me, bound me to Lillith, tried to twist the bond into something unstable, something he could weaponize to crack open the boundary between realms." "But it didn't work," Lillith said, voice quiet but carrying. "Because we resisted. Because we chose." And then Dominic's voice turned thunderous. "She is my mate." Everything went still, the kind of stillness that drowns a battlefield seconds before a sword is drawn. Hazel blinked. Elder Myra actually gasped, and Jace's face, a mask carved in stone, twitched just enough to betray his surprise. Dominic held the moment, unshaken. Not because of the curse, not because of prophecy or manipulation, because when everything went dark, she found me. When Thaloran tried to break me, she put me back together. She chose me, and I chose her. Lillith stood rooted beside him, her body taut with emotion, lips parted as if caught between breath and disbelief. Dominic turned back to the chamber, letting his words fall heavy. "If Thaloran thinks he can use her, use us, to shatter the world, then he's not just a threat to the pact. He's an enemy to this town, and I won't let him win." Jace's brow lifted, his arms still crossed over his chest, but his posture shifted. Just a little. Enough to say he'd heard him. Really heard him. You're serious? Jace said. Deadly. The wolf shifter nodded once. And her? All eyes turned to Lillith. Her voice was a breath at first. Then it rose stronger. I agree with him. I've seen what Thelorin's capable of. I've stood in the echoes. I've felt the terror of what comes through when the veil thins. If we don't act now, if we don't unify, there won't be anything left to protect. She made her choice, Dominic said again. No coercion, no magic, just truth. Hazel's silence was long, measured. Then she folded the parchment gently, as if handling an ancient wound. Then we prepare, she said, her voice low and firm. We convene the Council of Concords. We send word to the border towns, and we reinforce the pact. We don't have long, Dominic added. Thelorin won't sit idle now that we've seen through him. I'll call in my pack, Jace muttered, uncrossing his arms at last. We've held the northern line since before the Great Reconciliation. Whatever this bastard's planning, he'll have to go through me first. Dominic gave a small, grateful nod. We'll need the old records. Pact law, ley line placement, every scrap of magical precedent. Lillith and I can get Echo Archive access. And what about you? Jace asked, glancing at Lillith. You ready for this? She didn't hesitate. I was born ready. I just forgot for a while. A rare chuckle rolled from Jace's chest. Spirits help us. As the elders rose and scattered, orders already flowing from lips and parchment, Dominic took one long breath. The chamber was still filled with tension, but now it had direction, purpose. They stood outside the council chamber, the wind stirring the dried leaves at their feet, the sky above bruised with impending dusk. Around them, celestial pines buzzed with the tension of awakening, calls to arms, spell runes dusted off ancient shelves, warriors and witches alike drawing lines in the sand. But in that moment, Dominic only had eyes for her. Lillith, strong and certain during the council meeting, now looked haunted. Her arms folded tightly across her chest like she could hold herself together if she just pressed hard enough. Her voice, when it came, was barely louder than the breeze. Do you think I'm the reason this is happening? Dominic blinked. What? She didn't look at him, just stared at a knot in the cobblestone like it held all the answers she was too afraid to say out loud. I summoned him, she whispered. Thelorin, I didn't mean to. Not like this. I had questions about the pact, about the forest. I thought I could control it. I thought I was being careful. But I opened the door, Dominic. I opened it, and now everything is unraveling. Her voice cracked on the last word, tears gathering in her lashes before she could blink them away. Without thinking, he reached out and caught her hands in his. Steady, warm, grounding. Lillith, he said, voice low and fierce, look at me. She hesitated, then lifted her chin just enough to meet his gaze. Her eyes, always so quick with fire or wit, were now soft and raw, waiting to be told she hadn't doomed them all. Why would you think this is your fault? He asked, thumbing a tear from her cheek. Because I started it, she said, voice trembling. Maybe I didn't mean to, but I did. All of this, what if I made it worse? Dominic pulled her closer, his arms circling her like a shield against the wind, against her own self-blame. He felt her sigh, deep and shaky, like it cost her something just to stay standing. Hey, he murmured into her hair, this isn't on you. Did you hear what you just said? What I found out? What we found out? She leaned back, just enough to see his face, eyes searching his, like he might disappear if she blinked too hard. It means he already had this plan, Dominic said. The moonlit pact, the shadow magic, the rifts. He was already working behind the curtain. You didn't unleash him. You exposed him. Without you summoning him, we wouldn't have known any of this until it was too late. Her lip trembled, but her hands gripped his tighter. You didn't ruin anything, he said. You gave us a fighting chance.
Chapter 30. Lillith. The moon rose red that night, not crimson with eclipse or the burnt hue of summer's ash, but blood red, angry, watching. And Lillith swore she could hear it whisper her name. They stood in the glade where the ley lines bent, a bend not found on any map, but known to witches by instinct and blood memory. She felt them trembling beneath her boots, those ancient arteries of magic, humming low like a storm trying not to scream. She glanced over her shoulder. Dominic stood beside her, still and broad, like a mountain holding back the tide. His eyes were fierce beneath the fall of wind-mussed hair, his shoulders squared, coat open to the cold night, as though daring the forest to test him. Around his wrist, the rune sigil bracelet she'd given him glowed faintly, pulsing with her magic. Her promise. Behind them, the council gathered like a storm front. Hazel stood with her staff in hand, hair braided tight down her back, mouth a grim line. Jace Montgomery flanked her, storm-gray eyes narrowed as he gave orders to the wolf shifter guard. Rowan and Marcus circled the perimeter, quietly linking spells. Even Bee was there, her sleeves rolled and herbs tucked behind her ears. Everyone was ready, except Lillith. Her fingers gripped the heart sigil hanging around her neck, a carved pendant of twisted bone and silver thread. She had poured her magic into it for days. It wasn't just a weapon. It was the key to undoing the tether between Thalarin and the Moonlit Pact, a lockpick carved from soul and sacrifice. "Hey!" Dominic's voice cut through the wind. She turned to him. She still wasn't used to how her chest softened just at the sight of him. "You with me?" he asked. She nodded, swallowing the fear hard. "I am now." The trees fell silent. Then came the first howl. It wasn't wolf. It wasn't anything natural. The sky opened as Thalorin's shadow beasts emerged. Dozens of them gliding like smoke, eyes gleaming with sickly blue fire. Their limbs bent wrong. Their mouths stretched too wide. Echoes of pain given form. The clearing pulsed with alarm. The guards shifted mid-step while fur and claws and war cries beckoned, while magic snapped like a whip through the air. Thalorin emerged last. He didn't walk. He unfolded, wreathed in glamour, clad in silver-threaded robes, his hair shimmering like moonlight oil. Thalorin glided across the battlefield with a slow, deliberate grace. His expression was carved serenity, but his eyes burned. Not hot, but glacial, deadly. "Lillith," he greeted, voice the curl of a winter breeze through a cracked window. "So dramatic. Was a letter too civil for you?" She stepped forward, magic already prickling along her skin. "Cut the theatrics. This ends tonight." "Oh," he said, smile not quite touching his lips. "But we're just getting started." The beasts lunged. Dominic moved like fire, his shift rolling over him in a blur of tawny gold and muscle. His lion form slammed into one of the shadow creatures mid-air, teeth ripping through corrupted magic. Hazel shouted a command and wards burst to life across the field. Shields flared, spells flew like lightning bolts. Jace and his pack shifted as well, earthbound wolf tangling with shadows and darkness. But Lillith didn't flinch. Her bones ached with fatigue, her fingertips buzzed with too much magic, too much adrenaline. But she stepped forward anyway, the sigil pulsing in her grip like a second heartbeat. Each footfall felt heavier than the last, as if the earth itself resisted her path. The battlefield had gone quiet save for the distant roars of beasts and the whisper of burned leaves skittering across scorched ground. All eyes followed her now. Council, allies, monsters alike, as though the air held its breath. The sigil in her hand burned hotter. Not physically, but soul deep, like it was pulling threads from inside her ribcage to keep itself lit. Thalorin watched her approach, brow raised. He tilted his head with a sneer carved in obsidian. "What is that?" he said, voice silk-wrapped venom. "A trinket? A charm? Or are you going to cry into it and hope I melt?" She stopped 3 feet from him. Her heart pounded so loud it muffled the wind. But her voice? Clear, cold. "It's a doorstop," she snapped, "and you're standing on the wrong side of it." His smile faded. The sigil flared, reacting to the convergence point underfoot, the ley lines pulsing just beneath the surface. Lillith inhaled once, then she screamed, a raw, primal sound torn from somewhere deep, and slammed the sigil into the earth. The ground didn't just quake, it convulsed. A shockwave of power erupted outward in concentric circles. Stones lifted, trees bowed away, and a crack ripped through the battlefield like lightning splitting a sky in half. The ley lines roared as if finally freed from a cage. Magic howled, not wind, not weather, magic, old, waking, furious. Runes spilled from the ground in blinding flashes, ancient, burning silver and red and violet. They spiraled toward Thaloran, seeking him, binding him. The first one lashed around his ankle like a chain. He tried to move. He couldn't. "What have you done?" he hissed, the sneer falling away as panic rose in his voice. Another rune wrapped around his thigh, then his torso. The glamour cracked across his skin like shattered porcelain. His true form flickered. Too sharp, too inhuman, beauty turned to blade. "You dare." "I severed you," Lillith said, her voice low but thunderous, her hair whipping around her face like a crown of fire. "You and the moonlit pact are no longer one, no longer tethered. You're not its shadow. You're just another monster who thought chaos made him a king." He roared, eyes blazing with pure hatred, but he couldn't move, not forward, not back. The sigil's power, fueled by her blood and will, held. The moment stretched, and then the sigil detonated. Light burst from the earth like a geyser of stars. The scream of it wasn't just sound, it was vibration, memory, history being rewritten in a second. The shadow beasts shrieked in unison. They collapsed inward, their forms unraveling like smoke caught in reverse wind. They didn't die. They were sucked, drawn screaming into the rift that tore open at Thaloran's back. The tether snapped, the air shattered. Thaloran staggered backward, one hand outstretched in disbelief as the pulse of power rippled through his chest and broke whatever hold he'd had. Lillith fell to one knee, sweat beading at her brow, her vision swimming with afterimages. But she didn't drop the second sigil she'd hidden in her other palm. She wasn't finished, not yet. Dominic was at her side instantly, shifting back, wrapping his arms around her. "You did it," he breathed. "You actually—" The wind shifted. Lilith's eyes shot up in warning too late. Thaloran, snarling, half-scorched and stripped of glamour, lunged. He didn't go for her, he went for Dominic. Everything slowed. His blade, bone and shadow pierced the space between them. Dominic shoved her back. Lillith screamed. The world tilted, and Dominic fell. Thaloran vanished in a crack of ice-cold air. Dominic hit the ground, eyes wide, blood blooming too fast, too red across his shirt. "Dominic!" She dropped beside him, hands fumbling, pressing against the wound, her magic screaming inside her to do something, anything, but nothing held. Nothing stuck. His hand curled weakly around hers. "Still with me," he rasped, lips pale. She shook her head, tears falling freely now. "No, no, no, don't you dare. I just found you again. You don't get to leave." He smiled, faint, brave. "You did good, Lillith, real good. You're not saying goodbye. Just saying I'm proud of you." Then his eyes fluttered closed.
Chapter 31. Dominic. The world was quiet, but not the peaceful kind. Dominic had known that once, in the early mornings on the porch of pines and needles, mug of too hot coffee in hand, the scent of pine curling through his thoughts. No, this was the quiet that came after a storm had torn the sky in half, the kind that came when even your heartbeat forgot to echo. He floated, untethered. No pain, no breath. Just cold. Until something warmer than fire pierced the dark. Lillith. Her magic hit his chest like a strike of lightning and a kiss from a god all in one. It wasn't gentle. It was desperate, wild, thrumming with everything she hadn't said, but had always felt. Her grief poured into him with her power, shaking the very threads of his soul. "Don't you dare leave me," that's what her magic screamed. Don't you dare make me love you just to watch you disappear. He should have answered, but he couldn't move, couldn't think, until they came. Soft at first, a breeze, then whispers, layered, ancient, the echoes, the same ones she'd summoned before. He stood suddenly in a dreamscape, or maybe he never had a body here at all. Trees made of mist towered overhead, and the moon hung low and pulsing with silver blood. The echo spirits surrounded him like a council of shadows. None of them looked the same. Some were too tall, some too thin, all with eyes that held centuries. One stepped forward, the one she had told him about, the one who had kissed Lilith's brow. She risks everything, the spirit said, her voice the wind through dying leaves. For you. Dominic clenched his jaw. She shouldn't have to, but she did, because you are hers. The words scraped something raw inside him. He looked down at his hands, empty, limp, human. Another spirit drifted closer. You have a choice, Dominic Kane. You always did. You can rest, let go, leave this weight behind. The weight of being tethered, of carrying his pride like armor, of pretending he wasn't afraid. Or, the first spirit said, you can return. You can rise. You can love her the way she was meant to be loved. His lion stirred, slow and furious. She already knows what you are, the voice whispered, but only you can decide who. His hands curled into fists. The fog began to burn around him. She called you back, another spirit intoned. Now roar! The sound didn't start in his throat. It came from the marrow, from every scar he'd earned, from every silent prayer he'd buried. It built in his chest like a gathering storm, the echo of ancient power stirring awake. And when he let it loose, it wasn't just a roar. It was a battle cry that cracked the very dreamscape. Dominic surged upward with a thunderclap of sound and flame. His body arched in midair as muscle split, bone reshaped, fur cascaded across his skin like a divine avalanche. The shift was not just transformation, it was rebirth. Fire burned through every sinew, every nerve igniting with purpose. He landed on all fours, claws gouging trenches into the war-scarred earth. The ground trembled. The echoes vanished in a shimmer of mist. Their part played. Lilith lay beside him, her hands clutched over her heart, tears streaking dirt-stained cheeks, breath suspended in awe and fear. Her voice cracked. Dominic? He turned and she saw him. Not just the lion or the man, both now. Magic fused with soul. His fur shimmered with threads of midnight and starlight, golden flecks woven like sigils from her own spell. He wasn't what Thaloran had cursed. He was what Lilith had chosen. Behind them, thunder split the sky. Magic warped the clouds. And Thaloran rose reeling, but not broken, yet. Blood slicked his silken tunic. His silver hair was matted with dirt and gore. But his eyes, those glacier-sharp eyes, still burned with unholy resolve. You imbeciles, the prince spat, his voice no longer smooth velvet but serrated glass. You think this ends with a scream and a pet shifter? He lifted both hands. Glamored fire roared into existence, an inferno shaped like serpents, like jagged wings of heat. Ley lines cracked behind him, spitting raw energy. Shadow beasts flickered around his feet, malformed and writhing, all of what was left of his army. Lilith rose slowly, her body shaking but her spine straight. She stepped beside Dominic, her hand hovering above his mane, steady as steel. No, she said, calm and clear. It ends because you don't belong here. Not in our world, not in our hearts. Dominic growled, deep and resonant, before he moved. He launched like a bolt from a drawn bow, faster than thought, muscle and magic and intent all aligned. Thaloran hurled the fire and Dominic tore through it. Illusions bled around him, but none of them could pierce his vision anymore. The bond inside him, what Lilith had reforged, was a beacon. This wasn't about vengeance. It was about love. Dominic slammed into the prince, their bodies colliding like gods in a tempest. They tumbled across the field, Thaloran clawing and shrieking in ancient tongues, trying to worm glamours into Dominic's mind, but they splintered against the lion's will. Dominic pinned him. Claws dug into soft, gilded fabric and the flesh beneath. Thaloran howled, thrashing. "You don't get to touch her again," Dominic growled. "You don't get to touch anything again." Thaloran's face shifted, glamour fraying. Beneath it, decay, a creature born of ambition and lies. Beautiful once, maybe, but the rot had settled too deep. Dominic opened his jaws and magic surged through him. Lilith's magic, threaded with his own wild power. He bit down. The sound was final. Not just flesh torn, power torn. A scream erupted from Thaloran that cracked the air and ripped through every living thing in the glade. His body spasmed, light exploding from within, and then he burst, not into gore, but into ash and silence. The ley lines snapped shut behind him like a book slammed closed. The shadows he commanded screamed, and were gone, sucked into the void left in his wake. Smoke rose. The earth hissed. It was over. Dominic shifted back, collapsing to his knees, gasping. Lilith stumbled forward, her face slack with disbelief, awe, and something else. Something like heartbreak that came too late. "Dominic," she whispered, and then she was in his arms. He collapsed into her, letting her hold all his weight. Her fingers raked through his hair, anchoring him as she'd done before, but this time with nothing to save, just to keep. "You came back," she said. "You called," he rasped. She pulled back, eyes glassy, red-rimmed. "I told you I loved you." "You did." He cupped her cheek, thumb brushing the tear beneath her eye. "I felt it, in every damn pulse of magic you poured into me." She kissed him. It was deep, certain, like she was pouring every ounce of belief, of truth, into that moment. "You're mine," she whispered against his lips. "And you're mine." His voice shook. "Mate." The word hummed between them like the echo of thunder across a mountain. A promise, a bond, and this time not one cast by a curse or a prince's scheme, but by choice, by fire, and by love.
Chapter 32. Lilith. The battle was over. Thaloran was gone, dust scattered in the wake of magic older than names, and celestial pines had held, bruised, battered, but not broken. Lilith barely remembered the walk back to the cottage. Her legs had moved on their own, like her soul was already pulling toward home. Dominic's fingers had brushed hers the entire way, never letting go. His grip was warm, steady, real. She hadn't looked back once, and now they were here. The cottage stood as it always had, nestled between ivy-cloaked trees, moonlight tangled in the mossy shingles, the smell of cedar and rosewood curling out of the stone chimney. The hearth inside still burned with slow embers. Familiar, inviting, home. Lilith stood just inside the threshold, watching as Dominic moved through the front room, barefoot and shirtless, bandages half wrapped around his side where the last of his wounds were still knitting closed. She hated the bruises, hated the reminder that she'd nearly lost him. Again. He glanced at her over his shoulder. "You okay?" She nodded slowly. "Yeah, She stepped closer, her fingers brushing the wall as if to ground herself. "I keep waiting to feel different. Like the curse is gone, the bond broken, and now we're just normal." Dominic set the mug he was drying on the counter and turned to face her fully. "You think this feels normal?" "No," she exhaled a soft laugh. "Not even close." He stepped toward her. "Then what does it feel like?" "Like we survived something that should have ruined us. Like fate handed us a tangle and we made a home out of it." Her eyes searched his face. "You still want this? Now that you're not forced to be near me every second?" He stilled. And then, very slowly, he walked the rest of the way to her, cupped her jaw in his calloused hand, and said, "I was never forced, Lil." "Not really. The bond didn't make me love you." Her heart seemed to stop in her throat. Dominic leaned in, brow brushing hers. "I want all of it. Your weird tea collection, your runes scattered across every surface, the way you hoard books like they're dragon treasure. I want the sigh you make when you read something beautiful. The way you hum when you cook and don't even know it. I want the you without curses and kingdoms and war." Her throat tightened. "Then stay." He blinked. She took his hand in hers. "Move in. Live here, with me. Not because of the tether. Because of us." He kissed her without hesitation. "Well, it looks like the screen is fogging up from all this heat. Unfortunately, that means it's too steamy for this platform to handle. To abide by this platform's guidelines and keep bringing you free content, we have to remove the spicy scenes. Luckily for you, you can always find them at millytadenbooks.com. To make up for interrupting you, get a 30% discount on us when you use code RODEO30. "I love you," she whispered. "And now, there's no tether but this. Us. What we chose." He kissed her, softer now, hushed, holy. "Then I'm yours forever, and next time, it's my turn to mark you." Finally, when sleep took them, it was under the pulse of joined magic, two souls no longer just entwined, but fused. Chapter 33. Lillith. The air inside the cottage was thick with peace. It wrapped around the stone walls and drifted lazily through the open windows, where warm morning light filtered through gauzy curtains. Somewhere in the trees, birds had the audacity to sing like nothing monumental had happened the night before. Like the world hadn't almost become chaos and healed itself at their fingertips. Lillith stirred beneath the enchanted blanket Dominic had grumbled about the first night, but now seemed to claim more stubbornly than his morning coffee. The threads shimmered faintly in the light, stitched with protection runes and laced with old magic that hummed like lullabies. Beside her, Dominic sprawled across most of the bed. An arm tossed over her waist, his chest rising and falling in steady rhythm. His hair was tousled, lips parted just slightly in sleep, the sharp lines of his face softer in the morning glow. She couldn't stop looking at him. Gods, he was hers. No more bonds, no more curses, just this, love. He stirred and cracked one eye open. "You're staring." "I am," she said, unashamed. His mouth twitched. "Why?" "Because I still can't believe it." Her voice dropped like it might shatter the quiet. "We survived. You're here." He pulled her in closer, voice thick with sleep and something sweeter. "Where else would I be?" Her answer was a soft kiss to his chest, right over his heart. They stayed like that for a while, wrapped in warmth and breath and silence. Eventually, she untangled herself and padded into the kitchen, tugging one of his non-ripped shirts over her shoulders like a shield. The floorboards creaked familiarly under her bare feet. She set water to boil and rummaged through her absurd collection of teas. Dominic had teased her for having over 40 blends. She'd dared him to try them all before judging. He'd made it through 12. She chose one he liked, smoky with a hint of lavender, and began preparing 2 mugs. He came in behind her, yawning and scratching his chest. The sight of him, rumpled and real and still shirtless, made her heart stutter in her chest. "You making that weird forest brew again?" he asked, sliding his arms around her waist. "You love the weird forest brew." "Only because you make it," he muttered into her neck. She laughed, the sound soft and rare. "You're ridiculous." He kissed her temple. "And you love it." They curled up on the couch, the enchanted blanket now draped across their laps, mugs cradled between hands. Rain began to tap gently against the windows, slow and rhythmic, like the forest was finally settling too. "You ever think we'd get here?" he asked after a few minutes. She took a long sip before answering. "No, I didn't let myself." Dominic turned to face her more fully. "Why not?" "Because people like me don't get endings like this. We get warnings, we get curses, we get told to be careful with what we love." He reached out and tucked a curl behind her ear. "And now?" "Now," she said slowly. "I think maybe we fought hard enough to deserve it." His grin was slow and dangerous. Good, because I'm not going anywhere. They sat for a while longer, exchanging stories of childhood memories and half-forgotten dreams, until the air turned quieter, cozier. She leaned forward and grabbed a small carving stone from the side table, along with her favorite rune chisel. Dominic raised a brow. Crafting already? I want to make something, she said, brushing her fingers over the smooth stone. Something just for you. She carved slowly, pressing her magic into the grooves. Each stroke was careful, intentional. When it was done, she handed it to him. His name was etched in ancient runic script across the stone's face. Woven through it were smaller sigils of loyalty, strength, and soul-binding. He turned it over in his hands like it was something holy. I want you to keep it, she said quietly. It's yours. It means you're part of this place, part of me. He set the stone down on the coffee table and then turned to her fully. His expression shifted. Gone was the teasing softness. In its place was the full, steady intensity that had always been so uniquely Dominic, alpha, unyielding, steady as mountain. Then I want something too, he said. She blinked. Okay, I want it official. Official! He reached out and took both of her hands in his. I want to marry you. I want you marked, bound, not because of magic, because I'm yours, and I want the realms to know it. Dominic! I don't care about ceremonies or courts. I don't need a crowd. Just you, me, and whatever ancient spirits you want to invite to make it official. His grip tightened, not in force, but certainty. Let me be your mate in every way. Her eyes burned. You already are. Then let's seal it, soul to soul. She hesitated only a second. Yes. His mouth crushed hers in answer. The kiss was wild, claiming, but beneath it, the thread of reverence stayed. They moved together again, slow and consuming. This wasn't desperation or reunion. This was a beginning, a promise. Her rune-laced fingers tangled in his hair. His body mapped hers with hands that knew every scar and curve. When they lay together, breath mingling, magic humming between them, she knew she was exactly where she was meant to be. Lillith wasn't afraid of what was to come, or who would see the real her. She simply was.
Chapter 34. Dominic. Dominic had survived curses, dream realms, and Thaloran's sociopathic smugness, but nothing prepared him for wedding planning in Celestial Pines. He stood in the middle of the main square, arms crossed and brows drawn as the town bustled around him like enchanted bees in spring. Someone had conjured floating flower garlands that swooped from lantern posts. Marcus was barking orders in his usual pine smoke growl, and Rowan was elbow-deep in ribbon samples, arguing with a witch named Melba about color symbolism. Dominic's mate, his soon-to-be wife, was at the center of it all. Lillith looked like magic incarnate in her oversized cardigan and scuffed boots, hair swept into a loose braid that trailed over her shoulder. She was laughing at something Twyla said, her cheeks pink from the morning chill, and the sight of her knocked the wind out of him like it always did. Bet you didn't see this coming when you strolled into town, Rowan murmured at his side, nudging him with a smirk. Dominic grunted. Pretty sure I didn't see anything past getting that damn tether off me. You were feral about it, Rowan agreed cheerfully. And now look at you, domesticated. Careful, Dominic said, eyes still on Lillith. I still bite. Marcus passed them, arms full of chairs, and paused long enough to mutter, Only one person you're biting now, Dom. That earned a laugh from Rowan and a visible grimace from Dominic. He was still getting used to everyone in town knowing every inch of his business. Apparently being bonded by ancient magic and publicly declaring your mate at a council meeting had that effect. Speaking of, Marcus added, dropping the chairs with a heavy thunk, you mark her yet? Dominic turned sharply. Excuse me? Marcus didn't blink. The mark, the bite, the soul tie, shifter tradition, alpha stuff. Dominic clenched his jaw. No. Rowan arched a brow. Didn't see that one coming. It's not the right time, Dominic said, tone-clipped. I'll mark her when we're married, not before. Rowan blinked. Wow, you're really leaning into the sentimental alpha archetype. It's not sentiment, Dominic snapped, then softened when he caught sight of Lillith helping a kid balance a stack of enchanted music scrolls. It's respect. I don't want the bond to be about instinct or history or old rules. I want it to be her choice, all of it. Marcus grunted. Old-fashioned? Yeah, Dominic said. I am. He walked off before they could tease him more, though he caught Rowan whispering behind him. If he cries at the altar, I owe you 10 coppers. The prep carried on for hours, and Dominic kept busy, mostly because standing still meant thinking too much. Every time he and Lillith were more than 10 feet apart, his body itched. The tether was gone, but the muscle memory of always being near her hadn't faded. Probably never would. He found her eventually, sitting on the back steps of the cottage with a mug of tea and a tired smile. Hey, she said when he dropped down beside her, their shoulders touching. Hey. Survive the great chair debate? Barely. Marcus is now banned from floral arrangements. She laughed, soft and honest. Good. I don't need pine-scented roses. They sat like that in the quiet for a while. It curled around them like one of her enchanted blankets, warm and familiar, the kind of silence that didn't demand anything. Then she reached out and tugged at his sleeve. A small gesture, but it said everything. You okay? He looked at her, and something behind his eyes softened. I think so. Just weird. The tether? He nodded. Yeah. I know we're free now, but it still feels like I should be able to feel you. She turned her hand over, palm up between them. You still can, she whispered, just not the same way. He took it, threading his fingers through hers. They fit. Still did. Maybe always had. I think everyone's surprised we didn't end up killing each other before the curse was broke, he said, lips twitching. Lillith huffed. I wasn't sure we'd survive karaoke night. Dominic chuckled. You sang like a siren. I didn't stand a chance. I almost hexed you for that line. You're still free to, he murmured, but just not yet. She leaned her head against his shoulder again, exhaling slowly. Some of the girls in town looked pretty sad today, she said after a moment, voice wry. Oh? She glanced up at him, a smug little smirk on her lips. Apparently the town heartbreaker is off the market. Was I really? He asked, pretending innocence. Oh, don't play dumb and modest now. You were, she said, teasing. Rowan kept a chart. He groaned. Of course he did. But, she added, her voice quieter now, you chose me. He turned to her fully. I'll keep choosing you. Every day. You better, she said, smile tilting. I've got enchanted garden gnomes now. Don't test me. They kissed then, unhurried and warm. The kind of kiss that had become a habit, not from repetition, but from knowing how good it felt to be known. Lillith sighed against his lips, her eyes fluttering closed, and when they parted, she tucked herself into his side. For a long minute, neither of them said anything. Then she murmured, I never thought I wanted this. He tilted his head. This? A wedding, all of it. Twyla's enchanted doves, the chaos, the endless questions about table linens. She shook her head with a half smile. I figured if I ever ended up loving someone, it'd be something quiet, private, maybe even a little secret. But with you, it doesn't feel like I'm giving anything up. It feels like I'm finally being seen. He blinked, a little thrown by the honesty. Then he kissed the top of her head and said, low and rough, You always deserve to be seen. Twyla's been unbearable, by the way. She already cursed the pie table, so no one touches it until the reception. Dominic laughed. That woman's terrifying. And somehow even more invested in this wedding than I am. He looked at her, eyes full of something deep and steady. I don't care if the flowers explode or the doves start chanting, as long as I get to say I do. Lillith smiled and reached for his hand again and held on.
Chapter 35. Lillith. The fitting room at Madrine's boutique was an explosion of pinned lace, spilled spells, and at least 3 pairs of enchanted scissors buzzing like drunken bees in the air. Lillith stood on the raised pedestal at the center of the chaos, hands fidgeting at her sides while Twyla circled her with the intensity of a general preparing for war. "You're holding your shoulders like you're bracing for an attack," Twyla muttered, mouth full of pins. Lillith exhaled. "I am." "No, you're not." Twyla pulled a pin free and adjusted the hem with an expert flick of her wrist. "Not anymore. You're getting married, not walking into a duel." "Could be both," Lillith murmured under her breath. But Twyla just snorted. "Please. Dominic would take a bolt to the chest if it meant you didn't get dirt on your shoes. You've already fought the hard battle. This is just your moment." Lillith looked down at the dress. It was black, of course, deep velvety midnight that shimmered when the light hit it right, like the sky just before a storm broke. The bodice curved with understated elegance, stitched with faint silvery threadwork that hinted at moonlight. It wasn't flashy, it wasn't trendy, it was her. Twyla stepped back, her hands on her hips, eyes gleaming with a quiet pride that cracked right through Lillith's composure. "You look like yourself," she said simply. And that was the moment it hit her. The sob came from nowhere. Or maybe it came from everywhere, her ribs, her heart, the years she'd spent learning how to hold herself together with grit and magic and little else. Twyla blinked, startled. "Oh no, what did I say? Is it too tight? Did I jab you?" Lillith shook her head, lips trembling. "No, it's perfect, it's just—" The second sob slipped free. Then a third. She pressed a hand to her mouth as her eyes flooded, tears slipping past her fingers before she could stop them. Twyla didn't say anything, just moved forward and gently, carefully, set a hand on her shoulder. "I didn't think I'd ever feel this safe," Lillith whispered. "Not just in a dress, but in anything, in someone, in myself." Twyla's face softened. She guided Lillith to the little velvet stool beside the pedestal, careful not to crush the layers of the gown. "Well, damn," she said, pulling a handkerchief from her pocket and pressing it into Lillith's hand. "That was better than any review I've ever gotten." Lillith laughed through her tears, crumpling the handkerchief in her palm. "You know I used to come in here just to look, pretend I might one day want one of these things." "And now?" Twyla asked, crouching beside her. "Now I want the whole thing," she whispered. "I want the vows, the rings, the dancing, and the terrible speeches. I want to look at him across a crowded room and know, really know, that it's all real, that I'm not holding my breath anymore." Twyla's hand covered hers. "It is real, and you've earned every damn second of it." The door creaked open behind them, and a small excited gasp followed. "Well, don't stop on our account." Madrine, the owner and an absolute menace with glitter spells, peeked in with wide eyes. "Is she crying? She's crying! Oh gods, it's happening!" Lillith groaned, wiping her eyes. "I'm fine." "You're radiant," Madrine declared, hands clasped. "Like a shadow queen rising from the mist." Twyla gave her a look. "Can you please get the veil?" Madrine scurried out, but not before mouthing "Shadow Queen" again like it was a title. Lillith sighed, leaning her head against Twyla's shoulder for a beat. "I thought I'd be terrified." "And you're not? I'm everything. But mostly, I'm just ready." Twyla grinned. "Then let's get you married, sweetheart." Later, as the dress was packed away in lavender-scented warding silk, and the veil tucked into its own enchanted case, Lillith stepped out into the cobbled alley behind the boutique for some air. The town was quieter today. A kind of hush had settled after the battle, the kind that came not from fear, but from reverence. There were new wards etched into corners, new protections embedded in doorframes. But there was laughter again, too. And life. People tending gardens, sweeping stoops, stringing lanterns. She turned at the sound of approaching footsteps. Dominic! He looked at her as if she hung the stars. Broad-shouldered and windswept, his shirt sleeves rolled to his elbows, and the hint of sawdust on his boots from helping Rowan reinforce the stage for the reception. "You all right?" he asked. She nodded, smiling. "I cried over a dress." "Good tears, or cancel everything? I'm running away to live with the crows' tears." "Good ones." She reached for him, and he stepped in without hesitation, wrapping her up in his arms. They stood like that a while, her head tucked beneath his chin, his heart steady against her cheek. "I never thought I'd get this," she murmured. "This?" he asked, voice rough. "A tomorrow that wasn't about surviving." She met his eyes. "Now it's about choosing." He ran his thumb along her jaw. "Then keep choosing me." "I do." He grinned. "Not yet, you don't." She snorted. "Don't get ahead of yourself, Kane." "Too late," he murmured, kissing her forehead. "Way too late." Back at the cottage that night, she couldn't stop touching the dress bag as it sat propped in the corner of their room like a promise. Dominic lit the fire, and she curled up beside him on the couch with one of their mismatched mugs and an enchanted blanket that hummed lullabies. "You sure you're ready for the chaos?" she asked. He grunted. "I've already survived Twyla's seating chart interrogation. I can do anything." She smiled. "Some of the town still can't believe you're serious." "They're in denial," he said. "Especially Hazel." "Oh, Hazel's placing bets." "On what?" "When you'll mark me." He stiffened, then glanced at her. "You know I'm waiting." "I know." "And I'm glad." She touched his chest, where her runes still pulsed faintly. "You didn't have to wait, but you wanted to." "Felt right," he said simply. "I was always the guy who didn't think things through. But with you, I don't want to skip any part." She smiled, brushing a kiss to his shoulder. "Shadow Queen, huh?" he teased, tugging her closer. She laughed against his collarbone. "Don't tell Madrine she's catching on." "I like it," he murmured. "Queen of my damn heart." And as the fire crackled and the moonlight streamed through the curtains, Lillith felt it again. That impossible, quiet thing. Peace, wrapped in warmth and woven with love.
Chapter 36. Dominic. Dominic never thought he'd stand still in one place and feel like he was flying, but that's what it felt like, rooted in the soft moss of the Grove meadow, wind tugging at his collar, while his heart thundered in his chest like it might just tear itself out and bolt straight for the altar. The arch had been woven from silverthorn branches and dried herbs, wrapped in strands of moonlight and spells that shimmered faintly in the dusk. It was simple, wild, unapologetically them. He caught the movement before the music even started, Twyla peeking out from behind the trees, whispering something to Lillith that made her laugh and swat at her friend's shoulder. Then she stepped forward, and the whole world narrowed. Lillith wore black, not because she was trying to be edgy or dramatic, but because it was honest. Deep, matte silk hugged her waist, trailing into soft lace vines around her arms and shoulders. Her hair was swept up with glints of garnet and silver, a simple veil that wasn't pulled over her face. No crown, just her, barefoot, glowing, and walking toward him. Marcus cleared his throat next to him. "Breathe." Dominic exhaled. He forgot he hadn't been. Rowan, bless him, stood beside Marcus, already misty-eyed, holding the hand-fasting cords like they were made of gold instead of twine and spirit thread. "She's going to jinx me if I trip up," Dominic muttered. "She'd kiss you anyway," Rowan said, grinning. "Might curse you first, though." The music swelled. Lanterns hovered above the trees, bobbing with the rhythm, fireflies gathering like they wanted to witness it too. Lillith reached the end of the aisle and stopped, her eyes finding his. "See, I'm not running," she whispered. "Good," he said, voice low, "because I'd chase you." She took his hand, fingers threading through his like they were meant to be there all along. And when Marcus raised his hands, gruff and serious, the town silenced. "By moonlight and bond," he began, the old words slow and careful, by the ley lines beneath and the stars above. We stand to witness not a binding, but a choice. Dominic turned toward her. His hands were steady, but his voice cracked just slightly. I spent my whole life running, he said, thinking if I kept moving, nothing could stick. Nothing could matter. And then you came at me like a storm. You scared the hell out of me, Lillith, because you made me want to stay. You made me want to try. She blinked fast. Her smile trembled. I didn't think I'd ever feel safe, she said. Not really, not fully. But with you, I found a place I never thought I'd earn. You're not just the one I love, Dominic. You're home. Rowan stepped forward, wrapping the cord around their joined hands. By magic chosen and love returned, you are each other's. The knot tightened with a soft pulse of light. Then Marcus added, now go kiss your damn mate. Dominic didn't hesitate. He dipped forward and caught her lips with his. There was nothing frantic or rushed about it, just warmth and promise and breathless, aching joy. And the sound of applause rose around them like thunder. Friends, family, neighbors, even a few ghosts, if he were being honest. Later at the reception, lanterns drifted above the meadow, charmed by Twyla and Lyra. The air smelled like lavender, shortbread, and bonfire smoke. Dominic leaned back in his chair, hand resting possessively on Lilith's knee. Across the way, Rollo had his arm around Delilah, who looked radiant in layers of dark sage and gold. Jace Montgomery was hunched near the drink table, with Lyra perched beside him, giggling as a mushroom popped out of a cake she'd enchanted. Again. She baked one into the spice cake, Dominic murmured to Lilith. Swears it enhances feelings of euphoria. I feel euphoric, Lilith replied, sipping her cider. That's just me, he said, smug. She rolled her eyes but didn't deny it. A slow song started, and with it, the hush of anticipation. Lilith looked over at him. Ready? He stood holding his hand out. For the rest of my life. They stepped onto the grassy clearing. The lanterns above glowed brighter, casting gold on her skin and shadows across his jaw. The music wrapped around them, soft and spell-sweet. Dominic swayed with her in his arms, her cheek brushing his collarbone. Her dress whispered against the earth, and he felt the pulse of her soul against his chest. It's strange, she said, voice barely audible, how it feels even deeper now. Because we chose it, he murmured, and I'm marking you tonight. She looked up. Yeah? Yeah. He paused. I waited because it felt right. But now I'm yours, she whispered. And I'm yours, he answered. They weren't tethered by force anymore. No magic chain, no curse. Just love, steady, true, fierce enough to level realms. And as the dance continued, under floating lanterns and moonlight woven by their friends, Dominic didn't feel like a man who had survived a war. He felt like a man who had finally found peace, and tonight he was going to claim what was rightfully his.
Chapter 37. Lilith. Lilith closed the cottage door behind them with the softest push, sealing out the hum of the reception, the laughter, the clink of glasses, the joyous chaos of friends and family who'd spent the evening celebrating what they'd become, what she had become. Her fingers lingered on the doorframe, grounding herself, not from nerves, but from the magnitude of it all. And when she turned around, he was already there. Dominic stood in the heart of their home, half wild, half undone, shirt open at the collar, sleeves rolled to his forearms. His tawny hair was tousled from wind and dancing, those golden eyes still burning like embers through smoke. He looked at her like the night hadn't just ended, but like everything was finally about to begin. The fire cracked behind him, painting his golden-brown skin in shifting light. He was still wearing the obsidian ring she'd slipped onto his finger beneath the arch. That same hand flexed open and closed like he was holding back something feral, hungry. You're quiet, he said, voice low, smoke soft. I'm thinking, she murmured. He stepped closer. Good things? She nodded, throat tight. Dangerous things. Big things. All the ways I didn't think I'd survive long enough to feel this. Dominic reached for her, slow and reverent, even now asking permission. She gave it with her body, her mouth, her magic. The kiss was nothing like what they'd shared in front of the town. No laughter, no ceremony. This was raw, unfiltered. She tasted his want, his restraint, his need to worship her. Well, it looks like the screen is fogging up from all this heat. Unfortunately, that means it's too steamy for this platform to handle. To abide by this platform's guidelines and keep bringing you free content, we have to remove the spicy scenes. Luckily for you, you can always find them at millitadenbooks.com. To make up for interrupting you, get a 30% discount on us when you use code RODEO30. He cupped her face, breathing hard. Lillith? Tears slid down her cheeks. I've never felt so whole in my life. Dominic kissed each tear away, then the curve of her jaw, her lips, her throat. They curled around each other under the slow warmth of cooling magic, skin still buzzing with the aftershock. He brushed his thumb across the mark on her hip reverently, then kissed it again. You're mine. She nuzzled into his chest. And you're mine. No curses, no tethers, just soul-deep love sealed in starlight and sex and blood.
Chapter 38. Dominic. Lillith stood before the stone gates of the high Fey court. The loom like the edge of the world, etched in runes that shimmered under moonlight, crowned with creeping vines that never dared wilt, silent and watching like they remembered every exile who'd walked away, breath shallow but spine straight. Still looks like a mausoleum, she muttered, the corners of her mouth twitching bitterly. But this time she wasn't alone. Dominic stood beside his wife. His fingers were laced with hers, warm and steady, anchoring her like he always did. She didn't squeeze back, didn't need to. Her silence told him she was holding together. Barely. The kind of brave you only found when you had something to lose. You sure about this? He asked, voice low, close to her ear. I need to be. Her eyes stayed on the gate. They summoned me because I called the echoes, and they want answers. They better be ready for the truth, Dominic said, a rumble under his breath. She smiled at that faintly. I'm not the scared girl who ran anymore. He didn't say it, but she felt how proud he was. How furious, too, at everything this place had done to her. How he'd have burned it down if she asked. The gates groaned open. 2 Fey guards stepped aside and bowed. Not stiff formality, a deep, reverent bow, heads lowered as if she were royalty returned, or myth come alive. Dominic felt her still beside him. A moment of hesitation, then she stepped forward. The halls shimmered like they always had, arched ceilings rippling with starlight, magic humming under every footstep. But the air wasn't cold this time. No disdain, just silence. Awed, anxious. Is it true? She summoned them. The echoes answered her. She's the one who burned the prince. Verdan has returned. And that name, it wasn't an insult anymore. Not a chain, it was reverence. A high court official approached, his robe stitched with ancestral thread and spells older than any of them dared speak aloud. Lady Lillith Verdan, he said, bowing low, the council awaits your presence. Dominic glanced at her. She nodded once. The council chamber still glowed like moonlight on ice. So perfect it made your teeth ache. High-backed chairs carved from glimmer glass, thrones wrapped in ancestral runes. The air was too still, like the chamber itself was holding its breath. At the center sat her aunt, the high matron, face unaged, eyes still violet and sharp enough to cut stone. Lady Lillith, she said, voice cool and knowing, or shall I say, breaker of rules. Lillith did not blink. You summoned me. I came. And you brought a shifter, a sneering voice cut in from the right. Lillith turned toward the sound and the breath caught in Dominic's throat. He knew who it was before she spoke. Her father, Lillith Verdan. He was tall, dressed in the layers of a court elder, and still handsome in the way power made some men seem taller than they were. But his eyes had aged, gone brittle and guarded. The last time Lillith had seen him, he'd been roaring at her to submit to a marriage contract, to serve the realm, to become what he'd crafted her to be. She met his gaze, cold, clear. "I brought my husband." That word cracked the room like thunder. Phalar's jaw ticked. "You defied the court, Lillith. You vanished, disgraced this house." "I survived," she said simply. "You consorted with a prince who you once told me to marry." Her voice rose, still controlled, but sharp as a blade now. "Don't pretend you didn't know what Thaloran was. You offered me up to his house like I was currency." A few elders shifted uncomfortably. "I was a child, and you wanted power, so you sold me to it." The High Matron's voice cut in like a dagger. "Enough." She stared at Lillith, unreadable. "You summoned the echoes," the matron said. "You risked the balance of the realms." "They came to me," Lillith said, "because I stopped pretending to be small, because I faced what none of you would." "The shadow realm was contained," her aunt snapped, "until you broke the boundaries." "No," Lillith said, "until your prince did, until Thaloran clawed through the veil, and I stopped him." A murmur stirred through the room. Dominic stepped forward then. "She saved you all, and you know it." Phalar stood. "This is treason." "It's truth," Lillith said. "I don't want your titles. I don't want a seat at your table. I came because I was summoned, and because the echoes told me peace matters. That balance has to be rebuilt, not ruled." "Why should we believe you?" another Fae asked. Lillith raised her hand. Magic flared, not violent, but bright. A shimmer of runes danced across her skin, glowing faint gold and blue. "This is what's left of the Echo Sigil. Their mark, their blessing. I didn't steal it. I earned it." "And the realm is still intact," Dominic added, "because she fought for it." They didn't move, not right away. But slowly Lillith turned to Phalar. "You lost the right to decide who I was the moment you stopped seeing me as your daughter." He didn't speak. He couldn't. She turned away from him, back toward her aunt. "I offer peace, no more than that, no less." The High Matron looked at her long and hard. Then finally she nodded. "You are dismissed, Lady Verdan." The guards did not escort her out. They bowed again. When she walked from the chamber, no one stopped her, not even her father. Because Lillith wasn't the girl they remembered. She wasn't afraid. She wasn't small. She was a myth now, a story whispered in the dark to remind them that once a girl called the ancient spirits, and they answered. Outside the gates, the breeze caught her veil, tugging it loose. Dominic caught it before it flew, tucking it back into her braid. "You were incredible in there," he said. "I was terrified," she admitted, leaning into his side, "but I think I needed to be." He brushed his knuckles along her jaw. "You're a legend now, you know. They're probably going to name a holiday after you." "Make her help them," she groaned. "Lillith Day, free cider and protective wards for all." She laughed then, the kind of laugh that had carried him through battlefields and shadow-riddled dreams. "What if I don't want to be a legend?" "Then be mine," he murmured, pulling her close. "Just mine." She kissed him, slow and deep. And when they finally parted, she whispered against his lips. That part was never in question. They mounted their horse and rode back to Celestial Pines, back to home, to the town that would one day tell tales of the girl who set the forest on fire for the boy she loved, and the shifter who came back roaring just to hold her hand.
Chapter 39. Lillith. The sign above the shop still shimmered with the drying ink of an enchantment rune, twisted just right to catch moonlight and memory. "The verdant thread," it read, etched in a looping, elegant script that danced when the breeze caught it. Below, carved into the painted wood by her own hand, were the smaller words, runes, remedies, reminders. Lillith leaned her forehead briefly against the front window pane, taking in the glowing space inside. Shelves lined with stones hummed low with residual magic, and bundles of dried herbs swayed slightly without a breeze. The candlelight flickered in heartbeats. The ward on the threshold purred with satisfaction. This was hers. All of it. "You're glowing," Twyla's voice sang behind her, dragging the syllables like they were dipped in syrup and mischief. "And I don't just mean metaphorically. Your aura's basically writing sonnets." Lillith turned, arching an eyebrow. "You mean your matchmaking spell finally worked?" "Oh, please," Twyla said, stepping up beside her with a huff. "I had y'all soul-bound in my head before that stupid curse forced you two stubborn asses into it. Don't downplay my genius." Twyla's rose-gold curls were piled messily atop her head, secured with what looked like a cinnamon stick and possibly a wand. Her wings flickered into visibility, telltale annoyance, and then vanished again. She held a box of spell-infused pastries like a priestess bearing sacred offerings. "You brought bribes," Lillith said, grinning. "I brought breakfast," Twyla replied, lifting the box. "And also passive-aggressive I told you so energy. It's important to stay layered." Inside, the shop was warm already. Cozy, lived in, even though they hadn't sold a single rune yet. Dominic had insisted on helping her build every shelf by hand. No magic shortcuts. "So you can feel the roots of it," he said. "Like the cottage. Like us." Lillith had cried when the counter finally stood. She hadn't meant to. But the moment had felt real, permanent. And permanence had once been her greatest fear. Now it was a comfort she carried like a second skin. Dominic was crouched at the back of the shop, tinkering with the rune-laced kettle system that would eventually steep enchanted teas based on the customer's emotional wavelength. He turned as she entered, eyes bright, sleeves rolled up, that familiar wolfish, lionish smile tugging at his lips. "There she is," he said, "boss lady herself." She walked straight into his arms and kissed his cheek. "I like how that sounds." "Good," he murmured against her temple, "because you're stuck with it." His hands slid to their favorite resting spot, right around her waist, lingering a second longer than necessary, grounding her. Twyla made a faux gagging noise and disappeared toward the back with a box of labeling crystals and the last of the cinnamon rolls. Lillith leaned into Dominic's chest, letting herself breathe. "It doesn't feel real yet." "It is," he whispered. "You did it." "No, we did," she said, nudging his nose with hers. "This shop is every part of me I had to hide before. The runes I carved when I was scared. The spells I learned when I needed something to hold on to." "You carved my name into one of the stones," he said, his voice going low and teasing. "I found it under the register, and it's not the same one you gave me. Don't think I didn't notice." "I was feeling sentimental," she muttered, cheeks flushing. "You were claiming your mate," he grinned. "I'm into it." She looked up at him, a smirk pulling at her lips. "You're still the town's reformed heartbreaker." "Fully reformed, permanently bonded, whipped beyond recognition." "That's my favorite version." They kissed again, soft and lingering, until Twyla's voice cut through the back room with an indignant, "Okay, some of us are single and tragically beautiful, and trying not to vomit. Thanks." Lillith laughed. It felt good to laugh like that again. Like there wasn't a shadow prince lingering in the corners of her memories. Like magic didn't have to mean pain. Like love didn't have to mean sacrifice. Later that night, when the shop was locked and the stars blanketed the sky, Dominic took her hand and led her behind the shop. The meadow behind the cottage stretched wild and endless, lit by fireflies and the soft hum of lingering enchantments. Floating lanterns bobbed lazily through the air, a leftover spell from Twyla's shop-warming surprise. Lillith leaned into him, head on his shoulder, breath mingling with the early spring air. "They're still calling you the Fey Witch of Flame and Echo," Dominic said, his voice more awe than jest. She shrugged. "Let them. You're a legend now, you know." She smiled against his shoulder. "You're my legend." He huffed out a laugh. "That's cheesy, even for you." "I meant it." "I know." He turned to face her, brushing a strand of hair from her cheek. You remember what you said the night I almost didn't come back? She nodded. You said the bond wasn't the curse. It wasn't, she whispered. It was the beginning. They kissed then, under starlight, floating lanterns casting halos over their heads like blessings. Magic crackled at their feet, joyful, celebratory. The earth remembered her name now. So did the stars. Dominic pressed his forehead to hers. She felt the hum of their soul bond. Not a tether, but a thread woven into her bones. Soft, fierce, eternal, celestial pines would always be home. The shop would stand as a promise. Twyla would keep gossiping, and Marcus and Rowan would keep pretending not to care. But this was everything. And Lillith had never been more certain of anything in her life.